static in certain areas. Yeah, for sure. I mean, this makes a big difference. You can actually listen to us under overpasses now.
You can come into our building here, and it doesn't go out.
Thank goodness, because I used to listen on the drive-in all the time, and once you got into the garage, it sounded like an alien spaceship was overhead.
The second you hit the gate,
oh my goodness, it sounds terrible.
It was done.
Yeah.
That no longer happens.
Yeah, so we're glad we don't have to worry about that anymore. Appreciate you tuning in. Let us know where you're listening from as well. I heard that some people were listening on the FM dial all the way in Corpus Christi, which is a few hours south. So let us know where you're tuning in from today. Appreciate you as you run your errands, as you go to the pool, drop the kids off, go to the beach, whatever you're doing today. Go to Bed Bath & Beyond. Appreciate you making us part of your Saturday. 713-572-4610 to let us know where you're tuning in from. You mentioned the whole sounding different or sounding so on and so forth. I've always gotten, people have said I sound like Nick Caserio, and I've also gotten Mark Norman, the comedian, quite a bit, which is fitting because the Texans had their first preseason game Thursday night.
Yes, they did.
Hence Nick Caserio. I couldn't be there at the big party in the suite because we already had tickets to go see Mark Norman.
Hey, that's too funny.
And I've always wanted, Mark is probably my favorite comedian out there.
That is too funny.
Currently, and we already had the tickets before the whole FM announcement, and we're going to celebrate in the suite at the first preseason game. So I was like, oh, man,
so terrible timing.
Get
out of it. Yeah, I get it.
So I don't know if it was a faux pas to tell the bosses, like, hey, appreciate the invite, can't be there. We're going to a comedy show instead. Oh, man. But you were there.
I was there. I was in the building.
In person in the suite.
It was a grand time.
Yeah, I'm sure.
It was a grand time. Obviously, the game didn't go as people expected, but it's preseason game one. I don't think anyone really cares too much about, the final score, because your starters and the guys that are gonna play a lot this season, by halftime, even before halftime, they're gone. You know what I mean? Especially in the first preseason game. So, but there were a couple bright spots as far as the Texans go. Even on offense. Now, obviously, CJ Stroud did not play. Yeah. Davis Mills ended up pretty much having to play the whole game. What's the I'm blanking on the
Graham Mertz.
Graham Mertz.
Poor guy.
Goes down with knee injury?
Yeah, towards ACL.
Yeah. So I'm pretty sure, or I know for sure that the game plan was not for Davis Mills to play the whole game, but he ended up having to play pretty much the whole game.
Yeah. And it's tough to come out of the game and think your day is done and then get reinserted.
Like almost right back in.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was tough. But, they battled through. Again, there were a couple of bright spots there offensively. The rookie second-round tight end. Was it Marlon Klein? Marlon Klein, right?
Yeah, he looked good.
Yeah, he looked good. He looked good out there. He had a nice catch. Only had one catch, but it was a nice 30-yard, I think 31-yard reception kind of down the seam there from Davis Mills. And, yeah, again, a couple bright spots there. Still some work to do with the offensive line. Some work to do on special teams. Well, at least in the second half, or towards the end of the first half, leading into the second half, there were quite a few holding penalties.
Yes.
On special teams. And at one point, there were like 2, possibly 3 returns in a row. I know at least 2 returns in a row where it got called back for holding.
Mm-hmm.
Got to work on that for sure.
Absolutely.
Special teams.
Penalties.
Got to work on that.
Just penalties in general.
Penalties in general, yeah.
The NFL preseason's interesting because it's almost like the first time that you're able to, bump uglies, and you're looking forward to it. It's very exciting, and then you get to it, it happens, and you're like, oh, okay. Like, that wasn't all that great the first time. I mean, maybe some of you out there were fortunate enough. But, and it's like the NFL, you get excited every time, and then you get to the games, and you still enjoy it. You're just happy to have football on TV, but when you break it down, you're like, this really isn't very good football. It's kind of like I see these commercials now for Super Troopers 3 that just came out in theaters yesterday. I didn't even know this was a thing.
I was going to say it's actually out already. Okay.
Yeah. And the commercials, by the way, they show the whole commercial is just clips from the original. And then they show one scene at the end and say, like, Super Troopers 3 now in theaters. I was like, okay.
Now, that's a catfish.
Yeah, that's true.
That's a catfish right there. That's a bait and switch if I ever heard of one.
But that's how bad it is that they have to just live off of the first one, even in the previews. But my point being, it's almost like these sequels to these comedy movies where you're excited that, like, oh, I love the original Super Troopers. We're getting another one. That sounds great. But then these comedy sequels never live up. They're always terrible.
No.
And it's similar to NFL preseason, like, oh, football's back. I'm excited. And then you sit down and you watch the games, like, oh, right, like it's preseason. Coming to America, the original one came out 30 years ago. That's right. How could I forget?
That's what bugs me, the time gaps.
Yeah, the gap. Yeah.
When you're talking about preseason, and we've talked about this before on different shows on this station. We've talked about it ourselves, how the first month of the season now kind of feels like the actual preseason.
Yes.
Because it feels like most teams are ramping up. I mean, we saw last year, what the Texans get off to 0-3?
Yep.
Before they finally turned it over, kicked into gear, and had an amazing 12-win season, going down the rest of the way. So those first 3 to 4 weeks of this season is probably going to be the same. And not just for the Texans, for everybody, but when we talk about the Texans, yeah. Now, hopefully they don't get off to that 0-3 start again. Hopefully they can, reverse. It's hard to come back. You can't live off that every year.
Right.
I know the defense is great, but you don't know what is going to happen later in the season.
Yeah.
You don't want to keep getting off to these starts where you're in an 0-3 hole.
Yeah.
You just don't want to keep doing that. No.
Bills, Bengals, Colts, Cowboys in September. It's
going to be
tough
rough.
Start as well. Yeah, on paper at least.
Easy.
We'll see what these teams bring to the table this year. So what, if anything, can we take away from preseason game number 1 that will actually have an impact on the regular season? Feel free to let us know on the text line 713-572-4610. What would be your takeaways from Thursday night that you think we can actually take with us and carry forward? Because I do have a couple. But, Chris, I'll ask you first. Did you see anything as you were there in person? And I know you already highlighted some players and whatnot, but are there certain things that you saw Thursday night that you thought, I know it's only preseason, but from what I saw here tonight, I think I can carry this forward for this Texans team heading into the regular season?
Well, obviously, when you saw, I guess, the first team defense early on, but again, you didn't see them for an extended period, but when they were out there, the defense did look good. And even some of the backups out there, defensively looked pretty good. Again, I kind of throw the score out the window because some of those scores in the second half were against a lot of guys that probably aren't going to be on the team. Let's just be honest. It's tough offensively because obviously C.J. Stroud wasn't out there. Quite a few of the starters that are going to be playing this season were not out there. You know what I mean? So it's hard. Again, Klein, the tight end, nice catch. And I'm forgetting there was a receiver, was it Wayne?
Yeah.
I think he had 3 catches, but it felt like every time I looked up, he was being targeted by Davis Mills, which is a good thing. It shows, again, that's not C.J. Stroud, but it shows that there's a confidence in him to actually get out there and produce. You know what I mean? So that was something positive for me. But again, like you said, it's preseason game 1. It's hard to take a lot of positives and even sometimes negatives from the first preseason game.
Yeah, it's just a wash.
When these are a lot of guys that are, fighting for their NFL lives, trying to make the team, especially once you get out of the first quarter. A lot of these guys, they're just trying to either make this team or put good film out there for another team.
Right.
That's really what that comes down to.
Yeah. And by the way, Wayne's had a good summer. And now played well the other night, Jared Wayne. So, we'll see what that means. He might fight his way onto the roster as opposed to Lewis Bond. We'll see what happens at the end of that wide receiver room.
Wayne is off to a good start. I'll give him that.
He is. Cue up the Wayne's World puns. But I have 3 takeaways from Thursday night in the positive sense. One that you already touched on was Kai Kroger as the punter actually looked good because that going into the game had been a concern. He has not had a good training camp. So to go out there and actually punt the ball well Thursday night was comforting. Number 2 on my list, the rookies. And D'Amico Ryan spoke about it after the game, but the rookies had a big impact and played well. We already touched on Klein, and that's good to see. Keelan Rutledge, I'm very high on. Love the guy. He held up pretty well, it seemed. The only concern, or the only one that stands out, is Caden McDonald has not had a good training camp, and I think our own Seth Payne is going to put out a video, if he hasn't already, on YouTube, kind of breaking down what he has seen from him so far. But he also really didn't do much Thursday night.
He didn't jump off the screen or anything.
No. And in the post-game press conference, D'Amico was very positive about like his first 4 answers, and then they asked him about Caden McDonald, and he wasn't necessarily negative, but it was just kind of like the PR coach's statement. It was sort of an answer and a non-answer where you thought like, ooh, he was praising everyone else until they got to. So you still need to see more from McDonald, but the rest of the rookie group looked good. And then number 3 for me in terms of takeaways that I think could actually have a lasting impact, and this is the biggest one, but it's the offensive line. And I did hear John Lopez make this same point yesterday, but the idea that this offensive line might be set. They used their starting offensive line Thursday night to start the game, and I think that's the 5 that they're going to roll with Trent Brown being either that swing tackle or just kind of the backup if needed to be pressed into service at either tackle position. But the starting 5 you saw on the offensive line Thursday night, I do believe will be the starting 5 on the offensive line heading into the season. And I'm glad that they went out there and got to play alongside each other for at least a little bit in that game Thursday night. And they did well enough. They weren't great. They also weren't bad. They held their own. They did their part. I think the rushing attack, although you don't have your top running backs on the field, but I think you have preferred to have a little more success on the ground. But they did their part, and I think that's the starting 5, which is one of the big questions with this team is sort of how is this offensive line going to shake out? I think we now have a clearer image on what the 5 is going to be come week 1 against Buffalo. Those are my 3 takeaways that I think can continue with this team. I'll also give you 3 negatives, though, and you touched on them. Number 1 being the ugliness of the 10 penalties. This is one of my complaints with this Texans team under DeMeco Ryans. I think DeMeco's a great head coach, but one of the biggest issues is the fact that they've been top 10 in penalties all 3 years. And I know it's only the preseason, and I know it's backups, but it's more like a part of the team culture type of idea. You set a standard, and you have to meet that standard. I don't care who's on the field. And to have 10 penalties in the preseason opener, as you alluded to, I did not like seeing that because this is a team that has just been too penalized under DeMeco Ryans. So that's number 1 in the ugliness. In fact, actually, DeMeco Ryans kind of spoke to how the Texans played overall in the press conference. David Hill's on the steel wheels today. David, cue up this sound from DeMeco Ryans, if you can, from the press conference afterwards, where they sort of asked him what he thought about his team's performance in that loss. And here's what DeMeco, the head coach, had to say about his Texans Thursday.
I wanted to see us play physical, right? And I did not see that the entire game. There were some glimpses of us playing physical, but the Chargers, they out-physicaled us the entire game, right? So it was not our brand of football. When I speak of playing our style, that's a physical brand of football, and that was not up to par tonight.
And so that's concerning to me as well, is that you have spent all offseason trying to become more of a physical team, and then you didn't do it in the preseason game. And again, you could say preseason football, a lot of backups on the field. I get it, but this is the standard and the reputation they want from guy number 1 to number 53 on the roster into the practice squad as well. So I don't care who's on the field. You have to meet the standard that's being set in the locker room, and it wasn't Thursday. So that was the negative. Graham Mertz's injury, that's also a negative in the sense of now you got to bring in another quarterback just to take the snaps this preseason because you don't want Stroud and Mills out there too much, if at all.
No.
And then the third takeaway for me from the negative perspective, and I don't want to make a mountain out of a molehill, but yeah, the offense did not look good all evening where you look around the league and you see other guys have success where like Anthony Richardson looked like a competent quarterback. You know, Trey Lance for the Chargers did some good things. I'm trying to think of other guys throughout the league that we saw. Even you go back to the Hall of Fame game, and it's like, wow, these quarterbacks actually look good. You know, some offenses have been having success.
Yeah.
The Texans offense outside of that first drive didn't do a whole lot. That's a small, minor thing. But when we talk so much about this offense, it would have been nice to see something right away in the preseason first game to get a little excited about.
It would have been encouraging.
Yeah,
to see a little more.
Yeah, for sure.
But there's still time. There's a
course.
lot of time to go and a lot more practices. And I think they have a joint practice with the Raiders this week.
Yeah.
Tuesday, whatever it is. Yeah.
Yep.
Sometime this week. So.
Yep. And they're back out there today. Seth is in the building today. Just ran into him, and he said he's heading over to practice here today. So they'll be back out there. On the text line, they said, a texter said, you actually do have Caserio undertones. People tell me that all the time. I sound like Nick Caserio. I don't know. Someone said, all of your voices are more full, and the increase in clarity is amazing. This is a huge upgrade. Appreciate you. Also on the text line, props for Keelan Rutledge, who looks like an NFL starting center, according to one texter. Someone said the running back room is as deep as advertised. Someone else said offensive line looked good against defensive number twos. So, yeah, let us know. What were the positives you could take away from Thursday night that could actually apply moving forward? Coming up, the Astros got one of maybe their best wins of the season last night, but it also showed me why I still worry about this team, and we'll talk about it next here on 95.7 The Fan.
J.J. Watt is a fan of the new... It's 95.7 The Fan Weekends.
fashion and get the walk-off win.
Yeah, that's right. Astros turned what would have been a really bad loss last night to the Mariners into a 10-7 win in 10 innings with the Christian Walker walk-off home run. And the Astros now lead by 3 games in the AL West.
Yep.
3 games over 500 as well. They continue the series with the Mariners tonight. It's 95.7 The Fan here on your Saturday. I'm Luke Morrow alongside Chris Partee. You can always join the conversation, 713-572-4610. By the way, we are also streaming on YouTube. So you can, if you're driving around and can hear us and you're thinking, what do those guys look like? You're going to be really disappointed, but you can go find out on YouTube. If you search the old station name, I believe it'll still bring you to the same spot.
Yeah.
But if you search 95.7 The Fan, of course, you'll find us, and you can join the YouTube chat and conversation there to be part of the conversation here over these next 3 hours. As part of the switch to the FM, we also got fancy new cameras.
Oh, yeah. We're in style now.
HD cameras.
We are in style.
Yeah, the picture looks good on there.
Matter of fact, if you're watching, I'm going to show you. My camera is looking at the other camera, so you can see what kind of cameras we have.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, I'm just figured I'll give you a quick glimpse,
Yeah.
Pull back the curtain a little bit.
Yeah.
Even more than it already is.
I'm going to have to start wearing makeup now with the HD cameras.
I know, right?
Disguise all my blemishes.
Damn.
Yep. But appreciate you hanging with us, whether you're listening or watching, wherever you are. Let us know, 713-572-4610, where you're tuning in from now with this FM signal that carries us so far throughout the state.
Get us damn near everywhere.
That's right.
Damn near in Louisiana.
Yeah.
From what I hear.
On the radio, yeah. And you certainly can get us anywhere with the app and
obviously.
YouTube and all that sort of stuff, too. So take us with you wherever you go.
Technology is a wonderful thing. Sometimes.
Astros got one of their best wins of the season last night, but also it shows me why I continue to be worried about this team.
Really?
Yeah, I still can't, look.
They've been winning a lot lately, Luke. You're still worried.
Yeah, they've been doing okay. I mean, they're 3 games over 500.
They've been doing okay.
63-60 in the worst division in the history of baseball, but otherwise,
forget about all that.
It's been very impressive. You're in the worst division we've ever seen in baseball, and you've managed to work your way to 3 games over 500. My goodness.
Hey, we still got a few weeks left.
Yeah.
Actually, more than a few weeks. We've still got some time left.
Yeah, it's still about 6 weeks.
Yeah.
Which is always hard to believe. Like, when football comes around, it's like, all right, time for football. And it's like, there's still like 2 more months to the regular season in baseball. Then the playoffs.
Yeah.
And I'm a baseball guy. I'll watch every game. I love baseball. But the concern for me, and I know I have the reputation of being the hater around here.
Yeah.
Clint doesn't like the word hater, so he just calls me the wet blanket. And that's fair as well. And I don't push back on it. I can understand those feelings.
You've owned it.
I have.
I'll give you that. You have owned it. Hating ass Luke, as Reggie likes to call you.
Yep. As I've been donned here, and most people will call me on these airwaves. But I just say I keep it real. I'll just be honest with you. And for the Astros, I continue to say this every week that I'm on the air. The biggest thing to me is run differential. And the Astros still are minus 24 in run differential. Their expected record, based off of those numbers, is 59-64. So this team has played like a team that's really 5 games under 500 while also being part of the worst division in baseball. And I understand you don't care to hear this today after having this dramatic win last night, and now you have a 3-game lead in the division, and if you're an Astros fan, you're feeling good. But if you were to look at the expected win-loss record in Major League Baseball, the Astros have the, I believe it's 3rd or 4th, largest gap between what their record actually is and what it's supposed to be, meaning, to phrase it another way, they've been the 3rd or 4th luckiest team in baseball so far this year, and that's not even factoring in the idea that they are in this awful division in a terrible AL. Talk about luck. But still, statistically, this team has overachieved, and that's why last night I think was another reminder where, look, sure, you can make the case the Astros should have won that game in regulation, shouldn't have gone to extra innings, and I would agree with you. But also the Mariners have that lead in the 10th. The Astros pull off the victory where Dalton Varsho actually gets a hit for once, and then Christian Walker, who's had to be dropped to the number 7 spot in the lineup, hits the walk-off homer, and you get a great win Don't get me wrong, but it just continues. You're going up against a bad Mariners team at home. You cough up a lead in the 8th inning. It requires that comeback in the bottom of the 10th just to sneak out of there with a victory against a team that's now 9 games under 500 and sinking fast. It just continues to, even in the positive, remind me of like, yeah, this team, I mean, they're just in a bad division, playing these bad teams, finding ways to get wins, but I'm still not I'm not coming away from it thinking like, oh, absolutely, Astros, yeah, they could go win the World Series this year. They'll be a playoff team. They certainly should in this division.
Yeah.
But I also wouldn't be fooled by the playoff spot. This is still a team that's just hovering over 500.
I mean, it definitely feels like, overachieving or not, it feels like this Astros team is on the verge of wrapping up this division here, not within the next couple of weeks or so, just based on how the other teams in the division have played. Yeah, worst division in the league. Sometimes you got to have a little luck, man. Sometimes you just got to have a little luck to get to where you want to go or where you want to be. And that's this Astros team this season, where for the most part they've pretty much, ridden Yordan Alvarez, on his back pretty much all season. Especially this, past I guess 2 months now or whatever. Now, there have been other contributors like Christian Walker last night. Obviously, there have been other contributors. And as they've gotten a little bit healthier, you've had other guys come on as well. But that's just the state this team is in. But it also, to me, points to, we're probably looking at a regime change here with Dana Brown being in the last year of his contract.
Mm-hmm.
Him and Joe Espada, it feels like they're probably going to be out there. And I would say unless they get to and win the World Series, but we've also seen changes when they've done that as well in the past.
Yeah.
So I can't even say that their jobs are safe if they make it all the way to the World Series, which I don't think even many fans expect them to. Of course, they're hoping for it, and they're going to cheer them on if that happens or if it doesn't happen, but I don't think most people expect them to make it that far to the World Series. So it just feels like everything you've laid out, the statistics, the record, 3 games above 500. For as long as they were under 500, to me, that says something about persevering through, once again, what is this, the 3rd year in a row with all these injuries?
Yep.
Especially with the pitching staff.
Mm-hmm.
3rd year in a row, they've persevered, but that can only get you so far, right? That can only get you so far. I guess the good thing for the Astros this year is that the American League isn't as strong as it has been in past years. That could play into their favor once we get to October. Considering, we feel like they're going to win this division and make the playoffs. So if that happens once they get to October, that could play into their favor. But again, nothing is guaranteed, and everything that you've laid out, it just feels like we're heading for, and I think most people expect this too, heading for another regime change here in Houston for the Astros.
Yeah, what do you think? By the way, what do you think would need to be done for these guys to save their jobs? You said you have to get to the World Series?
I just said I can't even bank on that. I really can't. Now, if you're going to, force me to give an answer, go win the World Series. I think at this point, that might be the only thing that saves Dana Brown and Joe Espada. Unfortunately, I really do like Joe Espada.
I do too. I've always defended him.
As a manager, I really like Joe Espada. Now, unless they're, unless management ownership is willing to do a split and keep Espada and, move on from Dana Brown, bring in a new GM. But don't know if that's going to happen. So, but it's just hard to say right now because I don't expect them to make it to the World Series. I really don't. Now, anything could happen. Obviously, anything can happen. They can just get to October and get hot and just get on a real heater. You know what I'm saying? And just keep this going. But again, don't really see that happening. And if they get to the postseason and just fall flat immediately, I think we're definitely in for a regime change. And I couldn't blame Crane for, going that route. I couldn't blame him.
Yeah, I feel bad for Espada because he's almost hitched to the wrong wagon, and it wasn't even his choice. But I think Espada's done enough to keep his job.
You think so?
I do. He's made I think it's the 3rd most pitching changes and the most pinch hitting appearances this year.
I mean,
which he's always done. I think he does a good. I think people are unfair to Espada. I think he does a good job of getting the most out of this team with the amount of injuries he's had to deal with.
He has. I'll agree with you on that.
With the slow starts, which he deserves blame for, but he also deserves then credit to get this team out of those slow starts and not just give up, on the season or whatnot. And still, they always play hard towards the end. Well, last year they kind of faded, but nonetheless, I think Espada has done a good job. I don't think he's a great manager, but I think he's done a good job in his 3 years. Problem is, I don't think Dana Brown's done a good enough job. And if you swap out the GM, whoever the new GM is going to want their own manager.
That's usually how that works.
Espada's it's kind of a joint package. Espada's going to be gone, but I would not be upset if Joe Espada was the manager of the Astros next year. I know a lot of Astro fans disagree. But you look at this. You look at this division. The Rangers now have lost 4 in a row to the Angels and the A's. By the way,
they're fading.
Yeah,
fast.
They're now 3 games under 500. The Mariners have just been a mess this month. They've lost 8 of their last 10, so now they're 6 games behind the Astros. Astros have a 3-game lead on the Rangers, 6-game lead on the Mariners, and as you said, Chris, the Astros have a chance to really bury the Mariners, which is why last night was a big win, because it felt like, the Mariners are pulling off this comeback. They're going to take the opener in Houston and suddenly be only 4 games back with 2 more to go this weekend. Yeah. This is almost the season for the Mariners this weekend.
Just about.
And last night was a big win for the Astros to further distance themselves from at least one of the teams in the division.
Yeah, and I think that's going to continue for the Astros. Again, worst division. Well, you said the worst division in the history.
It's playing out that way, yeah.
of baseball?
Yeah. It's up there.
How long has baseball been around? MLB, 150 years? 140?
Yeah.
It's
like
a long
1889?
time. It's a long time.
Something like that, yeah.
That's pretty bad to have the worst division in the history of baseball. This league has been around, or baseball's been around for decades upon decades. But you know what? If you're the Astros, take advantage of that. Go ahead and get these teams out of the way. You can focus on a postseason run. Go ahead and do that. Get them out of the way. Focus on a postseason run. And again, you got to have a little bit of luck. Most teams that end up going all the way, especially in sports like baseball and basketball where you play series and not just a one and out, you got to get a little lucky sometimes, right? You got to get a little lucky. You got to get a couple breaks. I'll put it like that. You got to get a couple breaks along the way. That could happen for the Astros in the postseason. It really could. We've seen it happen in the past. Who knows?
Yeah, and I believe the 1987 Minnesota Twins, who only won 85 games, I think they're the only team to ever win a World Series with a negative run differential.
Kirby Puckett.
So it has happened once in the 120-plus year history, but it has happened, so there is hope.
It's actually happened, so it's not impossible.
Also, this is a terrible American League, so you can kind of throw all the past out the window.
Exactly.
It's never been as bad as it is now.
But that's what I'm saying. It's not not a strong division, yes, but not a strong American League this year. So
no, it's a terrible American
there's hope.
Yeah.
There's a lot of hope there. But here's the thing. Just get to the postseason.
Sharing a chance.
And then it's going to play out.
And the Astros really have an opportunity here over this next week. You get the Mariners this weekend, and then the next 2 series are the A's and the Angels at home.
Yeah.
You're playing 2 of the worst teams in baseball after Seattle. You can really stack some victories and further distance yourself from that division.
And if the Rangers continue to struggle like they have, you're set.
Oh, yeah.
You're set.
There's not much competition in this division.
Not.
On the text line, someone said for the guys to save their jobs, they need to win the whole damn thing. And even if they do, I'm not sure they'll be both back.
Yeah.
Another person said, I have a theory. Dana was always going to be a 3-year guy just to help build up this farm system and then move on. And I asked earlier, let us know where you're listening from now that we're on FM. And somebody said, I live in Freeport. I'm listening from here. Freeport in the Bahamas? Wow, we're all the way in the Bahamas. I'm kidding. Freeport, Texas, of course. It's like 60 miles from here, which is really good.
That's pretty good, though.
Yeah. Appreciate you listening.
That's a nice signal there.
I might rather be in Freeport, the Bahamas, to be honest with you, but I'll take Freeport, Texas. Coming up, I think I might have jinxed the biggest star in this city. But it might have finally ended last night. We'll talk about that next. It's 95.7 The Fan.
The Texans 2026 preseason kicked off with a
not interesting, the fact that he hit a home run against the Mariners, but it is interesting the success that Curry's had against the Astros coming into this game. That's the first home run he's given.
Jordan, the long drought finally over. Jordan homered last night for the first time in 2 weeks, as you heard there on the TV call. Got the Astros on the board. They eventually won that game. And thank goodness. I was so glad to see that homer last night because I think I might have jinxed Jordan beforehand. It's 95.7 The Fan. Appreciate you spending part of your Saturday with us. 713-572-4610 to join the conversation on the text line or the YouTube chat as well. I'm Luke Morrow alongside Chris Partee. Astros got that big win last night. So I was in with Clint, 2 weeks ago now, I guess. Mm-hmm. And we were talking about, Clint, whenever he's in the driver's seat, he always likes to do an update on the Triple Crown leaderboard. Mm-hmm. So we were looking at Jordan and where he stands, and we were talking about Jordan. And I made the point that day that I said, I think what's most impressive about Jordan this season is that he hasn't had one of those slumps yet.
Oh,
he's been so consistent.
Luke.
You look at, like, Ben Rice has not been – he's starting to come out of this week, but he hasn't been great since the All-Star break. Schwarber went through like a 2 week, I should say, drought without hitting a homer. Now he's like leading the league again. But baseball is such a long season. Naturally, there's going to be ups and downs. But I said, Jordan, unless I was misremembering, I don't really remember a stretch this year where he had one of those like 2 week slumps. So I said that's been the most impressive thing. And while other guys are dropping off the leaderboard, Jordan's been able to stay up there because he's been so consistent. And then sure enough, after I made this point, he went 2 weeks without a homer and hit 219 over a 9-game stretch during that period.
Well, you can surely recall one now.
Exactly.
that 2 week stretch.
And there was his 2 week slump where it happens for everyone, all the greats. You you can't be consistently good for 162 games. It's just too long of a season. And thank goodness Jordan got that homer last night because I was ready to come in here today with a big apology and say, hey, this is all my fault. I put the hex on him. I jinxed him. Hopefully he homers again by the time the season ends. But he got off the schneid last night.
He saved you. He saved you, Luke.
I mean, I still jinxed him, but yes, at least the jinx is over before we got in these seats today.
Sometimes with baseball, because it's such a long season, as you stated, it's kind of like the movie Fight Club. We don't talk about Fight Club.
Yes, right.
When a guy has a perfect game or no hitter going, you don't talk about it. Don't talk to him. Don't talk about it. Right? Don't even bring it up. It's just like Fight Club.
Yeah.
You should have left it as it was.
Yeah. Let a sleeping dog lie. Yeah. Whatever it is.
Yeah.
Don't disrupt it.
Yeah. Don't disrupt it.
Well, maybe he's back now. Hit that homer. And to be fair, he should have had a homer earlier this week in San Francisco, but that ballpark is absurd for lefty hitters. It's why Barry Bonds had to get on the juice, but he got one last night, and he also took, which is rare for Jordan, he took on-field batting practice before the game yesterday, and coincidentally,
trying to get out that slump,
he then hit that homer last night.
Yeah,
so he's back. It's going to be hard though. The Triple Crown, for into all of baseball, Schwarber has the home run lead. Jordan's second in RBIs. Funny enough, if you were to make a prediction at the start of the year, I don't think the one category you would pick out of those three that Jordan would lead the league would be batting average. But that might be the one that he holds on to. Yeah. We'll see. But, in the American League, it's gotten real tight with homers with Junior Caminero in Tampa. And then RBIs, I believe Jordan's still chasing. I think it's Dingler, the catcher in Detroit, who's having a phenomenal year. But we'll see if Jordan's able to pull off the Triple Crown. There was a poll on one of the Astros broadcasts about 2 weeks ago, and it said, like, what would you most rather happen this year? And it was like, A, win the division, B, I don't know what it was, get to the World Series, C, Jordan wins the Triple Crown. Jordan won the poll. Astro fans in this poll said that the thing they would most want to see the rest of this season, forget team success, they want to see Jordan win a Triple Crown.
I think that kind of says everything. It kind of sums it up in a nutshell.
Spoiled fan base?
No.
Oh, okay.
Well, maybe, but
I'm just kidding.
I don't think most fans expect him to win the World Series. Yeah. So why not have him win the Triple Crown?
Realistic fan base.
Yeah, realistically. Now, there are going to be some, obviously, that say, oh, yeah, we're going to win it all every year. I get that. But no, realistically, if you're being completely 100% honest with yourself, this team is probably not going to win the World Series. So I think that's where most fans are coming at it from that angle and say, okay, well, if we're not going to win the World Series, how about we have our guy go down in history as one of the few Triple Crown winners? I mean, how many Triple Crowns has there been?
112?
Yeah. I'm saying in 100 and whatever
The
years.
amount of seasons?
No, in 100 and whatever years, we've had 12, 15 maybe Triple Crown winners. So why not have our guy in a year where we're probably not going to win it, even in a weak division, weak American League? We're still probably not going to win the World Series. So why not have our guy go down in history as one of the very few Triple Crown winners in baseball, which is the toughest Triple Crown to win, in my opinion, as far as sports go.
Yeah, 17, I believe.
Okay.
17 Triple Crown winners.
Yeah.
Justify being the most recent in 2018. That's a dad joke. That's the horse racing Triple Crown. But 17 in Major League Baseball, 17 Triple Crown winners.
Yeah. I mean, when you consider how long baseball's been around, we just talked about in the previous segment, that's not a lot of guys winning that Triple Crown. So I think most fans are like, yeah, why not have our guy win it, right?
Yeah.
And go down forever in history, in the history of the game.
It's true.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I get it. And I'm sure they would prefer to win the World Series, but when you don't think it's going to happen, your team has struggled. We just talked about the run differential, and I think you said one team has won the World Series.
Yes.
With a negative run differential.
Yep.
87 Twins. So, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's not highly probable that they're going to win the World Series. So, why not have Yordan Alvarez win the Triple Crown? Although it's still going to be tough for him to do it at this point. But why not?
Yeah, and that was a real surprise Twins team that won that thing. There's also a streak that like the last person, and it's a small sample size, it's like maybe the last 5 Triple Crown winners, but the last time somebody won the Triple Crown and didn't actually play in the World Series that year, you have to go back to like the 40s or 50s.
God.
Now again, there's only been like 5 or 6 since then.
Yeah.
But there is this odd streak that Triple Crown winners usually have carried their teams to a
World
pennant
Series.
as well.
Yeah.
We'll see if Yordan's able to do that. Right now, in batting average, he leads the American League by 17 points, so that feels pretty safe, even after his short little slump this past week. He leads Junior Caminero now by 1 homer in the American League, and then RBIs, he has. Dingler only has 81, so I misspoke earlier. Yordan has 88, so he does have a 7-run lead in RBIs.
Okay. Well, hey, it's possible.
Yeah, homers is the big one. Yordan went 2 weeks without a homer. He let guys catch up to him a little bit. Caminero's 1 behind. Ben Rice is 4 behind. That's about it. Murakami for the White Sox has 27. Okamoto is the one I was thinking of. He has 24 homers for Toronto, but he's hit like 2 homers the last 2 months. He's fallen off, so you don't have to worry about him anymore. Coming up, thank goodness the jinx is over. I couldn't sleep.
Luke was sweating bullets over here.
Feeling I'm going to cost this guy the Triple Crown.
Oh, don't do it, Luke.
The thing the Astro fans want most.
Right? Don't do it.
Coming up, will C.J. Stroud actually be able to bounce back this year? We'll talk about that next here. 95.7 The Fan.
95.7 The Fan. Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KIKK-FM, KILT-AM Houston. Your home for the Texans. Houston's sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, it's 95.7 The Fan Weekends.
Will C.J. Stroud actually be able to bounce back this year? Talk about that here on 95.7 The Fan. Appreciate you spending at least part of your Saturday with us. I'm Luke Morrow alongside Chris Partee with you for the next 2 hours. And then we have more live and local programming for you. We'll hand things off, I believe, to Brandon Scott and Paul Gallant coming up from, that would be 1 to 4 this afternoon. So, got you covered here on this Saturday. Appreciate you hanging with us. 713-572-4610 to join the conversation. You could text the show anytime, 713-572-4610, or get to us in the YouTube chat as we are streaming today. You could see us here on this Saturday on our new HD cameras. Fancy. I also am wearing my New York Knicks championship shirt. I did that for you, Chris, because I know how much you love the Knicks.
I know you did.
Yeah.
I know you did. Thanks.
Didn't even wash it either.
Thanks. Just threw it on.
Yeah, that's right.
Hopefully Ron's not listening.
Yeah. He's not surprised. That started like a week-long debate last time.
Oh, God. Yeah, it just went on and on and on.
Yeah.
He was not a fan of recycling shirts.
No, but I think he found out I'm not as crazy as it seemed. A lot of people do it. Can wear a shirt twice if you're not, of course, if you're not sweating and all that sort of stuff. Yeah. You're just lounging around the house. Wear it a second time. Why not? Save on electricity.
If you're in the house, in the AC, you're not out doing a bunch of crap all day in that shirt. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine.
By the way, I use these crappy headphones. You can see that on YouTube. I use the headphones that they give to you for free on flights. I bought good headphones, and then they broke one day while I was here on the air. And then I was like, all right, forget that. Like,
screw it.
Yeah, I'm not going to spend more money on headphones. So I just use the ones, and I travel enough. I always make sure if they're handing out headphones, yep, I'll take one. I have like 10 of these at home, and they're crappy, so they don't last very long. These ones, they worked just fine for me yesterday. I plugged them in today. My right ear hasn't worked all morning.
Oh, man.
There's nothing more annoying to me than like when you can only hear yourself in one of the ears. So call it the Kurt Schilling bloody sock game. I'm getting through this.
Guess how much I paid for these headphones?
$20.
You're absolutely right.
Really?
Yes, I paid $20. I think it was Sweetwater where I got them. Ordered them.
Okay.
Yeah, if you know what that is. Yeah.
Still, I just can't.
Yeah.
It's
$20
the principle.
$20.
I just can't do it.
Yeah. In the past, I've bought more expensive headphones, but I'm like, why?
Right. They just keep breaking.
These work just fine.
Yeah.
They work just fine.
Yeah. So, anyways, I'm dealing with it over here.
Hey, as long as you got one side working.
Yeah, and then speaking of Ron, he thinks I'm deaf because these headphones are so bad that I have to crank the volume up over here, and then I always forget to turn it down. So when he comes in after me on certain days, and he plugs in, he's like, oh my gosh, Luke can't hear. He needs the volume up. I think it's really just more so the headphones aren't very good, so I have to turn it up louder than normal headphones. At least that's my excuse.
Oh, my goodness.
C.J. Stroud, are we sure he's actually going to be able to bounce back this year? Bill Barnwell, a writer for ESPN, has a podcast as well, and he was talking about C.J. Stroud this week, and he was wondering, based on how things ended last year in the playoffs for Stroud, are we sure he's able to just put that behind him and get back to what we're hoping C.J. Stroud can be this year? Here's Bill Barnwell on his podcast talking about C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, it's a legitimate question. And I want to talk about a few elements of this, but I'll start with this. How confident are we that there's not like some serious psychological effects from C.J. Stroud being so awful?
It happens
in the postseason. Like, I'm not saying it never happens, but I think about another Texans quarterback in Matt Schaub, where he was fine, and then suddenly there was a stretch where Matt Schaub could not stop throwing pick sixes on a weekly basis. And I wrote about how, well, this is unlikely to keep occurring. There's no track record of this. And then he kept doing it. And then he got benched and he was never a starter in the NFL again. I'm not saying it's going to happen to C.J. Stroud necessarily, but is he going to be pushing early in the year, to your point? Is he going to be saying, hey, I have to be careful with the football because the last time I wasn't careful with the football, it cost my team a potential trip to the Super Bowl? I do think, we're only human beings, and C.J. Stroud has played a lot of football, but that was a very conspicuous time to melt down. Whether it was the weather, but even the Steelers game wasn't like the weather was awful in the Steelers game, and he was awful against
Remember his
Pittsburgh
end zone
in
pick in that game? It was just like a guy trying to do too much, and he just when you have a team and a defense like that, it does take a level.
That was Bill Barnwell on his podcast talking about Stroud. I saw a lot of pushback from Texans fans. Look, I'm not saying this is going to be the case. I'm not telling you, oh yeah, Stroud's not going to be able to bounce back from that. But those were historically and statistically the worst playoff performances we've ever seen for a quarterback. I don't know why it's far-fetched for sports fans to think that that could have a lasting impact on an athlete when we have seen it before that guys have a terrible moment and it's something that can stay with you or affect even how you play moving forward. I saw a lot of pushback of like, oh, this is what a terrible idea.
Yeah.
I'm not telling you it's going to happen, but would I be surprised if there was some sort of impact?
It's
No,
not
I
impossible.
wouldn't. No.
What you're saying is like it's not impossible that this could be have a lingering effect.
Yes.
Into this next season that's coming up. And I mean, you mentioned statistically there. I mean, if we're just being honest, CJ has regressed in some major statistical categories every year, from year one to every year now. Maybe year one was so exceptional that, okay, you're going to come down a little bit. But, I mean, we're talking about yards per game, passing yards, passing touchdowns. Each year, he's done worse. Now, in fairness to CJ, he did play less games last year. He played 14 games, only 14 games last year, which was down from the previous 2 seasons. So that's part of that. But when we talk about the psychological effect of that playoff run and that last playoff game against the Patriots, it's not far-fetched in my mind that this could stick with CJ going into this season. Now, hopefully it doesn't, obviously, because if this team is going to have a chance to be where they want to be, which is first in the AFC title game and then in the Super Bowl, he's going to have to play well in these big moments. The defense can only do so much for you, right? As great as this defense is, you don't want to be in a position where you have to depend on that defense for 17 weeks to pull you out of holes, right? You don't want to get in that position. The offense and CJ Stroud are going to have to go out and maybe not outright win a certain amount of games, but play a major part in winning a certain amount of games for this team this season. And that starts with CJ Stroud, Nick Caley, the offense, how that offense is run. But again, it's always going to come back to CJ Stroud because he's the quarterback. He's a starting quarterback in the NFL. It's always going to come back to that starting quarterback in the NFL. That's CJ Stroud for this team. Again, so what Bill Barnwell said, you may think is clickbait. You may think he's out of place, out of pocket for saying what he said, but it's not impossible that could be the case.
Yeah, I don't think so because I think we've seen it before. Like it's happened a lot in baseball with the yips.
More so. Oh God.
Yeah.
Yes.
Steve Sachs disease.
Yeah.
Chuck Knobloch couldn't throw it from second to first.
Chuck Knobloch. Yeah, and that just like overnight, like just I don't know. He was an all-star, second baseman.
Yeah,
for years.
John Lester refused to throw over to first base for a while, pickoff throws, because he had a mental block. There was a catcher, maybe it was Jared Saltalamacchia. Mm-hmm. There was a catcher who struggled just to throw the ball back to the pitcher because same idea. Like
sounds familiar.
Yeah, I think it might have been Saltalamacchia, 15 years ago. But it happens. Maybe more so in baseball.
Yeah.
But it happens where guys get these yips. Nick Anderson. Look, I'm wearing my Knicks championship shirt today.
Wow, Nick Anderson.
But I loved the Orlando Magic of the 90s with Shaq and Penny. Penny's my favorite basketball player of all time.
But he went through that.
And Nick Anderson missed a free throw.
And that was it.
In the 95 finals.
That was it.
For the Magic that cost them game 1. And then shot 40% from the free throw line.
That was it for him.
In a season after that.
That was it for him.
It can have an impact.
He was a pretty good shooter before that.
Yeah.
Just in general.
Yeah, he was like it was a different era, but he was like their 3-point shooter.
Yeah.
Back in the day, you know?
Yeah. I'd forgotten about that.
Yeah. So it can happen. The Matt Schaub example, I don't know if that's the best one. Also, Schaub was coming off like an injury. That seems more... Pick sixes just seems more like an anomaly that, like, I don't know if that's playing in maybe interceptions in general.
Yeah.
But I don't know about pick sixes. The one I would point to, and maybe this is apples to oranges, but we've also seen it in a Houston uniform where David Carr, with the offensive line to start his career 25 years ago, became so, shook back there that he just could never get comfortable.
He was punch drunk.
That's a little different because it's a larger, it's occurring over the course of multiple seasons, and it has a direct impact. But for Stroud, like, we've heard every time D'Amico's talked about his quarterback this offseason, he's talked about making good decisions and taking care of the football. Would Stroud suddenly become a little bit gun-shy this season in not wanting to have those turnovers and, not taking some chances holding on to the football too long, or even maybe just pressing in certain instances because he's trying to be too perfect based off of last year? I don't think it's a far-fetched idea to think that what happened in the playoffs last year and all the talk around it in the 7 months since could impact the performance or the style of play we see from a quarterback this year.
And I mean, let's say he doesn't bounce back, then what? Like where are we with this team with CJ if he doesn't? Let's just say he has a decent season, right? A decent season, but it's not necessarily considered a bounce back year. Then what? Where are we at that point with this team? That's my question, and that's just an open, ended question I'm throwing out there. Like, then what? Where are we at? Obviously, he's not going to get the contract that he wants.
Yeah,
he may get a contract, but it might not be the amount that he feels he deserves. I don't know if you can pay him $60 million a year or close to it if he doesn't have a bounce back year.
Right.
It would be hard for me as a front office. It would be tough, man.
No, you can't.
I don't care that you were the number 2 overall pick. I don't care. At that point.
Yeah, you got to see more. You got to see improvement this year.
That would be tough. Hopefully that's not the case, but I don't think it's crazy to think that what happened at the end of last season, especially the playoff run, that last playoff game, I don't think it's crazy to think that there's a potential for that to carry over. Now, hopefully he's gotten past that. It just feels like some players are able to get past mistakes or bad games or bad stretches easier than others. Really, some guys it's like, next play.
Oh yeah.
And some guys, 5 games later, what happened a month ago is still lingering in their head.
Yeah.
Or 8 months ago, whatever it may be. 7 months.
Yeah, for sure.
It can happen.
It can happen. I think it's human nature. Again, it happens more in baseball, I think, because that is more of a mental sport.
I would say baseball, definitely, because you just reeled off 7 or 8 pitchers.
Yeah, someone on the text line said Brad Lidge. I don't know if that's in reference to after the 2005 World Series. He was not good in that playoffs. The next year, he had a over 5 ERA. Mitch Williams, I think, would be another one. Gave up the homer to Joe Carter, if I remember correctly, with the Phillies, and then was never the same pitcher after those World Series with Philadelphia, 30 years ago. Yeah, it can happen. So could C.J. Stroud this year, could that still be in the back of his mind when he's playing against the Bengals in Week 2? I think so.
You never know.
I think it could be.
I thought another guy popped into my mind in the NBA years ago, Austin Crocier. After the 2000 finals, we had a horrible finals. He'd had a great season. He was never, and I think he got a contract from that, but never lived up to it after that. Just had a horrible final. Now, obviously, they played the Lakers, who wouldn't have a horrible series against Shaq. Right, I get that, but was never the same after that. Never the same.
Aren't like even Simone Biles twisties? That might be an extreme example, but a different sport. It happens more often in gymnastics as well, but. I mean, isn't that another case of like you can have a terrible experience on the national stage? Everyone's talking about it for 7 months. It would be human nature for that to still be in your mind as you take the field, the following year. So I don't think it's a crazy idea from Bill Barnwell.
Especially at the level we're talking about, NFL, MLB, whatever it may be, but in this case, the NFL with CJ. Everybody's talking about this, whether it's in your town or out of your town, nationally, locally. Everyone's talking about the poor performance from the post. Your last game that meant something, let's put it like that. You didn't put good tape out. Everyone's been talking about it for 8 months now. That can stick with somebody.
Yeah.
It definitely can.
I wouldn't be surprised. I'm not going to say it will.
No,
CJ might put it behind him, bounce back, have a great year. But yes, it can. So I think the idea that Barnwell's putting out there is not a preposterous one. And I saw a lot of people saying, like, what is this guy talking about? I think it's a fair concern.
But that doesn't shock me that fans, a lot of them probably in Houston would say that. It doesn't shock me.
Their guy.
Yeah, of course.
By the way, C.J. Stroud did talk during the game Thursday. He did an on-field interview during the broadcast Thursday. Our guy David Hill's on the steel wheels today. David, if you could fire up this piece of audio. C.J. Stroud, in-game interview Thursday night. Here's how it went.
CJ, thanks so much for your time. So your wide receivers, Xavier Hutchinson and Jaden Higgins, you all had organized throwing sessions. What did that do for the chemistry with you three?
Going in LA, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it was fun. Just having the guys out, outside of Houston, showing them around like where I grew up, and just trying to build chemistry and build connection going into the season.
Your locker is right next to your potential center, Keelan Rutledge. He has started a lot of fire in training camp. What has he done for the offense so far?
He's brought a dog mentality. He's been able to push the guys around him, also push the defense. He's a guy who doesn't care who you are. He's going to go hit you, and he's not going to stop until he hears the whistle. So something that we've been missing and we needed on the line.
You said you won't give away too much, but what can you tell us you've been working on yourself in the offseason?
My mindset, it's my mental. Just been able to forget the past and move on.
Going against the best defense in the league every day in practice, how much does that help you when it comes to game time?
Well, it helps you. It gets a little easier going into the games, but just trying to compete against those guys, and we've been able to make some plays too.
How's training camp going with the O-line so far?
It's going great. It's going great.
I heard that your new tight end, Marlon Klein, said you told him he can't wear Michigan shorts anymore in the locker room. How often does that college talk come on?
Never. I didn't say that to him. I don't know.
Maybe he was trying to be funny. But anyways, well, thank you so much for your time. Last question. Did you tell your friends or family you were getting the haircut, or did you let them see going viral on social media?
No, all my family knew. I mean, a lot of my family and friends know me to have my hair like this. It's just the people that I've met over the recent years that, it's.
All right, CJ, thanks so much. Good luck this season.
That was the interview Thursday night. That was
yeah.
Shelby, is it Coppage? I don't know how she says her last name. Great job by Shelby. Yeah. I've been there before where the guy's just not giving you a whole lot.
Yeah, it's tough,
and you're
man.
trying everything. You're throwing 12 different questions at them. They're giving you short answers. CJ did not seem very interested in the conversation. Gave a lot of short answers, especially the longer the interview went on, especially like he didn't play along with the Marlon Klein, Michigan, Ohio State angle.
I think he was out at that point. He's like, I ain't telling that.
Yeah. Maybe it's the new CJ. I mean, he's locked in. There's a game going on Thursday, but I was like, boy, props to Shelby. That's always a tough interview where you don't have a very talkative subject and you're trying to pull anything you can out of him. But the one thing that did stand out was when she did ask, like, what have you been working on? And he said,
that's where I was thinking.
To paraphrase, like, just kind of moving on, leaving the past in the past.
Yes. That was the part for me that when I first heard it, that stood out. And hearing it again, it stands out even more. Moving on from the past, or leaving the past behind me. Leaving the past in the past. Mm-hmm. Hopefully, whatever he's doing to work through that, hopefully it works. Yeah. That's all. I mean, I don't know how else to put that. Hopefully it works.
Yeah, that's the hope. As an athlete, you have to have a short memory, especially as like a pitcher in baseball. That's where a lot of those guys get in trouble. Mm-hmm. But yeah, on the text line, somebody said, I agree with this. I've always said this. They said, when do we get to be done with this dog mentality or the quote-unquote he's a dog nonsense? It's stupid and cliche. I'm with you. I've never liked that turn of phrase.
You don't like that?
You're saying like he's got the dog in him or whatever people say. I don't know. For some reason, it annoys me. So I'm with you, 281.
See, I'm against that. Because I think some guys just do naturally have that.
Say it.
They have that dog in them. I mean, but if you want to call it something else, that's fine. Maybe they have that it factor. Some guys just don't have that dog or that it factor in them. And you can see it with a lot of guys. Mm-hmm. You can just see it sometimes on the field.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. I don't know. Just come up with a different way to describe it. I don't know.
So would you rather use you want to be like a pelican or
a pelican.
You want a bear? Yeah. You want it to be a bear? Or what do you want it to be, Luke? Come on.
I don't know.
Yeah, you want to be a different animal?
I don't know. I'll have to think about that. That's a
think
good question.
About that. Do you want it to be something else? Is it just dog that you don't like?
281 on the text line. You too. Give us what you think would be the better option.
Yeah.
Better alternative.
Give us that.
Yeah, because I'm with you. That phrase is overused and it's become a bit annoying. Someone else on the text line said Ben Simmons is another example. Never was a great shooter, but then just stopped shooting the ball completely.
Well, he didn't even want to take a layup.
Yeah, right.
That's where it really just went to hell.
Yeah, it can happen.
Oh, Ben Simmons. Goodness gracious.
Coming up, who on the Astros right now are guarantees? Like, how many pieces do you really believe are on this roster that you can truly build around moving forward? We'll get to that next here. 95.7 The Fan.
JJ Watt is a fan of the new frequency.
Thank you guys for all the entertainment, not just you guys, but everybody. Looking forward to hearing it on 95.7 The Fan now. Clear signals, no static in parking garages. Just congratulations. Congratulations to everybody over there on your great work, and thank you for all the great years of coverage and many, many more to come.
No, thank you, JJ. Louder, clearer, better than ever. Houston's sports leader is 95.7 The Fan.
If Payne is winning, change the battlefield. The Max Recliner turns your living room or your bedroom into a recovery center. Heat, massage, zero gravity equals deep sleep for you. Buy the Max Recliner today. Galley Furniture delivers deep sleep tonight.
Drew Bavona is responsible for the content of this ad. When your child is hurt, everything changes. That's why parents across Houston know me, Drew Bavona, the voice for kids. If your child has been injured, call me. 800-880-5757.
Things are getting awful interesting in the division, and there's no better place to be this baseball season than Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform. The Astros right now are trading at 50% to win the AL West. That means a $100 trade pays out $200 if the Astros take care of business versus this group of dullards and miserable souls in the rest of the AL West. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market. That means there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. So just download the Kalshi app and use offer code PAYNE, P-A-Y-N-E, my name, Payne. You get $10 when you trade $10. K-A-L-S-H-I, Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 plus only. Restriction and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Kalshi products are not available in all jurisdictions. Price, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Hey, this is Eric Dick with Dick Law Firm in Houston, Texas. Call me now at 832-LAWYERS. Houston summers are brutal. Your AC has one job, and that's to keep your house cool. But when it starts leaking, things heat up fast. Water on the floor, ceilings stained, drywall soaked. Then your insurance company decides to make things even more uncomfortable. They delay, they deny, they disappear. Before you lose your cool, call 832-LAWYERS. We've helped homeowners take on insurance companies that don't want to pay what they owe. That's what we do every day. So if your AC leak turned into a costly insurance claim, call 832-LAWYERS. Don't settle for excuses. Don't settle for less. Call 832-LAWYERS. Again, that's 832-LAWYERS. I'm Eric Dick with Dick Law Firm in Houston, Texas. When your insurance company gets cold feet, you know who to call. One last time, 832-LAWYERS.
Welcome back to school, everyone. This is Vice Principal Smith here to go over these school zone rules. Now, parents, let's remember to stop and yield for people walking in crosswalks, obey school zone speed limits, watch for kids who may dart into the street, and please put your phone away. And again, please don't honk at me in the carpool line. We're all trying our best out here. Thank you.
Be safe. Drive smart. A message from TxDOT.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, it's 95.7 The Fan Weekends.
Who on the Astros are guarantees right now? Who do you think you can count on moving forward? How many pieces on this roster do you truly have to build around? It's 95.7 The Fan here on this Saturday. I'm Luke Morrow alongside Chris Partee. Appreciate you spending part of your Saturday with us, especially as you go and get brunch or lunch today. Appreciate you taking us with you. 713-572-4610 to text the show. 713-572-4610. I agreed with a texter last segment who said this whole dog description for athletes has become overplayed. It's cliche. It's stupid. Let's stop using it. I'm with you.
Well, give us something better then. How about that?
Yeah, which is a fair request.
Give us something better.
So I was with the texter originally, but texter, you kind of lost me in the follow-up. He said, or she, he or she, they said, why can't you just say, quote, that guy has a consistent intensity level that he brings every day that's different than other guys.
See, that's too much, man.
Exactly. I think it's too wordy.
That's just too, that's very wordy.
Somebody else, though, did say call him a brawler. Would brawler work? He's a brawler.
Well, I mean, I'm still going to go with dog, man. I don't know. I'm still good.
You're part of the problem.
I am part of the problem. I can admit it. I don't know about brawler. Let's get something better in there. Let's get a better term in there.
Yeah, we do need a better term. Something, I think.
Doesn't have to be an animal, but just something better than that. Brawler's not bad, but
I think I could get behind the genesis or like the idea of the phrase. It's just, it's probably the fact that it's just so overused now. It's where my annoyance comes from. I'm like, I'll
give you
switch
that.
it up. Let's come up with a different term. Let's stop using this for everything.
Because I think you hear for just about every sport now. So I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
It probably is, a little oversaturated in its use, but give us something better. Doesn't have to be an animal, but if it is, give us a better one. I don't know.
Special competitiveness about him. That's
still wordy.
Yeah, it's still a little tough coming off the tongue.
Yeah.
Competitiveness.
One
He
of
is
those.
a brawler of a baller. Okay.
You know what? I ain't gonna lie. I kind of like that.
Yeah.
I like things that rhyme. Cat in the Hat.
Yeah.
Green
that's
eggs and ham don't rhyme, but
Those are just Dr. Seuss books.
Exactly. That's where we going here.
You're a big Dr. Seuss guy?
Not really, but not really.
Yeah.
It just came to mind. It was something that rhymed. That's all.
That was kind of poetic there. Rhyme.
Yeah. See, I did it again. Yeah.
Who on the Astros are guarantees right now? I was thinking about this after watching Hunter Brown pitch the other day, and then I was thinking, and look, again, I know I'm Mr. Negative at the Astros, but who on this team do you feel safe, like you can really count on that, yeah, this guy, we can build around him moving forward, or we can count on him for years to come? I guess for the purpose of the exercise, like who would you feel comfortable giving, I don't know, a 10-year contract to, 8-year contract, something along those lines? In where there's no salary cap, you have all the money to spend. Who on this team? Because obviously Hunter Brown's supposed to be the ace, and this is probably still the lingering effects of the injury that put him on the IL, I would assume. But the last 2 months, the Astros are under 500 in Hunter Brown starts, and he has a 5 ERA. So even the one starting pitcher that you felt really good about this year, now there's questions about him of, is this just simply the injury and he'll bounce back next year? Or is something else going on? Would we feel comfortable committing a big-time contract to him right now today? How many people, obviously Yordan would be one, but how many other guys on this Astros team right now do you feel like is a guarantee that, like, oh yeah, that guy, he's a star, we need him on the team for the foreseeable future?
I'm going to give Hunter Brown the benefit of the doubt and say it's likely the injury, just based on what we've seen from him already in the past before this last injury here, and coming back from it, he has struggled. He would be the only other guy outside of Yordan for me. But here's the thing about me: I'm not a fan of 10-year contracts.
Well,
I'm not a fan of these long ass MLB contracts. I'm really not. I never have been, because usually a guy's going to get that when he's close to 30. So now you're banking on him being at least the same level of greatness well into his late 30s, if not, 40 years old already. And it just usually doesn't work out. You may get a good, the first 2 or 3 years may be great, but eventually that guy's going to decline. So I'm not a fan of 10-year contracts. So, and if I was a major league owner and I could help it, I wouldn't give anybody a 10-year contract. I just wouldn't do it. But then it's hard to compete like that because those guys end up going to the Dodgers.
Yeah.
So it really is a double-edged sword. But outside of Jordan, I would say Hunter, because, again, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt for this season that the injury has hampered him since he's come back, and he has struggled. Outside of that, I'm looking here. Maybe outside shot at Jeremy Pena.
Jeremy Pena.
To give a long contract. Again, I still wouldn't do 10 years, but to give, a long-term 5-6 years. I'm fine with 5 or 6 years, but not 10.
Jeremy Pena would be another one for me, but I guess there's almost two questions here where, who would you want to commit long-term to?
Yeah.
But I guess that gets away from my original idea of who's the guarantee on this team, and that's where I would say Pena should be, but I don't think he is because I don't think the Astros are going to pay him. So I think you're only going to have another year plus of Jeremy Pena, and unfortunately can't include him on the list. Who are the cornerstone pieces that you think this franchise can build around? Certainly Jordan. Although, by the way, his contract will be up 1 year after Pena.
Yeah.
He'll be into his mid-30s, or I think maybe 33. Are the Astros going to be able to, or are they going to be willing to commit? And how long can that commitment be at this point of his career? Hunter Brown's another one, but I am worried over the last 2 months I'm with you. Benefit of the doubt is just this is simply the injury that's plagued him this year. He'll bounce back, but at the same time, he's still a young pitcher without that long of a track record. He had 2 good seasons after a bad season, so it's not like this is Roger Clemens who's having 2 bad months. This is still a guy who's, he's only in his 4th full season of baseball. You still want to see a more consistent track record to provide that benefit of the doubt, and that's really it. Jeremy Pena would be the other one, but like I said, I don't think he's going to be here, so it's not like you can say, as an Astros fan, you can't sit here comfortably today and say, we have our shortstop of the future, because I don't think he's going to be on the team in 2028, unfortunately.
I'm looking up and down the roster, and I can't get past Jeremy Pena, who will be the 3rd guy, but even him, it's not a guarantee, right? Because they're probably not going to pay him. And the tough thing about baseball is that most players, they don't really become, everyday starters until, they're reaching their mid-20s. And then you got to give them a couple years to prove themselves. They're almost 30 by then. So to give them these long contracts, it really is a risk and a gamble. It really is. It's not like the NFL where you get your 5-year deal when you're 24, 25. Now, they don't do 10-year deals in the NFL. They don't even do 7-year deals in the NFL anymore. I think the longest are 5 years now, from what it seems, that I've seen, in recent years, which is a good thing for the owners. It is. But yeah, the whole 10-year thing. So that makes it tough for baseball when you got a guy that comes in, he becomes an everyday starter when he's 24, 25, right? After coming up through the majors or whatever, coming up through the system. By the time he's 28, you're thinking about that long-term deal. Was do we really want to give him 10 years? He's going to be 38 at the end. How many good years or great years are we really going to get out of him? It's tough.
Yeah. Well, then even just move away from that 10-year contract idea. Just the idea of who is a guarantee that's going to be on this team for the foreseeable future that you could build around.
There aren't many.
Yeah, I think it's Jordan, Hunter Brown.
I think that's it.
Pena
right
should be one, but I don't think he is because he won't be here. And then the other one, honestly, I might say Josh Hader.
Okay.
But the problem is relievers, as we've seen this year at Brian Abreu, relievers are so fickle. I always have a rule of thumb. If I was ever a GM, and I never would be, but if I was ever a GM, I don't think I would give big contracts or long contracts to relievers because it's so. Look at Edwin Diaz, and I know he's had injuries, but look at him with the Dodgers this year. It's always one good year, one bad year. One good year, one bad year. Relievers are the most inconsistent performers
a lot up and down
in baseball. You can usually find a guy like Okert just off the scrap heap that just turns into a guy for you. You can find solid relievers a lot of places. Obviously, Mariano Rivera, Trevor Hoffman, they're the exceptions. They were always nails. They were consistent.
But that's rare.
Hader's been good. But most guys,
rare.
It's a roller coaster with these relievers.
It's rare.
But Hader's already 32. He is under contract for the next 2 years, so he might be another one. But I was thinking about it, like I said, as I was watching Hunter Brown the other night and thinking oh, man, I don't know, Cam Smith, I don't trust enough yet.
I was thinking Cam Smith, but with Cam Smith, I think it's a case of where, obviously, I think he's going to get the most opportunities to be one of those guys. But it's just a matter if he goes and grabs it and proves that he is one of those guys that you can guarantee, you can count on.
Yeah.
Not just every day, but season to season going forward. Because he's still really young, is Cam Smith.
Oh, yeah.
He's still really young.
I think it's a guarantee that Cam Smith will be part of the organization for the foreseeable future because of what you've invested in him and the idea that he was the number one prospect when you got him.
Yeah.
But I can't guarantee that he's a cornerstone player that you're going to build around, that you can say, hey, we got our right field star for the next 10 years. I need to see more.
Yeah, we haven't seen enough
Cam
yet.
Smith, yeah.
Haven't seen enough yet.
And he's been swinging a better bat of late, but still just
But it's got to be more consistent. It's got to be more consistent for him.
Yeah, for sure. 713-572-4610. I was thinking of it almost in a negative sense. And Hunter Brown's going to pitch tomorrow. We'll see what he brings. But it's almost like, man, I look at this roster. There's a lot of things to still figure out. A lot of holes. Christian Walker's going to be gone at the end of next year. You're going to still need a first baseman. Pena's probably going to be gone by the end of next year. You're going to need a shortstop. The outfield is still a lot of holes in the outfield. Yainer Diaz isn't good enough behind the plate. You're going to need to improve at catcher at some point here since you haven't already. Starting pitching, Hunter Brown's the only one you feel good about. Peter Lambert, I love, but you're just waiting for the other shoe to drop. Bullpen is just, like I said, you can never, bullpen, you turn that over every year. No problem there. But yeah, there's still a lot of questions on this roster for the long term.
Let me ask you this real quick before I know we got to get to break here soon. Let me ask you this real quick. And this is not just for Luke, this is for everybody listening. When did you know that Altuve was guaranteed? Like, when did you know that he was a sure thing and he was going to be here? And not based on, contract or anything, just based on play, I guess you would say. When did you know that he was a guy that was going to be, I guess, at this point, a lifer here? Or at least, for an extended long-term period?
It's a good question.
Like when did that click in? You don't have to answer it now.
I know. I would have to think back to what I thought, instead of having revisionist history, what did I actually think at that time 15 years ago? I mean, he was an all-star his second season, so you're already getting glimpses of like, okay, we got something here.
But sometimes guys can be one-offs.
It's true.
Then it doesn't happen again. So,
then he led the league in hitting his fourth year. He hit 341.
That might have been an indication.
So by then,
I would think so.
By then, you're probably thinking like, oh yeah, this guy can be our star second baseman here for the next decade, which he turned out to be really until the last year and a half.
Yeah, that's a long run he's had.
Oh yeah,
he's had a long run.
He's had a great career.
Oh yeah, Hall of Famer
for sure. Coming up, it's time for our weekend roundup. We do it at this time every Saturday, at least when I'm in here. Get you caught up on the biggest stories of the week. But the big question is, do you actually care about that story? We'll do it next here on 95.7 The Fan.
Texans 2026. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, it's 95.7 The Fan Weekends.
Time for your weekend roundup here on 95.7 The Fan. We'll get you caught up on the biggest stories of the week. But the real question is, do you actually care? I'm Luke Morrow alongside Chris Partee. You can always join the conversation, 713-572-4610 to text the show, 713-572-4610. Or we're also on YouTube, streaming today. You could join the conversation in the YouTube chat as well. Appreciate you spending part of your Saturday with us.
Check us out in HD, baby.
That's right.
No makeup.
Yeah.
Looking rough.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hey, we had to be in here early.
We right
today.
here, y'all.
I didn't have a chance to get all dolled up for you.
Man, we just come in here and get it done, man.
That's right.
That's it.
Yep.
We got that dog in us.
Yeah, you could say that. On the text line, people suggested Beast, Savage.
I like,
Street Fighter.
Well,
it's kind of like Brawler.
Yeah, a little bit.
Savage is another one, though, to me that I feel like has also become a little overused.
Well, it's been around for years.
Cliche.
It's been around for years.
Randy
decades.
Savage. Yeah.
Ooh, yeah.
That's not a bad Randy Savage.
Macho Madness.
Sounds even better in FM now, too.
It does.
Yeah. Weekend Roundup. Eventually, we might have some sort of actual production for this. In the meantime, though, let's run through some of the biggest stories of the week. But the real question is, Chris, do you actually care? Top story of the week. Texans blown out in their preseason opener Thursday night here at home, 27-7 by the Chargers. But it's preseason number one. Chris, do you actually care?
Nah. I'm not even going to say not really. I don't care. Game one of the preseason. Most of the guys that played the majority of this game won't be on the team in 3 weeks. So, no. Don't care. Could see some improvements, like we talked about earlier. Saw a couple of bright spots, but no, I don't care.
Yeah, I don't care so much about the score or the final results. You're looking at okay, what's the offensive line shake up? How do the rookies look? But the fact, it's a little daunting, or it's a little it was a little surprising, I guess, to lose by 20 at home to the Chargers like that.
Yeah.
But you could go 0-3. The Lions went 4-0 in the preseason the year they went 0-16 in the regular season.
Which is just crazy.
Doesn't matter.
Just crazy.
Rockets released their schedule this week. The NBA season will be here before you know it.
Oh,
schedule release. But, Chris, do you care?
I do. I'm a hoop guy.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm a big NBA guy. I care. Opening with the Mavericks.
Yeah.
Then they got the Spurs. And I think that's in Austin.
Yeah.
That's supposed to be in Austin for some reason. So, yeah, I care. Got the in-state rivals to start the season. So
that'll be a fun opening
week
there.
It will.
They also schedule's a lot tougher to begin the season this year than last year. They have 2 back-to-backs in the first 2 weeks this year. They didn't have a back-to-back till Christmas last year. It's crazy.
Yeah.
And even the opponents, like you said, you start with the Mavs, you start with the Spurs, you jump right in here, in-state rivalries, which is fun. That game against the Spurs is in Austin. I actually do like that. It's also not a Rockets home game. It's a Spurs home game that they're taking away. So that's fine with me.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that's cool. I think it's nice to bring these teams. I grew up in Connecticut. We had no professional sports. So the Celtics would come and play and in Hartford or at the casinos, and we would go every time. It was great to have. We normally don't have NBA basketball.
I'm sure that was fun.
Now we get a game every year. So yeah, I think it's cool that I know some Rockets fans are why are they playing in Austin? I think it's a cool little thing. You bring the Spurs and the Rockets to Austin. I think it's fun.
And then real quick, before we move on Halloween, OKC. OKC at home here in Houston on Halloween.
Wow.
That's a Saturday, too.
Yeah, that's the problem. So they put Game 7 of the World Series on Halloween night as well. I don't know if we're going to get to a Game 7 of the World Series, but it's a Saturday.
But if we do, it's
Halloween. What are we doing?
But see, that's MLB with their timing on everything. It's always bad.
But I'm going to be honest. Same thing I'm not going to be watching that Rockets-Thunder game on Halloween night. It's a Saturday first and foremost.
Yeah.
But I also just love Halloween, and also we'll be out trick or treating with the youngster.
Yeah.
So I won't be able to watch the game. But yeah, it's just take the night off on Halloween.
Yeah.
There's plenty else going on. Yeah. The other thing I do want to touch on here, though, the Rockets' schedule. They pushed back their start times this year. The Rockets for home games from 7 to 7:30.
Yeah.
Because we hear so much about a late arriving crowd in Houston. people always lament the lack of fans at these Rockets games, so they said, okay, we'll give you an extra 30 minutes to try to get here.
They're going to arrive late.
Yeah, they will. I know.
The trick is to tell people 7, but you don't start actually the event until 7:30.
You're right.
Now, if you tell us 7:30, well, all right, we got time.
Exactly.
We'll be there at 8.
We were talking about this before the show. It's what I live right around the corner here from the building. I'm 8-minute drive, 5 minutes.
Oh wow, that's
on
close.
Some days.
That's real close.
But the problem is, I'm only 5 minutes, so I push it. Yeah, I know that. I push it close. Oh yeah, I don't have to leave yet. It's just a 5-minute drive. Yeah, so when the game's not till 7, we don't have to go yet. The game's not till 7:30. It's Houston. There's still going to be traffic.
Exactly.
then.
And I'm the opposite. I can't push it close.
Right.
I'm 35 minutes away with no traffic.
Mm-hmm.
So
Houston, baby.
Hey, I love it.
Russell Westbrook announced his retirement this week. But Chris, do you care?
I do. I feel like Russell Westbrook, say what you want about him with the triple doubles and how he came about some of those triple doubles when he had that run there, those 3 out of 4 years where he averaged triple doubles. He's still going to go down as one of the NBA greats. Going to be a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, he will.
Most likely first ballot Hall of Fame guy. I feel like and Draymond Green did a segment on this on his podcast earlier this week where, and I kind of agree, I think we've undervalued and underappreciated Russell Westbrook. I really do. Because when he came out of UCLA, I thought he'd be good, but nothing like what he actually became. You could say sometimes he was a little bit of a ball hog, especially in OKC towards the end with Kevin Durant.
Mm-hmm.
But whatever. Yeah, I care about this one. I do.
He did have a great career. He is a Hall of Famer.
Definitely.
The problem for me is just it wasn't the most enjoyable game to watch, especially as his career went on. And then the other impact that I think why people start to maybe underrate or forget how good he truly was is just, he spent the first, 7 years with the Thunder, whatever it was. Yeah. And then he was on 7 teams in 7 years. And so when you're bouncing around, you're on some of these random teams, it's just, But
you know what? That happens to a lot of greats. Look at Shaq.
Yeah, that
Shaq played with 3 other teams. 3 or 4 other teams after the Lakers.
But honestly, I think it maybe I'm alone. Happens. I think it I think it affects Shaq's legacy though. So? That people think of him kind of it's almost like maybe this is apples to oranges, but it's almost like Barkley. Barkley's the funny guy, and you forget actually he was a great player. People think he's just an NBA NBA player who's now a goofball. I think how you how you finish things can be the lasting image. It's almost sad that Patrick Ewing finished in Toronto. I don't know. I feel like that stuff impacts these guys.
I don't look at Patrick Ewing as a Toronto Raptor. I mean, Hakeem Olajuwon didn't finish in Houston.
No.
Didn't he go to Toronto?
Yeah, he went to Toronto as well, right?
Yeah.
Ewing went to Orlando and then Toronto.
Yeah. So I don't picture either one of those.
I think.
I don't picture either one of them. Ewing went to Seattle.
Oh, was it Seattle?
I believe it was Seattle.
The Magic.
Yeah.
In Seattle.
I believe,
and then Olajuwon went to Toronto.
Yeah. But I don't picture either one of them as with any of those teams. No. Same with Shaq. I know Shaq played for the Suns, the Celtics, and someone else.
Cavs,
I believe.
Right?
Cavs, yeah. I think that was it for him with the Cavs there. But no, I don't picture them like that. So for me, it doesn't really. And I think it's also a generational thing when you talk about Barkley. Yeah. Because a lot of people watching him now, they weren't even alive to see him.
Yeah, that's fair.
And Barkley was a damn good player.
Oh, yeah.
Damn good.
Very good. Terrion Arnold signed with the Seahawks this week, who, by the way, are on Hard Knocks, so that'll be interesting.
Uh-oh.
Texans brought him in for a visit. He ends up signing with the Seahawks, even with all the legal stuff hanging over him. But, Chris, do you care? He won't be coming to Houston. Do you care that the Texans won't have Terrion Arnold?
No, I don't care. I mean, even when they took a look at him, I said, okay, if you bring him in, maybe you can help develop him a little more, a lot more, whatever, however you want to look at it. Because I think he's only, 2 years in the league now? Mm-hmm. He's played his first 2 years with the Lions, so he hasn't been in the league that long. Still has some developing to do, but I wasn't banking on not the Rockets, but the Texans signing him. I just thought it was, let's kick the tires and see what's there. But at the time, his issues were pretty fresh as far as his legal issues when they brought him in. I think that was in June or whatever it was to work him out. June or July, I forget. But no, don't care much about this. Not in terms of the Texans.
Yeah, they didn't miss out on anything. Major League Baseball had their Field of Dreams game this week, Phillies and the Twins the other night. But Chris, do you actually care?
I care a little bit.
Yeah.
I care a little bit. I don't know. It's just something about I'm a person that likes nostalgia. So I can get up for, even if it's just, a game like this where you're playing at this ballpark, I can get up for that. Yeah, I care.
I really liked the original Field of Dreams game. It was also a crazy game, Yankees-White Sox in 2021.
Oh, yeah.
And then they wanted to build like a new stadium, and I think like a full-time stadium.
Yeah.
So they haven't done a Field of Dreams game again until this year, 5 years later. But it just, look, the game wasn't as good. It was also on Netflix. Like even Fox, when they did the game in 2021, they had the score bug looked like it just fit Field of Dreams. Netflix didn't do that. Instead, they had their big Netflix there in the corner.
Of course they did.
It just felt like, we talked about this earlier at sequels to movies, that when you tried to run it back, it's never as good the second time. The game was lousy as well. It just felt different. There wasn't as much buzz because like, we already saw this. It's cool the first time you did this. Now they're going to do it again next year. But I didn't really care about the Field of Dreams game. Whatever. Lastly, we'll end on this. Tomorrow, T-shirt giveaway for Imai at the Astros game. First, whatever it is, 1,000, 10,000 fans. You get yourself a free Imai T-shirt. Chris, do you care?
No. No. Now, if I was going to be in the building for the game, a free T-shirt is a free T-shirt. But since I'm not going to be there to get the shirt, I don't care.
Do you think they pulled these from the team store because they're not selling? And they're like, you know what? We got to clear space. We'll hand them out for free.
I think that's exactly what
Sunday
happened.
In August.
I think that's exactly what happened, Luke.
Because I don't know how many people that's getting to the ballpark of like, hey, we're giving away Imai shirts. You better get here early.
We just go throw these out.
Forget church. Come get your Imai shirt on Sunday morning.
I think that's exactly what happened. They're not selling. Let's get them out of here.
Yeah.
We need to make space for something that is going to sell.
That's right.
That's how you run a business.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, if you're going to the game tomorrow, get there early and get yourself. If nothing else, you could use it like as a towel to clean your car.
Hey, and if you want to grab an extra one for me, grab one for Luke too. Feel free. Grab them for us.
That's okay. I don't
Well, grab one for me then. I'll take.
Yeah,
one.
You'd wear it?
Yeah. Shamelessly.
Yeah.
It'll be one of my shirts that I rotate and wear a couple times without washing.
Yeah, that's right. That's what's up. Coming up, how optimistic should Texans fans be this season? We'll talk about it next year on 95.7 The Fan.
95.7 The Fan has officially... KIKK-FM, KILT-AM Houston, your home for the Texans. Houston sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, it's 95.7 The Fan Weekends.
How optimistic should Texans fans be this year? Talk about that here on 95.7 The Fan. I'm Luke Morrow alongside Chris Partee. Appreciate you spending part of your Saturday with us. You can always join the conversation either in the YouTube chat, where you can also watch the show, or text us, 713-572-4610. 713-572-4610. We're with you for the next hour before we hand things off. Live and local programming today until 4 p.m. here in Houston.
Gotta love that.
On your number one sports station now on FM as well.
Oh, yeah.
You were at the game Thursday night. It was that was when we made the switch to FM. It was a big celebration in the suite Thursday night for the Texans home game. What was the spread like? How was the food layout?
The food was pretty good. I mean, what
was on the menu?
I'm trying to think. So there were obviously burgers and there were hot dogs, but they weren't actually hot dogs. They were more like sausage, links, I guess. You know, so not your regular like Oscar Mayer hot dog.
They have peppers. You could do like sausage and peppers sandwiches.
They had peppers. They had onions. Had some dessert over there. There was like the little mini, I guess, cheesecake bites or whatever.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
I got the very last one too.
Wow.
Because I got stuck in traffic. I didn't get there.
They were already gone that quick by the start of the start of the game?
Because, like, the suite opens up before the game actually starts. So, people are there.
True.
They're in and out kind of early. So,
Man.
But
there was at least one left for you.
Yeah, there was at least one. It was a nice spread, though. And of course, chips and dip, stuff that, other finger foods. They had chicken tenders, some other things. So they had kind of had a mixture of, there was probably going to be something that you could find there.
They went for classic stadium food.
Yeah,
I would have been all over that. All over that free food.
I told you earlier, man.
Stuff in my face.
Football and free food, man. Count me in.
Absolutely.
Count me in.
Yeah.
So it was a good time. It was a good time. And the seats where the suite are, the seats are really good.
Of course.
Behind the goalposts or, kind of askew of the goalposts.
Yeah. If I was there wouldn't have been any cheesecake left for you by the time you arrived.
Probably not. Oh, you're a cheesecake guy, huh?
It's just sweets in general.
Yeah, that's me too.
Sweets in the suite. I'm all about it.
Sweets in the suite.
Yeah, tell me about it. Let's go. We were at a comedy show instead Thursday night. Texans lost the game, but it's preseason.
It is.
How optimistic should Texans fans be this year? I was really surprised by this. I saw, this is just one publication, but CBS Sports put out their optimism rankings. How optimistic should each fan base be?
Yep.
And I was scrolling through this list. And you got to scroll all the way to number 19. They have the Houston Texans. That the Texans should be the 19th most optimistic fan base to begin this NFL season this year.
Okay, I'm going to have to call some BS, but go ahead.
Right?
I'm going to have to call some, but continue.
Well, in front of them, right in front of them, number 18 is the Dallas Cowboys. Should be more optimistic. 17, Carolina Panthers, which I get. Like last year was, they're climbing. They made the playoffs last year. Gave the Rams all they could handle. Then you got the Bucs 16, the Commanders 15, the Jags 14, who of course had a good year last year. Lions, who finished in last place, they're 13th on this list. Ravens, even with the coaching change, 11th. So on and so forth. You get the idea. Texans 19th, which, to put it another way, means it should be the 13th most pessimistic fan base heading into the season, which surprised me. I know I'm the negative guy around here, but I've been pounding the table all offseason saying the Texans should be considered the favorites of the AFC, and yet, at least according to CBS Sports, they're thinking, Texans fans, you don't have a ton to be optimistic about. 19th most optimistic fan base in the league.
What this tells me is that the writer who, I'm guessing it was just him that came up with this list for CBS Sports, he feels that the Texans peaked last year. That's what I'm getting from this. He feels that they peaked. That's what I get from this. 19th most optimistic, because here's the thing. How much have we talked about the past couple of months and last few months, really the all season, at how big the national scene has been on the Texans? We're hearing all these. There was something I saw from CBS Sports not that long ago that had, I forget what list it was, but the Texans were like in the top 5. And I forget exactly what it was, but a lot of these national publications had been really big up till now in this on the Texans coming into this season. So I'm calling BS on this list here. And I'm calling BS on this writer for CBS Sports. You know, no offense, just gonna keep it real with you. I think fans should be really optimistic for this team. Now, that isn't me saying they are going to make it to the Super Bowl and win it all. But I believe this team will be in the mix, and at the least they'll be playing again divisional weekend and have a chance to make it to the AFC title game, which they still have not done.
No.
So you should be really optimistic about this team. I know there's still questions about the offensive line. I get all that. The defense, everyone expects to do what they did last year, if not, be a little better, possibly. But no, 19th most optimistic. Am I hearing that correctly? 19th most? So they're just about in the lower third of optimism.
Almost, yeah.
For the league. Let's just say lower third. I mean, 19, you might as well be there. You might as well be in the lower third. I just think, and then you got the Cowboys ahead of them. Maybe there's a toss-up with the Buccaneers, but I would say no to be ahead of them. Nah, I'm calling BS here, man.
Yeah, I think I've been saying all offseason, I think the Texans have been either underrated or underappreciated. I think they've been kind of forgotten in a lot of aspects. I think this is just another example. I think this is somebody on the national level that's clinging too hard to what we saw in the playoffs. And so just thinking like, how could you be optimistic about this team based off what we saw Stroud in the playoffs? But so many people we've seen ignore anything that transpired in the regular season and just simply focus on those 2 performances from C.J. Stroud. He did not play like that the entire year. If he does play like that for every game this year, then yes, the Texans will be in big trouble, of course. But that's not what he did a year ago. He just it didn't show up in the postseason when everyone was paying attention.
Yeah.
But on the text line, someone says you're blaming media for the ranking when it's a fan sentiment list. Okay, well then, do you believe that the Texans fan base feels like, do you think they rank 19th? If you do,
don't think so.
Then sure, then shame on the Texans fan base to not be very optimistic or high on this team.
I'd be hard-pressed to believe that the majority of this fan base feels like that about the Texans right now. No way.
Another texter did say most can't be optimistic until we see C.J. Stroud. Besides that, very optimistic outside of the quarterback, which I do understand. But 19 still seems to be a bit extreme.
Yeah. A bit low.
By the way, the list overall, even if you want to say it's just from a fan perspective, it does seem pretty crazy. Like the Chiefs are number 1. I get when you have Patrick Mahomes, you should always be optimistic. But the most optimistic fan base is the Chiefs this year, or should be the Chiefs. I don't think I agree. I would put maybe the Rams.
Now,
they don't have much of a fan base, but the Rams probably number 1.
And the Rams are tied for second with the Seahawks. I get the Rams.
Yeah.
I understand why the Rams and their fan base should be optimistic. I get that. Understood. Maybe even the Seahawks. Yeah, they won it last year. Got a really good shot to at least compete again to repeat. I get that. That makes sense. Those two make sense, especially the Rams. That makes a lot of sense.
When I look at this list, the Bears are 10. Honestly, I would put the Texans ahead of the Bears. The Ravens are 11th. I'd put the Texans ahead of the Ravens in terms of what fan base should be more optimistic this year. Packers and Lions, I'd probably put the Texans ahead of them. I'd put the Texans ahead of the Jaguars, to be honest with you, despite what happened last year.
Yeah.
I would put them ahead of the Commanders at 15th. I'd put them ahead of the Bucs at 16th. I'd put them ahead of Panthers. Honestly, is an interesting one because the Panthers feel good about the direction they're moving in and their quarterback. And like I said, I mean, they got into the playoffs and nearly beat the Rams. Cowboys, yes, I get fans should be optimistic. I don't know if Cowboys fans should be more optimistic than even Texans fans right now. I don't know. That might be a leap for me.
They probably are, but they're usually a little delusional. So.
Well, that's also fair. But I did appreciate, I thought that this article was an example of, like I said, people continuing to kind of sleep on the Texans, undervalue them, forget about them, underrate them, whatever. So I did appreciate this piece of audio that I saw from Mike Florio, where he's been high on the Texans here lately. He ranked them, I think, number 3 in his power rankings this week. Here is Mike Florio on Pro Football Talk talking about the potential of this Texans team.
I think their defense is good enough to get to the Super Bowl and win it, and their offense only needs to be a little bit better. I watched what happened against the Steelers, a game that the offense seemingly tried to lose, and they still won the game 30-6. Now it was 7-6 going into the fourth quarter. And I watched the Patriots game, as did you. We were in the bowels, literally, of Soldier Field watching Patriots-Texans. And if C.J. Stroud isn't seemingly intending to complete passes to Patriots players in the first half, the Texans win that game. And if the Texans go to Denver the following week, maybe the Texans win. And if it's the Texans and the Seahawks in the Super Bowl, and that defense is playing the way that defense has been playing, and the offense adds a little something, maybe the Texans not just get to they've never been to the AFC Championship. They could have gotten to the Super Bowl last year. They could have won the Super Bowl, and I think they can do it this year. I think that they are being woefully underrated. They are being woefully overlooked, and they probably would prefer that I not have them as high as number 3.
I agree. Thank you, Mike Florio. I've been saying that this offseason. I do think they are being overlooked and are being underrated, this team, just simply based off of what you saw from Stroud in the playoffs a year ago. For the purposes of this exercise, let's run through the AFC teams that are ahead of the Texans on this list. The Chiefs, like I said, are number 1. Chris, do you think Chiefs fans should head into this season feeling more optimistic than Texans fans right now?
I mean, it's tough. If Mahomes is coming back fully healthy, they should be very optimistic. But again, with this defense here in Houston, if C.J. Stroud can get it together, offense get it together, get that offensive line on track, I know that's a lot of ifs. I get that, but I would say no. Not the Chiefs, no. Not right now.
Yeah, I would like to say no, but the Chiefs, when I've been saying all offseason, Texans should be considered the favorite of the AFC. But honestly, one of the teams I always say is like, I'll make a couple exceptions.
Yeah.
And one of those teams is the Chiefs, that if you want to tell me the Chiefs are the favorites of the AFC, despite the bad year they had last year and Mahomes coming off an injury,
I think that was
just
an
because
anomaly.
it's Patrick Mahomes, I get it.
I think that year was an anomaly.
So I do understand if Chiefs fans are just automatically very optimistic because, like, hey, we got a healthy Patrick Mahomes this year. This team's coming off a down year. They're going to bounce back this year. I do get it. I think the Texans are the better team, but just
all
whenever
around.
you have Patrick Mahomes, it's just like, you feel like you're invincible.
Yeah, you should.
Broncos are next on the list. Should Broncos fans, who, of course, the Broncos did make it to the conference championship last year and then Bo Nix got injured, should Broncos fans be more optimistic right now than Texans fans?
Ooh. I'm not mad at the Broncos being ahead. Now, not this far ahead, but I'm not mad at the Broncos being ahead. They have a pretty good defense.
Oh, yeah.
If their quarterback is going to be healthy, then, I think they're in a good spot. They're in a really good spot. They should. I think they should be very optimistic in Denver.
I sort of put the Broncos on par with the Texans.
Yeah.
Because that should have been the matchup last year in the
It
title
should have
game.
been, yeah.
And then if Bo Nix is healthy, who knows how that game goes.
Exactly.
So I kind of put them on that same level. I guess maybe you feel better about your quarterback in Denver than Texans fans do about Stroud. So that was
going to be my question.
Yeah.
Who do you trust more, Bo Nix or C.J. Stroud?
Me personally,
that was going to be my question.
I'm still taking C.J. Stroud over Bo Nix.
Yeah?
I'm not a Bo Nix guy.
See, I like Bo Nix.
Nah, I don't trust him.
I like Bo Nix.
I think he's been carried a bit, certainly by that defense, and then some of the other pieces on the offense. Since he's come in the league, he is like 32nd in, I think it's yards per attempt, which to me is the biggest stat to judge the efficiency of a quarterback. And Bo Nix has been essentially dead last. It's a lot of short passing. He's had a pretty good run game. He's got a good play caller. He's had a really good defense. They've had some fluky wins at the end of the games. I think Bo Nix has been propped up by some other stuff going on there in Denver. The Bills are the next team in the AFC on this list. Should Bills fans right now?
Nope.
Oh, a quick no.
Nope, that's a quick no.
They should not be more
Nope,
optimistic.
I don't give a damn you got the MVP, Josh Allen, or not. Great player, but no. No.
Chargers are next on the list.
Nope. Preseason game, I don't care.
Yeah, right.
Not the Chargers, no. And I'm a big Justin Herbert guy, but no.
Patriots are next on the list. They were just in the Super Bowl. Should Patriots fans be more optimistic than Texans fans right now?
I'm going to go against the grain and say no. I don't think they should. I still think Texans fans should be more optimistic about their team than the Patriots, who a lot of people feel benefited last year from a fourth place schedule from the previous year. Yeah.
I don't think they should. I do think the Texans stand a better chance to win a Super Bowl this year than the Patriots, but I do think Patriots fans are
they might be
more optimistic.
Yeah, you said should, though, so I'm just answering the question.
No,
yeah.
I'm with you.
I get
agree.
that. I get it.
I agree with you, but
that's
as
the
you
same
said,
thing with the Cowboys fans. Same thing.
They were in the Super Bowl last year.
Same thing.
They're, I grew up in that area. I know what the Patriots fans are like.
You know that fan base.
They're not going to tell you that last year was flukish or
of
anything.
Course. But I mean, what fan base would do that?
It's true. That's fair.
Nobody does that.
That's fair. Ravens are next on the list. Should the Ravens fans be more optimistic than Texans fans right now?
I'm going to say no. A lot of changes in Baltimore this offseason, so I'm going to say no.
I'm with you. New offensive coordinator, first-time head coach. I'm surprised the Ravens are the betting favorite and the favorite in the AFC everywhere you look. I think there's a lot of questions with that team.
Pretty much comes down to Lamar Jackson.
Yeah,
for the most part.
Yeah, well,
I'm just saying like that. I think that comes down to Lamar Jackson.
And then lastly on this list, the Jaguars, who of course had the better record, won the division last year over the Texans. Should Jaguar fans feel more optimistic than Texans fans right now? No,
I know everybody fell in love with what's the head coach's name there?
Liam Cohen.
I know everybody fell in love with him. I think he's a good coach, but I can see them coming back to earth a little bit this year. Honestly, I really could.
I think so. I think they certainly will.
Yeah.
I think the Texans are the favorite to win the division. I would pick the Texans to win the division, and so that goes hand in hand. That I think Texans fans should be more optimistic right now than Jaguars fans. So again, just like if I was ranking the teams, I think optimistic fan bases, the Texans should be maybe top 3, certainly top 5, not 19th.
At worst, top 3.
Yeah.
At worst.
They should have been in the Super Bowl last year. You have reasons to be optimistic.
Yes.
This is a good team. Coming up, which Astro will determine how the rest of their season, the team season, goes? We'll talk about that next here on 95.7 The Fan.
J.J. Watt is a fan. 97.7 The Fan Weekends.
Which Astro will determine how the rest of this season goes for this team? We'll let you know here on 95.7 The Fan. I'm Luke Morrow alongside Chris Partee. You can always join the conversation. Answer that question yourself. 713-572-4610 on the text line. 713-572-4610. Or in the YouTube chat as well, where you can also watch the show. Which Astro will determine how the rest of this season goes? Appreciate you hanging with us on this Saturday as you go grab lunch, whatever you're doing today. We were talking about food in the suite a little while ago. I had this idea this week with the missus that I thought was a great idea.
What was that?
She wasn't maybe as high on the idea, but it dawned on me. How come we don't have sushi for other cuisines? So, like, for example, you could get a Philly cheesesteak sushi. You put the Philly cheesesteak inside the rolled up rice. You know, Italian food. I could get meatball sushi.
Personally, I would go for all that.
Right?
I would go for that.
It dawned on me. I thought, this sounds great. Some chicken parm and sushi.
I don't think it's sushi anymore at that point, though.
No, maybe not.
I don't think it's sushi anymore. It's just kind of a wrap then.
Yeah.
It's a wrap. I'm fine with that. Don't get me wrong. But I think the reason the missus balked on that is because it's not really sushi anymore.
But it could be for the people who are iffy on sushi. And like, I don't want to eat raw fish or whatever.
True.
Okay, well then I'll have the California roll, whatever. I don't know. Yeah. I'll have the sashimi. Is that a thing? And you get the chicken parm sushi over there.
Yeah.
Because like
Philly cheesesteak.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
There's like food trucks now, or even maybe pop-up restaurants that have like, they just do mac and cheese, and you could get all sorts of crazy stuff on mac and cheese. There's another place that does just grilled cheese, and same thing. You could put all sorts of crazy things on your grilled cheese. Why don't we have it for sushi, where you could put all this other food just inside of, I guess it would just be the rice roll type of thing.
Yeah, you might have just given someone an idea out there if you're not going to take it.
I know. That's what I said to her. I said, we have to trade.
I was going to say, you might need to trademark that.
I probably shouldn't have said anything on air.
You just told the whole city.
Yeah.
And online, you just told the world, essentially.
So
it's
true.
You better get the trademarking that, buddy.
Yeah, we're on FM. Everyone's listening.
They can hear us now.
But you're with me? You think that's a good idea?
I like it. I'm not saying it's sushi, but I like the idea.
Okay. Sounds good. Our buddy Rob on YouTube said, I had an idea for a Mexican-themed sushi restaurant.
I'm with that.
Guac and Roll.
Wow.
That's pretty good.
I actually like the name.
I like it.
You said that was Rob?
Yeah.
Rob, I love that. I love it, Rob. I love it.
Similar idea, though. Yeah.
I love it.
Instead of having like a quesadilla, you just have it in the form of sushi.
I love it.
All right. Somebody out there,
innovative.
Reach out to me. Let's start.
Yeah.
Let's start this.
Let's get a truck going.
That's right.
Get a truck going.
Absolutely. I think we're onto something.
Yeah.
Which Astro will determine how the rest of this season goes? So, like, I don't know if you want to call him like the biggest X factor, but this Astros team, 3-game lead in the division, 3 games over 500, trying to make something happen in the AL this year. Chris, who would you say is that one guy that they're going to have or have to have the biggest impact for this Astros team to actually accomplish something this year?
I really think there's only one answer to this.
Ooh.
It's not Yordan Alvarez because we know what we're going to get from him.
Mm-hmm.
I think at this point it's Hunter Brown.
Oh, interesting.
I do. I really do. If he can get back on track, if he can be 85% of what he once was, before this injury and since coming back and struggling, I think the Astros are in really, really good shape heading toward, the stretch run here of the regular season and, potentially into the postseason. That's my answer. And I think that's if it's not the only one, to me, it's the best answer because I believe we know what we're getting from Yordan already. Forget the slump that you brought on the past 2 weeks that he broke out of last night. Forget about that. I think we know what we're getting with Yordan. I think it's Hunter Brown.
So I think it certainly has to be a pitcher. I'm with you. Yordan might be the obvious answer that people jump to, but you're already getting a Triple Crown season from Yordan, and you're still just like, keeping your head above water.
Yeah.
And to your point, you know what you're going to get from him.
We know what we're getting there.
I think it needs to be on the pitching side because when you talk about starting pitching, I mean, if this team wants to do anything in the playoffs, you need at least 3 starters. And you have Hunter Brown, who is that ace. You have Peter Lambert, who again, we're waiting for the other shoe to drop. He's approaching the highest pitch total of his career. In fact, he's already at the highest pitch total since 2018.
And maybe that shoe doesn't drop this
maybe
season.
It doesn't.
Maybe it doesn't.
And if it doesn't, he's your number 2 starter. But I think you still need more, not only to finish out the next 6 weeks, but also to actually go and win in the playoffs. So then you look at the other starters. And it's like, okay, Mike Burrows is working his way back on rehab, but you can't trust him. Imai's now the long man mopping up in the bullpen. Can't trust him right now. Blanco hasn't been good. Can't trust him. Javier hasn't been good. He's been okay, but not good enough. I don't think you can trust him. They also skipped him this weekend, which I found interesting. This is a big series against the Mariners. And that's why I get to my answer, which is tonight's starter. And the Astros set it up. So you got Lambert last night, Hayden Wesniewski tonight, and then Hunter Brown tomorrow. And I think kind of like the offensive line of the Texans Thursday night, where that was a sign or a signal of like, okay, here's the 5 guys we're rolling with.
Yeah.
I think for the Astros, they're also telling you that we don't want Javier to pitch this weekend, but we're good with Wesniewski pitching this weekend.
Yeah.
I think he's that guy that he could be this X factor that now, okay, if he continues to pitch well, you now have a 3rd starting pitcher you can trust. And while it's not great to only have 3, you can get by in the playoffs mostly with 3. You might need a spot starter every once in a 7-game series. Although they did release the schedule, I think it was this past week for the playoffs. And in the AL, you could get through the ALDS. You could get all the way to the because they give you a day off in between each game for some reason this year. So you could get all the way to like the ALCS, I believe, using only 3 starters. So you get Hunter Brown, Peter Lambert, and then Hayden Wesniewski, who's pitching tonight. He could be that 3rd guy. And then if you get like 60% of a starting rotation, okay, now maybe, this team that could help take you to the next level.
Looking pretty good at that point.
Well, looking better at least.
Better, okay. I mean, hey, from where it's been, better is an upgrade. Am I wrong?
No,
better is an upgrade from where the staff overall has been. So
yeah, so he's going tonight. I think it's a big test, and it's I was just trying to pull up what first pitch would be. I missed it now. Where is it on this schedule? There it is. 6:10. 6:10 first pitch. And Emerson Hancock's going on the other side, but Wesniewski's been pretty good since coming off the IL. And he was good last year until he got hurt, obviously, brought over in that Tucker trade. So, but for him, because Hunter Brown, he hasn't been good enough the last 2 months, but I almost put him in that Jordan category of like, you know what you're getting, theoretically, usually. You can trust those guys, but someone else needs to step up on this team. And for me, like I said, has to be a starting pitcher. I think Wesniewski's the best candidate for that guy.
I mean, I feel like you can trust Hunter Brown, but based on what we've seen here recently, I just, if that continues, then I don't think they got a great shot. I just don't.
Yeah,
I mean to make a deep run in the postseason, to make a deep run,
right?
I think that they're going to definitely need him.
I don't know how good of a shot it is either way, but certainly you get some better starting pitching, then that will improve. Somebody on the text line said about our conversation, they said, check out Wrap and Roll Restaurant.
Oh, where'd I say?
I don't know. I'm Googling it now. I wonder if they I'll say stole my idea, even though they're already open. They're already open. But maybe this is a place that does this type of stuff. I'm trying to find a menu, but that would be pretty sweet. You could
wrap and roll.
Yeah, have them wrap and roll whatever you want.
Oh, I think I might have found it.
Might have just found lunch plans later now once we get out of here. Saw B. Scott in the building. Him and Paul Gallant are coming up after us at the top of the hour for the next 3 hours. So we got you covered here on this Saturday. You looking at the menu?
I'm trying to find.
I know. It's tricky, right? They're not doing any favors.
I think they have an Instagram. It might be a truck.
Oh.
A food truck. I don't know if it's like a texter. Let us know.
Yeah.
Whoever texts us, I don't know who it was, but let us know how that is, because we might have to try that out. Maybe we can get them as a sponsor.
Rob and I, yeah, for real. Rob and I are on the same page here. First with the guac and roll restaurant idea, but then he also said on the YouTube chat, he said Wesniewski, he's an unknown, but he's shown he can be good. Yeah, he's that guy. I mean, he I think he has the highest ceiling of this mash unit of starting pitchers. Javier's not there. Blanco's not there. McCullers is obviously gone. Burrows, we'll see if he gets another shot. Ime, we'll see if he makes another start. But, oh boy.
That's it.
No, Something happened to your computer.
Of course it did.
Yeah. Chris tried to show me the menu, and it caused his computer to
shut my computer down.
That's how good it is, or that's how secretive it is.
Exactly.
They can't let you know.
Can't even tap in.
Yeah.
Oh man,
yeah, absolutely.
It did look good though. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, so good.
Grab and roll.
Shut down the
looked
computer.
good.
Absolutely. Hey, coming up, and that's a big one tonight, by the way. Wisniewski on the mound. We'll see for the Astros. They have a 3-game lead in the division over the Rangers, and they can try to bury the Mariners this weekend. They have a 6-game lead on the Mariners, who have just been playing terribly.
Blech.
And there is something to that. I've said that before. If you go back and you look, teams that make it to the World Series, I know the Mariners didn't, but stay with me for a moment. The Blue Jays did, and the Blue Jays are having a bad year. Teams that extend themselves into the playoffs sometimes will have those down. We see it in the NFL. Teams that make it to the Super Bowl take a step back the next year. And in baseball, it's different because you rely so much on your pitching, and when they're taxed for these extra innings in the playoffs and also have a shorter offseason, it could be tougher. So, like the Blue Jays went to Game 7 of the World Series last year, having a really disappointing season. The Mariners went to Game 7 of the ALCS last year, having a really disappointing season. Meanwhile, some of the other teams, like the Tampa Bay Rays, didn't do all that. They're having a good year. The Yankees, weren't in the World Series. The Yankees are having a better year after their early exit. Even the Red Sox are a playoff team right now. Last year had a losing season. Like there's just, it's hard. It's a 162-game season is taxing enough to then have to play a whole nother 5 weeks and then have a shorter offseason by 5 weeks.
It's rough.
It's tough. It's tough. So the Mariners, they've been a mess, and who am I to defend them? But for the Mariners, you can understand maybe why they haven't been able to follow it up the way that they did last year. Yeah, somebody on the text line said Cal and Vlad having bad seasons really affecting the records. Yes, and I think that's part of it is just that you played 85 games last year, and Vlad hasn't hit a home run at home all season, which is absurd. And Cal Rowley had more homers last year than he has total hits this year, which is also absurd. Those guys are having terrible seasons, and the teams are really suffering. Coming up, we'll wrap up our portion of Saturday, hand you off to Brandon Scott and Paul Gallant coming up at the top of the hour. But when we come back, we got to get to Chris Partee here. So we got to get to our Party Crashers. We'll do it next here on 95.7 The Fan.
Texans 2026 preseason. West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. It's 95.7 The Fan Weekends.
Sure is. As we get ready to hand things off to the fellas coming up in just a little bit, I'm Luke Morrow alongside Chris Partee. And in about 12 minutes from now, we'll catch up with Brandon Scott and Paul Gallant, who got you for the next 3 hours till 4 p.m. today. I don't know if we announced the change in the schedule, so some people might have been surprised when they tuned in at 12 o'clock and thought, like, wait a minute, you guys are almost done already?
Right.
You usually start at this time. But we got you covered for an even larger period of time now here as we're on the FM dial, and we got you from 10 to 4 on these Saturdays. And once football really gets rolling, you'll have the Texans all day on Sunday.
Yep.
You'll have us here from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. on Saturdays. So we got you covered here on these weekends now moving forward. And
7 days a week
season.
now.
You ain't
7
kidding.
days a week, man.
Yes, sir. That's what's up. I just saw the fellas in the other room as they are getting ready to go. B. Scott, Paul Gallant, and they weren't. I don't think they were as high on my sushi idea.
No? Yeah, it didn't seem like it.
Well, to your point, I mean, I guess it's not sushi anymore.
It's not sushi at that point.
It's enhancing it.
But it does sound good. When you mentioned the Philly cheesesteak, that sounded
That was
really
the one
good.
that grabbed you? Yeah.
That sounded really good.
It's the American
It
way. You
did.
take something and you make it better.
Ain't
That's
that?
what we're
I don't
doing.
know about always better, but you definitely take something. That's the American way.
And alter it.
For sure.
Yeah. So, by the way, when you came up here, did you took the normal elevator up to our floor? Came up the normal way?
Well, I came up with the one on the right side. So,
But yeah, the normal bank of elevators there.
Yeah.
They had sent out a message about
an email. I saw that.
Yeah, don't
About
use
the
the
freight.
normal elevators because they're redoing the floor here.
But in fairness, we were both told by security to just take the elevator.
Yeah, I know where the freight elevator is on our floor. I can go down. It's right over here.
I don't know where to catch it downstairs.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
So I asked the security guy. He said, no, it's fine. You can
Yeah.
just use the regular elevator. So I said, okay, I got this email that said they're doing the floors up there. We're not supposed to use the elevator.
We have this on record now. So.
That's right. So I used the regular elevator.
We were told to use the elevator.
It worked out fine. But I tell you what, when we were here last weekend, and for those that are
Was it a mess?
unfamiliar, we're doing a lot of renovating here on this floor and this
Goodness.
office and everything. And
It's never ending.
yeah, but it's coming along nicely. Looks good.
It should be.
So they're working on the floors outside the elevators. So when we were here last weekend on Saturday, me and T-Mill, when we left, they were working on the floor. They pulled up everything on the floor and then laid down like this sticky material so that they can now put more stuff on the floor.
Yeah.
The ground was so sticky. We had no heads up. So as we're walking to the elevator, every step you take, it's like the extreme gum on your shoe.
lift your
You're
feet up.
sticking to the floor. I felt like I was the wet bandits in Home Alone. Kevin McAllister set up a
Yes.
trap. Every step, you're using a lot of force. You really got to yank your foot up. I'm trying to get to the elevator. It's like, this is the longest walk ever.
So there was no heads up email for that.
No heads up. And the workers were there, and they didn't say a word, and they were just watching as we were like walking, and I felt incredibly judged.
You were being judged.
Then we had to, you push the button, you have to wait for the elevator. So I was just standing still to wait for the elevator, and that was a problem, even though it was only like 20 seconds. When the elevator came I went to take that first step, my shoes were so dug in, my foot literally almost came out of my shoes were stuck on the ground, and my feet were coming out of them. I'm like, this is crazy. I'm lifting up my
That's
feet.
a work hazard.
Yeah, it's like I was in quicksand.
Goodness. And they just looked at you.
Oh yeah, they couldn't.
No
care.
help?
No help.
They
They're
didn't
probably
care.
upset. Like, what are you doing?
Like,
We're trying to work here.
Like, why are you stepping here?
So much so that as I continued to walk, my shoes were squeaking because I was like still getting stuck. Even on the lobby, like the sticky material was on the bottom of my shoes. It left marks on the elevator floor.
Oh wow.
It was ridiculous.
Someone was not happy about that. Now, how long did it take you for your shoes to not feel like they were sticking anymore?
By the end of the day, it was fine.
Okay.
But it took a little
That's
while.
funny.
It was weird. It was just like a lot of gum on the bottom of your shoe as you continue to walk away.
It's the worst feeling.
So today, the elevator's doors, I took the elevator, doors open up, and there's two guys working there on like all fours because they were working on the ground.
When you got up here?
Yeah.
Okay.
In front of the elevator door. And so I had like PTSD. I was just standing there like, am I allowed to walk out here? Am I supposed to be here? And same idea. They looked at me, went back to work, didn't say a word. I stood awkwardly in the opening of the elevator door for what felt like an eternity, waiting for some clarity or something.
Man.
And I was like, okay, I'm going to go for it. I felt like the guy taking the first step on the moon.
Yes.
I like softly, I went out there, put my feet down, like, ooh, it's not sticky.
Very gently.
Yeah.
Well, I had no issues when I got up here, but a couple weeks ago when I came in, the elevator doors open, and immediately there's a ladder right in front of the door.
Can't walk under it.
No space. Like, I had to actually move the ladder. And the guy on the scaffold that was working out there, he just looking at me like, this idiot. He just looking at me like, look at this idiot. I just had to move the ladder completely out of my way.
It's tough. It'll all be worth it, though. It's everything. It's coming along nicely.
It looks like it's going to be worth it, but
yeah.
Let's hope it's done soon.
So, I figured we have to have some sort of pun. We have to have a play on words off of Chris's last name.
Why not?
And I had all sorts of different ideas that will probably rotate throughout the year that are all party themed, whether it's party foul, party crashers, party starters, parties over. Make them all sports related. Yeah. Today, to wrap things up before we hand things off to the guys coming in after us, party crashers. That's how we'll end things today, with a little party crashers segment, with the idea being, well, obviously sports themed, but people that seem to have crashed the party this week. So whether it was somebody that surprised you, whether it was an upset, whether it was anyone that kind of busted onto the scene, it could almost be like a stock up, stock down type of deal. For you, as you look back this past week in sports, who were some of those party crashers?
I got a couple down here. The first one, I don't know if it's that much of a surprise, but I think how early it happened is, it looks like J.J. McCarthy's lost his job already. And we're talking about sports, indie sports, not just here in Houston, right? Just
of course.
Yeah. It looks like J.J. McCarthy's already lost his job in Minnesota. And we're barely a week into the preseason. I think that happened earlier this week, where there was talk about being announced that what's the other quarterback there? Now I'm blanking on his name, from Arizona.
Kyler Murray?
Yeah, Kyler Murray is pretty much going to be the guy there. And that didn't so much surprise me that Kyler Murray is going to be the guy there, but really no semblance of a quarterback battle. You know what I mean? Like, is J.J. McCarthy that bad? He can't be that bad to where he's already lost his job in week 1 of the preseason. Immediately after camp. Like, game 1 of the preseason, he's already lost his job. He can't be that bad, right? He can't be. That kind of surprised me.
Yeah.
Because they drafted him. They moved up to get him. You usually think those guys are going to get the most and best opportunity to win that job or keep that job. And it doesn't look like that's going to happen for this guy.
Yeah.
That kind of surprised me that it's like they're out on him already.
Yeah, for
That's
sure.
what it
for
feels
the time
like.
being.
It feels like they're out on him already.
Kyler Murray was the party crasher over there.
There you go. That's the party crasher.
Coming in and taking J.J. McCarthy's job.
Yeah.
Yeah, McCarthy, look, he's only made 10 starts. And there was some, especially the way he finished last season, granted it was against bad defenses, I just think it's way too soon to completely give up on him. Now, I do get it that the Vikings need to get something done. Kyler Murray gives you the better chance to win this year. But long-term, like, honestly, I would still... I'm not completely out. I know he's not the most popular guy, but I wouldn't be completely out on J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah.
I think he's deserving of another opportunity. Yeah. I'll stay with quarterbacks for party crashers. I mean, I would say preseason football this week, there's a few that you can choose from, but I would go to the Steelers from Thursday night and say Drew Aller, who looked really good, and the whole entire Steelers team looked really good. Let me pull up the numbers. I think they used 3 different quarterbacks. Mason Rudolph played really well. Mike McCarthy had a nice little debut there, even though it's just the preseason. It was also against the Packers, funny enough, his former team.
Which is really funny.
But yeah, Will Howard, Mason Rudolph, Drew Aller, they combined 27 of 33, 313 yards, 2 touchdowns, a quarterback rating of 129, beat the Packers by 19, and Drew had 2 touchdown passes, was 10 of 13, 153 yards. The Steelers have been looking for that next guy for about 7 years now in replacing Ben Roethlisberger. And maybe...
It's been a long time.
Maybe. It's just one preseason game. Let's not overreact. Prisoner of the moment. It's week 1 of the preseason. But he did look good the other night. Maybe the Steelers finally have that next guy after you eventually move on from Aaron Rodgers. But maybe he's crashing the party there, so to speak, in Pittsburgh, and they certainly hope for sure that he can be some sort of quarterback of the future because they desperately need it. By the way, somebody just said, I'm a Michigan fan, but J.J. McCarthy should have stayed another year in college.
Yeah, a lot of people said that.
Rob and I have been on the same wavelength today.
What's Rob talking about now?
It's pretty good. He's offering up some more options. Party animals, he said, as another segment idea.
Okay.
Although he said biggest dogs of the week. Yeah, funny. And then he also said you could do partying thoughts.
Okay, party thoughts. Okay, all right.
That's pretty good, too.
That's not bad.
I like that. I like that cleverness.
Good looking out, Rob.
On the text line, somebody said Christian Walker crashed the party last night.
He did.
That would be a fair one as well.
Definitely.
Big time win for the Astros last night, further distancing themselves from the Mariners. What about, did you have another one in mind as well?
Another one, I guess, stock down even further for Tua Tagovailoa with Atlanta. Did not have a good start to the preseason here with this team. I guess I'm not that surprised at it, but with Michael Penix Jr. still being injured, it was, kind of thought that he might come in and win that job, but I don't know about that. I don't know if he will. I mean, I think Cooper Rush is also there. They have another quarterback there. So I don't know. It feels honestly to me like two of his days of being a starter in this league, they might be over. Outside of playing in Miami, his days of being a starter might really be over. Unless they're just going to go with him by default. If Michael Penix, I don't know when Michael Penix is supposed to be back, but I don't think it's by the beginning of this season. So unless they're just going to go another route, unless they're just by default going to go with Tua as the starter until Michael gets back and he's actually ready, I think his days as a starter are done in this league.
They will be soon enough. He might be given the opportunity there in Atlanta. I don't think it will go well. Along those lines, Deshaun Watson, Browns already up 10-0 after the first quarter, but Deshaun Watson getting the start in the Browns' first preseason game today. And that I know that actually ticked off some people in Cleveland because it's almost like, A, we already know what we have in Deshaun, and it hasn't been good here. Well, let's just see what Shador can do. Maybe he has the higher ceiling at this point. But then also, B, like, there's the way that things have gone since Deshaun has arrived in Cleveland. I don't think he's a fan favorite there either, let alone in Houston, obviously. So I think Browns fans are just kind of done with him. But he gets the start today in the opener. Shador was going to start game 2 for the Browns. And early on, Browns right now, live preseason football. Browns up 10-0 early as Shador Sanders, or I should say Deshaun Watson gets the start today trying to win that job. You can't overreact, obviously, to one game of preseason football. We don't want to do that with our Texans either.
It's the preseason.
But you do see, like, there were some pretty good quarterback performances this week. Fernando Mendoza is getting a lot of praise for the way he looked. And that's a little different because for him, it's the first look at the NFL stage. And that's what I've always said about, like, rookie quarterbacks. Mm-hmm. The only thing I want to see from you in the preseason is, do you look comfortable? Does the game look too fast for you, or do you look like you belong? Do you look comfortable out there? That's all I need to see. And for guys that seem overwhelmed in the preseason, usually doesn't bode very well. I remember when C.J. Stroud came out. He looked comfortable, and I remember Bryce Young looking a little frenetic and overwhelmed, and certainly that translated into the regular season. So I will say for like a Fernando Mendoza, it's just the fact that, do you look like you belong?
It's encouraging, Yeah,
if your rookie quarterback can fit in right away, then to your point, it certainly can be encouraging.
That's definitely a good sign for a rookie quarterback. I get that, especially the number 1 overall pick.
Yeah.
At that.
You think he starts week 1, or is it still Kirk Cousins for the Raiders?
Unless Kirk Cousins just looks like complete crap, I think it's Kirk Cousins week 1. But eventually, at some point this season, there's going to be a transition, of course.
I would imagine so. I'm with you, though. I think Kirk starts the season.
I think so.
And then eventually, we'll see Mendoza by the end of the year.
Oh, yeah.
Texans lost their first preseason game Thursday night, which you heard right here. Chris, anything from that game Thursday night, major takeaways that you would take with you here, moving forward for this team as we look ahead towards the regular season?
Major takeaways, not anything major, really. Obviously like you said, the offensive line that started it seems like that's going to be the offensive line that we see. They looked all right in that looked pretty good in that first drive there. So I guess that would be a major takeaway. Other than that, a couple of these receivers that are trying to make the team, they looked all right out there. And obviously Marlon Klein, he looked pretty good. The defense, we kind of know what the defense is, the starting defense. The starters, we kind of know what they are. So I can't say major takeaways as far as that part of the defense goes. But, offense looked okay early when some of the starters were in there. But after that, there was a lot of work to do, a lot of work to be done. But, again, it's just the first game of the preseason. So we've got time. And then the regular season comes around, there's going to be, more, of a learning curve there too, because we've talked about how most of the league gets off to a slow start now when it comes to just football in general in the regular season. Those first few weeks are kind of like the preseason.
Yeah, this has become the trend where you don't play your starters in the preseason, and then it's led to some slow starts, like you said, in the regular season.
There's so much less time for practice and training and what they can do in training camps now, in practices, the time they have out there. So, yeah.
Yeah, and there is obviously more time to figure this out. 2 more preseason games, and then plenty of practice in between. Someone on the text line asked if they're practicing today. They are.
Yeah.
We ran into Seth Payne here in the building earlier. He was heading out to practice. So, they're getting back out there today. Hey, Crosstalk, we get to do this on a Saturday for once. Crosstalk is sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing as we get ready to hand things off to Brandon Scott and Paul Gallant, who are in the building. Paul, what's going on? How are you?
What's up, fellas?
I am doing well. Is my microphone on?
I don't know. I can't hear you. Which one?
Yell loud enough. That one does not work. This microphone is on. I think I got to pump up the volume.
We got.
Well, we're trying to crosstalk, but I don't know if Paul's going out over the air or not. Couldn't hear him in the headset.
I don't. Oh, there we go.
We got him now.
Whoa.
There we go. All right, what's going on, fellas?
Boy, how are you guys doing?
Doing good. Man.
Happy Saturday.
Yeah, good to see you guys on a Saturday.
Very happy Saturday.
Mm-hmm. I mean, last night's Astros-Mariners game. How about that?
Hey, that walk-off, man. Telling you.
That ball, I don't think it's come down yet. I think that's the hardest hit home run that I've ever seen, in fact.
Damn.
I mean, that was a laser to left field, and it felt like it was still going up. But obviously, it's a closed building at Dyken Park now.
It's just hanging in the air, hanging in the rafters.
I'm very curious as to how far it would have gone. I know they got a StatCast thing to try to determine what it would have been. And I don't know what it ended up being per said StatCast, but God.
I was able to do 2 laps around my living room before that ball came down.
Damn.
Like I get up immediately, like just kind of pop up and start pacing and sort of circling the wagons a little bit. And I promise I did like at least 2 circles before he had made it around the bases. And forget the home run for a second. Obviously, it sent everybody home. How about the bat flip?
Yeah.
Was that not one of the more epic bat flips that you have ever seen in your life?
I wonder if it was thrown at today.
Majestic, huh?
Majestic.
Hey.
From the home run to the bat flip, the swag that went with all of it, like, let's go.
That's how you got to do it.
That is how you win a game. That is how you send everybody home, and that is how you freaking bat flip, man. Seriously.
It's true. The Astros put out a really cool angle, too, from like up the first baseline behind some of the crowd. They put out that video, I think, today. Yeah, it's a cool look. Walker hits the homer, the celebration.
I shared the exact video that Luke is talking about. I shared on 95.7 The Fans Twitter,
perfect.
so y'all can go check that out. Like, it's the perfect view of that exact moment. And, man, it was epic. For a regular season game, ho-hum, mid-August regular season game, that was it for me.
Prisoner of the moment type of stuff, but does it feel like the biggest or like maybe at least most exciting win of the year for the Astros? It's tough to think back on every game this year in baseball, but is there another one that stands out?
Didn't they have a no-hitter? Like a combined no-hitter earlier?
Combined.
I'm just saying, like that's...
Luke's not impressed by that.
No, I defended it. I know a lot of people were out on the combined.
Yeah, I would say for a moment, yeah. I mean... You can pick any one of Jordan's home runs, and every one of those feels like a special moment. But yeah, man, that was it for me.
I thought it might have been, and it was perhaps a less exciting game, but I thought just absolutely skull bleeping the Rangers going into the show that Chris and I did together a couple of weekends ago. It got me all hot and bothered for the Astros.
Got you back on the bandwagon.
It did. And I mean, so it's 100 degrees outside. This is probably a mistake. But I brought the cockroach costume. I'm going to the game. So I will be wearing the cockroach costume at the game.
Oh, my God.
Listen, you got to commit to the bit.
Good luck.
But it's going to be an oven on the way
I admire
in.
the commitment.
Good luck with
I
that.
admire the commitment to be a cockroach.
That's what we are.
Yeah, that's something. We'll get out of your way here in just a moment. But 3-game lead in the division. I know it's only, August 15th.
Yeah.
But when you look at these teams, I mean, the Rangers now have lost 4 in a row to the Angels and the A's. The Mariners are in a tailspin. Only a 3-game lead. Still like 6 weeks to go. But do you actually believe anyone else in this division can I don't want to say hang, but, do you feel like the division's already the Astros for the taking, or is this still an open race for 6 more weeks?
Dude, I barely believe the Astros can hang.
Yeah, right?
I know. Can't nobody
Yeah.
in this division hang, and you trying to be the most hanging of the non-hanging.
Yeah.
Like, nobody in this division is any good.
They all
and
struggle.
all we're really asking, like, this is the bar is the floor here, right? Like, we're just asking the Astros to be the best of the bad teams.
Yeah.
And can they do that? Absolutely. Like, and if they can't, what are we doing here? Like,
Exactly.
why are
That's
we
true.
what are we even talking about?
The rest of the month, it's a pretty easy schedule outside of 3 in the Bronx against the Yankees. So if they build on that lead enough, you could maybe make the claim that they'll win the American League West by the end of the month. They're going to need some help from the Rangers and the Mariners the rest of the way. But they do have a very brutal stretch to open up September, which could bring another team back into the mix. I know that the Mariners are floundering right now. It is still
Badly.
hard. It is still hard for me to believe that a team with this kind of pitching that has bats that in the past have hit is what they are right now. But maybe the Astros got the boogeyman out of the closet with that win last night, because the Mariners have owned the Astros for a little bit.
And Paul knows this better than anybody. This is the story of the Mariners, though, is it not? Like, the pitching is amazing.
It's up there.
But
Yes,
then
it
the
is.
hitting is
Never
up and
can
down. Right? Like, sometimes they can hit every now and then, but never consistently enough to threaten. And so this is who they are. It feels like who they are, honestly.
And
is.
such a tease to get that season last year from Cal Raleigh, and then
this year
just
just
right back
wah,
to
wah, wah.
all the struggles.
One of
for
the
the
worst
offense.
hitters ever this
Right?
year.
He is.
I mean, there's
Which
like,
is just amazing. Goodness gracious.
And I know the MVP debate last year was isolated to the year. I get it. It doesn't carry over to the next year. But I got to say, I feel vindicated in being like, nah, I'm not giving him extra credit because he's a catcher and Cal Raleigh came out of nowhere. No, I'm not doing it. Yeah. Now that and now you think about it, if he had won the MVP, he'd probably go down as one of the worst MVPs of all time.
Oh, man.
That's a good point. Yeah, that's interesting. Now that's what I'm gonna do when I
You
get
look
home.
that up.
who's the
Look
worst
that up,
MVP?
Because I definitely just threw it out there without checking, really thinking about who the MVPs are. But it feels that way.
Yeah,
It feels that way.
It would be. All right, let me try to do this for the first time. They even had to put a sign on the wall to help out. You're listening to KIKK FM. Yeah, KILT-AM Houston, an Odyssey sports station. I think I got through it accurately. I don't know.
You did. Like a pro.
Yeah.
You
Good job, Luke.
colonizer. You.
Yeah,
Did y'all
right.
hear this guy
Just
trying to
trying to make it
colonize and
better.
gentrify sushi?
what? No, I
This
didn't.
man said, why don't you take the sushi out of sushi? Why don't you take the soul out of soul food? That's just food, Luke.
I'm just trying to make it
I told
better.
him. I told him at that point it's no longer sushi.
You did such
It's not
you did
sushi
such a
anymore.
polite and diplomatic job of
It's
not
not
calling
sushi
him a gentrifier.
He blessed your hearted.
Yeah, it's like you just and full disclosure, Luke is one of the best of them, right? And by them he knows what I mean. You're one of the best of them. I promise you. So
The Italians?
Yes. And so I trust Luke's heart and intentions. But he was colonizing here. He's like, hey, what do you think if we just took this really culturally specific thing and made it, I don't know, non-culturally specific?
Yeah, you'll still have the regular sushi over there, and then if you want to get a meatball sub inside your sushi roll, you could do that over here.
Yeah.
Jeez, that's
I actually liked it though. I'm gonna be honest. I was here for the colonization. that was the guilty pleasure of mine. I was like, man, this guy wants to gentrify, and I want to help him.
Yeah, that's right. Sign up. We got Rob Torres rolling along too. We're gonna get investors. We're gonna get this thing off the ground. Appreciate David Hill on the steel wheels. Chris Partee, a pleasure as always.
Always.
I'm Luke Morrow, and since there's no names for these shows, now we just hand you off over to Paul Gallant and Brandon Scott here for the next 3 hours.
And we're calling ourselves B. Scott and Gallant. We'll see if we get a logo. We'll see if we get, I don't know, a little raise, a podcast perhaps.
Yeah. Yeah, get a little promo.
I mean,
the Rays would be great, though.
Why not? You know, radio is a big-time business, and it's about time that we be on the FM side of things. Very excited if you're jumping aboard for the first time. Sorry for the lack of 80s music. You will get references from the 80s and perhaps the occasional karaoke song from the 80s, but we're happy to be here with you after the Houston Astros took down the Seattle Mariners last night 10-7 in what was one of the most dramatic games of the year. You get a great start from Peter Lambert, all things considered. Every start that's a quality start for Peter Lambert to me is a great start.
Yes.
You're up 5-2. Bad Brian Abreu returns. The Mariners own him. All of a sudden, it's 5-5. The vibes are bad, and you're like, damn it, the Astros can't beat the Mariners. What has happened since 2022 in that ALDS when they swept them? And then in the 10th inning, all of a sudden, it's 7-5, and I'm thinking to myself, here we go again. But I watched this game, Brandon, in a very interesting way. Two of my best friends from Seattle FaceTimed me.
Okay.
So they were ahead of me on Fubo TV while I was watching it at home. And eventually we started watching the game where they directed the phone towards the TV at the bar that they were watching. And as soon as they did that, the Astros rally started. And they were talking a lot of trash, and they started to get very, very quiet until ultimately they turned the camera around and said, Paul, we're going to wait for you to react to something. And I was like, what is it that you're waiting for me to react to? And then about 30 seconds later, Christian Walker nukes a ball into orbit, and their faces were crestfallen, and that bar in Seattle, B. Scott, was completely silent.
Which, by the way, wasn't even necessary. Like, you at that point, you didn't need a moonshot to win the game.
Needed a little hit.
Yeah, just a simple little knock would have got the job done. And Christian Walker was like, nah, I'll do you one better. I'm going to send this one past the Crawford boxes. You're going to have to make new boxes for this thing, wherever this thing is going, because there ain't no box for wherever this thing was headed. So, yeah, like I can only imagine what it would have been like to watch as a Mariners fan, the Mariners sort of come back, because the Astros got ahead of the Mariners very early in this game. They touch up George Kirby in the second inning, which actually I thought, especially since they ended up winning the game, you could argue was the most impressive thing that they did all night, was get the pitch count up on George Kirby, really tax him. Now, the next inning, George Kirby got out of it in like 8 pitches or something like that. But that was still a really big, I think it was like 44 pitches in the second inning. So they're doing that. They take the lead, and then the Mariners kind of work their way back. And, of course, Brian Abreu gives up the game or the lead the way he kind of normally does or has done in the past.
Concerning.
And so you're thinking as a Mariners fan, okay, we've got this. We own this Brian Abreu guy. We've come back against the Astros now in their house. And then 2 strikes, 2 outs. Jose Altuve goes and gets a ball that nobody not named Jose Altuve has any business offering at or even considering.
He's such a
offering
rascal sometimes.
It was ridiculous, that ball that he swung at. And he went and got it and saved the day, ultimately, kind of, just passing the baton along, and which ultimately led to the opportunity for Christian Walker. So I can just imagine being a Mariners fan and watching all of that, even getting down to the Altuve hit where you're like, I don't know what you're supposed to do with that pitch. Like, that's supposed to be a whiff. And then Christian Walker sends everybody home like that. Like, they got to be salty.
As someone who used to work up there, I enjoy Mariners fans. They remind me of Texans fans a little bit. There's a cynicism, a pessimism, a constant belief that everything's going to go wrong. But, man, they not only hate the Astros more than probably any fan base in baseball, and, yeah, over the Dodgers, over the Yankees as a fan base, but they hate Jose Altuve. I mean, no one boos Altuve harder. So for Altuve to be alive, first off, especially seeing him in that card in San Francisco, fantastic. But in a year where he hasn't been hitting particularly well, to see him get a clutch hit too, really encouraging. Lots of encouraging things in last night's game. The most encouraging sign, the Astros were 1-7 against the Mariners going into the game. They were 15-32 against Seattle since beating them in the 2022 ALDS. And to me, it feels like this spell that Seattle weirdly had over the Astros, it's over.
Yeah.
Officially last night. I could be wrong, just one game, but I think it's done.
Well, and I think that would be an important piece to this because as you sort of illustrated in the crosstalk about how the Astros spanked the Rangers going into the All-Star break, like I feel like the Astros got the upper hand on that rivalry pretty secure. Like it's pretty.
They're like 102-55 against them since 2017. The Rangers.
It's embarrassing.
Insane.
It's embarrassing. If I lived in the DFW, I would not be proud to even think about that supposed rivalry.
They got that ALCS though, I do understand the argument.
They do have their moment, and you can't take it away from them. And I remember it all too well. But I feel like right now you've got the Rangers. Check that box, and then it's the Mariners that are right there, kind of lurking and have been for a while. Of course, the Astros have 2022, which nobody's gonna forget. But yeah, as of late, and especially this season, as you laid it out, it's felt like that was the one team. Like if you are going to entertain that there's a threatening team in the American League West, and I don't think that there actually is, but if there was, it would be the Mariners. And it feels like this could have been like a seminal moment for the Astros in terms of that back and forth.
It would be, I don't know how many people have watched the Odyssey movie. There's a very long dated poem from back in the day, so this is not a spoiler, but they're essentially the Mariners, the Cyclops.
Yeah.
Where, super powerful, super strong, but sleeping all the time. And it seems like at times when they're in the batter's box, they're a little bit blind. After all, Odysseus goes, gets him right in the eye.
Such a great, that movie's probably going to win, what do you think, 3 or 4 Oscars?
It's going to win all of them, I think. This was an actual movie experience. And I don't think it was one of Nolan's best before we get back to the Astros.
Right.
But the sound, the acting that you got from Matt Damon, from
Tom Holland, honestly. I thought
he played a weenie good.
He played a weenie good, but I thought he kind of expanded that whole he's Spider-Man,
right? That's true.
And I thought Spider-Man 2 wasn't bad as well.
Yeah,
but he showed a little bit more depth.
And Robert Pattinson too. Oh God, he's one of the best actors. Anyway, bring it back. Bring it back.
Yes, sorry to.
No, it's all good. I can talk about that. But that's like the Mariners. You're always waiting for them to wake up. You're always waiting for them to figure it out. And I think now you can put that to bed. After last night, this is a real gut punch to take. You at least had going into last night's game, hey, we're 7-1 against them this year, and if we get a sweep here, the wind is once again in our sails. We're going forward. You lose like this, where you had this dramatic comeback from down 5-2, and you're up 7-5, and you lose it like that, and then the Astros just poured on at the end, and Christian Walker's, again, that's one of the hardest hit home runs I've ever seen.
Yeah.
To cap it all up with the bat flip. Good luck showing up today.
Yeah, and you mentioned Peter Lambert earlier. I feel like that's worth revisiting. I don't know, and this was mentioned in the broadcast on Space City Home Network last night, but where would the Astros be without Peter Lambert?
He's their number 2 guy.
I wouldn't even want to imagine it right now because it would mean they would have exactly one starter that you trust, and that's obviously not a place where you want to be. But the fact that the Astros were able to go out there and even – and in large part because of that second inning, but even win sort of the pitching matchup, that you could go out there with Peter Lambert, right? But before this season, whoever that guy is, right?
Yeah.
You go out there and with Peter Lambert, and he can go band for band with George Kirby, right? A guy who is not just on you, but has been just a very good pitcher for a while now. So they were able to win the pitching matchup despite their bullpen, namely Brian Abreu, giving up the game, so to speak, at the end, and the bullpen has been a strength of theirs throughout the season, they were still able to figure that thing out.
Coming out of last night's game, the only thing I'm concerned about in the short term is Brian Abreu. Was that a one-time thing because Seattle owns him, or because he has pitched really well for a while, or is he back to his old BS? But very encouraging signs. Christian Walker's heating up at the plate. Yordan broke his homerless streak after taking extended batting practice before last night's game. Jose Altuve gets a clutch hit. There's a lot of things that happened last night that are encouraging for a team that I think you have the exact right opinion on them, B. Scott. They should win the AL West, but do I believe what I'm seeing?
Yeah, is any of it real?
Yeah.
I'm seeing it, I'm watching it, but is any of it real?
You're like,
what can I take away from it?
And how can this team be a real contender in the American League when Hunter Brown, who we'll see on Sunday, has not pitched particularly well? He even admitted as much in San Francisco this week. Peter Lambert, your number 2. Hayden Wesneski, who's on the hill for the Astros tonight, is, I guess, your number 3.
because you can't trust Ronel Blanco and you can't trust Christian Javier. I mean,
yeah,
you're in a weird spot.
Even calling it number 3 feels weird.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like, who is actually the number 3?
I think it's got to be Wisniewski because you're scared of those other two.
Yeah.
You don't feel good about it, though.
And we're talking about a guy that's been injured and has barely shown you anything.
Yeah, he's been back like 2 starts, maybe. Anyway, he is Brandon Scott. I'm Paul Gallant. You want to join us? We're on YouTube. We are on Twitch yet?
Twitch, yep.
We are on Twitch. Hell yeah. I actually have to ask this question, to be honest. Do we still have the same phone number? Can I get a thumbs up? Is it different? Did it change?
It's the exact same.
Okay, cool. Thanks, B. Scott.
713-572-4610.
That's how you call. That's how you text. Coming up next, big news in the NFL that affects the Houston Texans. Not this year.
West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KIKK-FM, KILT-AM Houston. Your home for the Texans. Houston sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, it's 95.7 The Fan Weekends.
Every year I've seen him, he's always commended a lot, but this year I feel like he's putting more of that weight on his shoulders, and I feel like it's really good. I feel like he's taking everything with a sense of super intentionality, a lot of urgency, and it's good to see. He's challenging us, he's making really good throws like he always has, but it's just you could just tell there's a little bit more to him. I could just tell.
That's Houston Texans cornerback Kamari Lassiter earlier this week talking about Texans quarterback CJ Stroud. Interesting clip of audio, right? Why are we playing a clip of Kamari Lassiter talking about CJ Stroud as it relates to major NFL news that went down this morning? And this news is Seahawks cornerback Devin Witherspoon signing a 4-year, $132 million extension with the Seahawks, over $101 million guaranteed. It makes him the highest paid cornerback in NFL history, a lot more than Derek Stingley got just last year, 3 years and $90 million, which is a fantastic deal. I see this move, B. Scott, and it makes me think about the next big decision for the Houston Texans, which a lot of people would argue is CJ Stroud. Do you give him an extension, or do you just roll into next year with the 5th-year option of his rookie deal? But I'm looking at Kamari Lassiter, who's eligible for quite the payday at the end of this year. I think he's the clear number 2 cornerback in the NFL. I think earlier last year, before everyone else started saying this, I was like, he's the T. Higgins of corners. He's the best number 2 corner. I don't think it's close. There's a clear gap between him and the next guy. And this is a guy that I want to have here as long as possible. So I wonder what this Witherspoon deal does for that, B. Scott.
Yeah, I know that we're wondering, but the Texans also have to be thinking, man, the price of this is just going to continue to go up, because it's not like just because Devin Witherspoon got this deal and we're looking at Kamari Lassiter and saying that he's as good as Devin Witherspoon per se, but that's not what it's going to be about. It's going to be about which premier guy is up next for the premier contract. And so Kamari Lassiter eventually is going to be that guy at some point. And that number is going to be even higher, you got to imagine, by the time it actually does get to him. So it does make you wonder about obviously they're going to have to make business decisions. That's not a question. But what business decisions are they going to make? Where are they going to have to cut corners or have to try to make that tough decision of who do we want to part with? Who do we not want to sign? Who might we want to trade? Because that's what I'm really curious about when it comes to the corners. It's like,
can you have both Derek Stingley and Kamari Lassiter?
Well, at least for how long? At what point is it too expensive to have them both? You got them both
non-rookie deals.
Yeah, you got them both now. I think next year is probably going to be pretty good. But I feel like after that, right, because Kamari is going to be up for a deal. Next year is his 4th year. I think after next year, it's going to be a question of, is it going to be time to pay Kamari and maybe trade Derek Stingley Jr.? Is it just time to commit to Derek Stingley Jr. and allow Kamari to walk and go get his money elsewhere? And then where does CJ Stroud factor into all of that? Can we afford to pay two of the top edge rushers in the league? I know Daniil Hunter should be off the books by the time we're talking about, but can we afford to pay Will Anderson Jr., Derek Stingley Jr., Kamari Lassiter, and a quarterback who at that point could be making upwards of 60, 65, close to $70 million a year?
A great question, B. Scott. I'm no capologist. I often just look at the Los Angeles Rams, and I wonder how they bring all the guys in that they do, and it does make me wonder about how hard a limit the salary cap is for teams that have a lot of cash. The Rams are owned by the most wealthy sports owner there is in Stan Kroenke.
Yeah.
And the Texans clearly got a lot of cash to roll around. I don't know where they would rank if they were show their books, but I mean, you had 3 fired coaches on the payroll at one point, and you've seen them give out all of these deals. They gave Nico Collins an extension without even any pushback. He's not thrilled with it. A couple of weeks later, he's got an extension.
They took care of Stingley. They gave Danielle Hunter an extension. They've traded for guys and given them extensions like Shaq Mason before they needed to, and that didn't even work out so well.
Danielle Hunter is an example of one who did, right? They traded, brought him in, and actually were able to, well, I guess he was a free agent, but brought him in and have continued to re-up with him.
Right, exactly. Like they reward you. This is a very player-friendly team. Could they somehow find a way to keep doing it with Stingley and Lassiter? Because if it goes to the conversation that you had mentioned a moment ago about do you keep one and move on from the other, I think they're picking Lassiter. Not just because of the age, but D'Amico clearly is obsessed with Kamari Lassiter. And it's one of the guys that the Texans brought in. Derek Stingley's from the Lovie Smith era. And in the early goings, he was not as in favor with D'Amico Ryans as you would have thought he would be. Now, that wasn't a very long time that he was, I guess, not in the doghouse, just looked at as, okay, this isn't one of the guys. This is not necessarily one of my foundational rocks. That changed. He clearly is now. But because of that loyalty and because D'Amico, like a lot of coaches in the league, clearly has his favorites, I think they pick Lassiter over Stingley.
Yeah, I think Lassiter, I honestly, I don't, I would pick Stingley over Lassiter personally, but I actually agree with you, and the reason why is because Lassiter more so clearly fits the brand identity that they're trying to establish.
The swarmiest swarmer at corner.
Exactly.
I mean, he comes up and run support like a linebacker.
Yeah, and then also does his thing in coverage. Now, he's obviously not as talented as Derek Stingley, and the speed every now and then can be an issue, but he's so technically sound and like a football, just sycophant type of guy. So as a student of the game, all of the things that they really want in a player, Kamari Lassiter, they do, to their credit, they're not shy about it. They'll tell you that, who are the guys that they tell new guys to come in and follow around or notice as the example of what we want around here? It's two guys. It's Will Anderson Jr. and it's Kamari Lassiter.
Azeez Al-Shaair as well.
Yeah, Azeez, out of the young guys.
But out of the youngies,
but yeah, that's a good one. It's three guys. But out of the young guys, it's those two. And I feel like that connection, that brand identity is going to go a long way once we start talking about making these business decisions. I also think, we've got time to watch how the seasons play out. How long is Derek Stingley Jr. going to be the top 2 or 3 corner in the league? If there's some diminishing returns on that at some point.
Look where Sauce Gardner is right now.
Exactly. That's a good point. So, it's not like we're rooting for that. We want, obviously, Texans fans and the Texans themselves want Derek Stingley to play up to his potential. But if they start to notice that, if there starts to be a little bit less of a gap between the two guys, I could see the borderline tie going to Kamari Lassiter.
It's the most athletically demanding position in the league.
Yeah.
To be a corner, you have to have unreal instincts and quickness to be able to stick with these receivers who seemingly are getting bigger and stronger and faster every year. You need to be so damn quick on your brakes, and it doesn't take much to lose that edge. And when you lose it, you see a lot of these guys getting moved over to play safety, whether it was Charles Woodson or Jalen Ramsey.
Yeah.
It happens. You end up losing that speed. Stingley clearly has it right now. If I had to pick, like you, I agree, Stingley's the better corner, and I also think his physicality is very underrated. But I think the Texans like Kamari more. Do you have to pick between the two? And who would you pick between the two? 713-572-4610 to call in, to text in. My hope is that, yet again, the Texans find a way to get another extension, because if you have Stingley and Lassiter for the long term, I think that's more valuable than if you're the Bengals having both Jamar Chase and T. Higgins for a couple of years together. You have two elite corners, and you have the pass rush you have on top of that. What can an offense do against you?
Yeah, and I'm just going to be straight up here. I'm going to have my cake and eat it too type of guy anyway. I don't mind being greedy, especially when we're talking about something like this. Let's just keep everybody who's worth paying. Let's not pay guys just for the sake of it or because it's time. It's that part in the calendar.
Yeah.
But if they're truly worth it, right? Let's go ahead and pay that guy. And then the other side of that is on Nick Caserio. Can you continue to draft guys to replace the guys that we're going to have to make some of these decisions on and get rid of or watch go away?
Right.
Can you draft more offensive linemen? Can you draft more defensive players? Can you draft the next quarterback? Right.
Yeah.
I think that's the other side of it that's going to be on Nick Caserio to Pay the guys who are homegrown that you've drafted and have proven to be worth the money, and then draft more of them to replace the guys that don't or that you have to make a decision about.
Bet on yourself. I mean, they've done, outside of offensive line evaluation, they have done an incredible job of finding their guys. And I would just say, look at this training camp, a conversation we'll have later. I don't know where this Texans rookie class ranks among Nick Caserio rookie classes because we've only seen them in a preseason game, but I feel pretty good about it at this moment in time, today, August 15th, 2026. To bring it back to Kamari Lassiter, we're talking about this because Devin Witherspoon of the Seattle Seahawks, the Super Bowl champs, just got a massive extension to stay in Seattle. He's making $33 million a year, a 4-year deal worth, what was it, $132 million.
132 with 101 guaranteed.
Lots of money. Okay, a question. Is Kamari Lassiter's contract more important than CJ Stroud's contract? These are off-season topics. We're just floating it out there. To quote RG3, this is a safe space. I'm going to say this. Having Derek Stingley and Kamari Lassiter on the same team gives you quite the edge. So I do whatever I can to keep Kamari Lassiter around long term. CJ Stroud's having a good training camp, but I love to roll the dice and say, until I see what I want to see, the mistakes get cut down on in big-time games, I'm just going to keep franchise tagging you, which is going to hurt my cap situation and maybe make it a little difficult to keep both Derek Stingley and Kamari Lassiter. But the long-term extension for Kamari, to me, means more than the long-term extension for Stroud.
Yeah, so I'm going to zag a little bit here, and I'm actually going to cheat a little bit because, to me, even if you pick Kamari, CJ Stroud's contract is still more important. Like, to me, it's important to find out that the quarterback you have is not the guy that you're going to. So, look, there's two corners that we're talking about here. We got Kamari Lassiter and Derek Stingley Jr. So just the math there tells you, well, you got another guy that plays the position that this one guy does. So 2 versus 1. There's only one quarterback. But just because we've got this open question about CJ Stroud right now makes it more important. Whether the answer turns out to be a yes or no, he doesn't have the contract extension yet. But if it's a no, that's even more important because now that means you're on the hunt for a quarterback. You need to go figure out who your next quarterback is. And with that question unanswered, I honestly don't know how much it's going to matter that you have these 2 stud cornerbacks if the delta between the quarterback that you had and the quarterback that you're getting is going to be a massive one. So I think it's CJ Stroud 6 ways to Sunday just because of the importance of the position and the fact that we just don't we don't know. With Kamari, we know. Like, you want to pay that guy, it's just a matter of time. With CJ, especially as we sit here August 15th, 2016, to me, it's even more important because we don't have a clear answer. I think that they should pay CJ Stroud, but I'm nervous about the idea of him getting $65 million a year.
I don't want to give it to him right now.
Well, and I definitely don't want to give him that much. Like, my idea is more so of, hey, is there a compromise where he takes a little bit of a discount, but also, you do something for your quarterback. You kind of keep your quarterback. I do think he's good enough to win with. So I wouldn't mind that. But do I want to pay him the amount of money that you would pay like a Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson? Or no, obviously not. So right. the fact that it's an open question to me makes it more urgent.
Even if that's the reality in today's league where you just pay these quarterbacks, I still don't want to do it. I saw some of the
you don't want to tour him.
Right, exactly. And it could be that. I was a big believer year one. I'm not so sure right now. I'm giving him a henna tattoo of game manager on his forehead, and I want him to be that. Don't turn the football over because that's what this offense is asking for unless they're completely unable to run the football one more time. But I saw a couple, B. Scott, of the online Texans community, the content creators, and shout out to them. They all do a damn good job while having real jobs at the same time. But there was one of them who was pushing back at somebody who had a similar sentiment about, I don't feel great about 50 to 60 million years. I think that they said, this person's a moron. This is a bargain for a quarterback. And I'm thinking to myself, is it really moronic to have second thoughts about that amount of money, even if it's the norm? I think a lot of teams have sort of talked themselves into, well, we got to do it. We got to do it. It's better to have what we know than to have something theoretically better, to roll the dice that we could get something better.
Yeah, no, I don't like that idea. I don't like the idea of just paying a guy for the sake of paying a guy, drafting a quarterback for the sake of drafting a quarterback. Like, there has to be an actual belief. Now, I think I probably believe in CJ just a little bit more than you do, but the reason why I have that hesitation is baked into the same, like it's related to the same reason of your skepticism. It's like, hey, we've had these big games where the quarterback who is about to make this money did not perform up to the level. And to me, that is concerning. But I think the overall body of work, if you go for the entirety of the 3 years, is enough for me to be, and just his traits and like the accuracy and all of those things that have not necessarily been as good as they were his rookie year, but are still pretty damn good. I would pay for that. It's just like, what is the number? And if he wants to hold a hard bargain on the number, then yeah, we are having this hard conversation. We are going into the into the fifth year option and into the franchise tag conversation. Like, I'm not scared to play hardball, but it would be nice if they could kind of find some kind of middle ground. But to the point, like, if it's a no, you need to know that, and then you do need to, because the one thing we can agree on is the importance of the position, and so you do need to figure that part out.
He is Brandon Scott. I am Paul Gallant. B. Scott and Gallant on 95.7 The Fan. 713-572-4610 to call in and to text in. The questions on the table for you: have the Astros finally gotten over the hump against the Mariners? Another game against them tonight at Daikin Park. Kamari Lassiter or Derek Stingley? Who'd you pay? Especially seeing that Devin Witherspoon contract. Kamari Lassiter or C.J. Stroud? Up next, I think Nick Caserio did it again. I think Nick Caserio pulled off one of the biggest deals in the NFL draft. Am I overreacting? Does B. Scott need to shake me, to slap me? You'll find out what I'm talking about next. Stick around on 95.7 The Fan and on 610 a.m.
J.J. Watt is a fan of the...
What's that?
Okay.
Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, it's 95.7 The Fan Weekends.
Here's Mills on the gun with Whittington to his left on 2nd and 2 from the Houston 33. I know you like this down and distance. Mills gets the snap, throws over the middle, and this is caught. Marlon Klein, the rookie tight end, into Charger territory at the 35-yard line. Big play to the second-round draft choice to get the party started.
Boy, excellent pass protection, and it starts there for this Texans offense. They hold up, and then it's the weakest part of the defense. Two high safeties. You split it with a tight end on a nice little skinny post in the middle of the field. And I tell you what, if it's thrown a half a second off, it may have been tipped away or intercepted. Perfectly timed by Davis Mills.
31-yard play.
Yeah, Marlon Klein, biggest steal of the NFL draft. Yeah, in the same way that Freddie, our beloved countryman, stole from all you stupid Americans. Yeah, Marlon Klein, biggest steal in the NFL draft 2026.
You are going to have so much fun with Marlon Klein being a part of this team.
I'm so excited.
I am rooting for, obviously I'm rooting for the Texans. I'm from here, all of that, blah, blah, blah. But I'm rooting for him specifically to be a thing, just so it can be a bit with you of the Texans having a star German football player.
It's been a while since I busted out my possibly culturally insensitive and xenophobic German accent.
Insensitive.
Whatever, they fought us in 2 world wars. Sorry.
Paul is not letting this damn near century-long history go.
Listen,
he's not.
If it now, like, it's acceptable somehow, some way for the whites, we have the white delegation, to go after other random, also white nationalities. So as an Irish American, I can go after the Italians, who also flossed to us in World War II and then conveniently joined our side. Or the Germans. I can do it.
David, I'm going to tell you this. Me and you going to stay out of white folks' business on this one. We're going to let them make it. We're gonna let them fight their internal wars as much as they want to.
Hey, listen, you don't got to tell me twice.
You know what I mean?
You gotta tell me twice.
We're gonna laugh right there with you because it's all funny to us.
See, that makes a whole lot of sense. That makes a whole lot of sense. We've progressed a little bit, but to what you said, dude, I have a German hat that I have not busted out in a little bit of time. I have lederhosen. I have a shirt. Like, I could go theoretically to Oktoberfest with a getup I have right now. And this guy, Marlon Klein, there were a couple of plays that were posted by the Houston Texans social media team, not protecting the team, because now the entire league's aware that Marlon Klein has some serious athleticism and wheels to him. We've heard D'Amico Ryans a couple of times this offseason, B-Scott, talk about what a weapon he could be in the passing game. And it's one play in the preseason, so I will 100% admit I am so overreacting, but
yeah, pump the brakes, Paul.
But to see him run down the seam, any tight end to do that,
he's fast.
A guy that you got, what, 3rd round, and in the midst of a run on tight ends, it feels like they clearly like this guy better than a lot of the other guys who were in the area, given the way that they talked about him. And I mean, this draft, we haven't seen one regular season game yet, but it's tough to not be encouraged by this first-round pick, Keelan Rutledge, this second-round pick in Caden McDonald, and Marlon Klein, who you got in the 3rd round. I'm feeling really good in particular about the latter, even though I know that game was against backups with backups. That was an exciting play.
Yeah, so I got to fully admit that I was not willing to even entertain much of, hey, what can Marlon Klein be, or is he going to be like a real weapon for the Texans this season going into training camp? Like, it wasn't until these last couple of weeks of training camp, and then obviously the highlight that we played, and this moment in the preseason game where you're like really thinking about, what if this question that we've been asking all offseason about the non-Nico weapons and like who is C.J. Stroud supposed to be throwing the ball to, where are the explosive plays supposed to come from? That was kind of an original question that I had from the offseason. And like Marlon Klein could be among the answers. And I just hadn't really thought about it much that way. But dude, this guy is fast, man. He is fast for this size. You're not really expecting somebody of this size. And they got him. He was their second round pick. So like, you got to think about it. They're expecting a lot of him given where he was drafted. You got to figure that they covered him. And then just this speed element where we talk about the Texans offense just not being explosive enough, them not having enough tight ends. They basically had none after Dalton Schultz last year, and they might have a little bit of both. Like, they could have answered the question and killed two birds with one stone in adding to their tight end room and the depth of that position where they had none, and adding a true explosive weapon. So I'm intrigued by it. And let's not forget that Nick Caley, the offensive coordinator, has a background coaching tight ends. He was a tight ends coach, and you got to figure that he, between his background as a tight ends coach and having coached with the Patriots, that he's got some kind of affinity for using tight ends in the offense, and that's a sort of an added element to the offense this year.
He was the fourth tight end off the board in this year's draft. He was a second-round pick, clean up aisle me. He was the third Texans pick in this year's draft, and it's going to be really interesting to see how he is used, but it does seem now like he's the backup tight end. It does seem that he's ahead of Cade Stover, and given the uncertainty with Brevin Jordan's knee, he seems already like he's going to factor into regular season work in the first couple of games.
You know what? I'll even put it like this. I felt like he helped solidify the Texans tight end room, because we were trying to figure out like the competition there. The competition there seemed to be fairly interesting once you got past the obvious of Dalton Schultz. I think that Foster Moreau is going to be somebody that's on the team, even though it's not going to be like a buzzworthy type of name. He's in there more for blocking purposes, but I think he's on the team. And so then the conversation is really about those younger guys, the guys that they've drafted in the Nick Caserio era. Brevin Jordan first, Cade Stover, and then now Marlon Klein most recently. And it looks like Marlon Klein, and I would say rightfully so, has the upper hand on both of those younger drafted guys.
You're right on that. And Foster Moreau, thank you for bringing him up. He probably is going to get a good amount of work early on, but
not in the same way. Like, he's going to be more so in the run game,
because they haven't had that guy.
Exactly.
And to Klein's credit, there were a couple of clips posted by those who study film last night. They believe that he did a pretty good job in blocking, and he comes from Michigan, so of course he's going to have that background. So Marlon Klein, I've got fever for him. I'm going to have to work on the accent. Someone texted in that was Austrian, not German. Another person said, why is he doing a Norwegian accent for the German Klein?
Did you miss the first comment?
Frank Z111, who said it's a gay German, bro.
Yeah, it did not take very long for you to get called gay on the show.
Well, listen, it's a once a show thing, and it has been now 0 days since Paul Gallant has been called gay. Not that there's anything wrong with that on 95.7 The Fan. Am I? 713-572-4610. I kid. No,
Question mark.
I got to work on that for sure. But I'm excited that he's here, because now I have the opportunity to work on it, okay? One day at a time. Iron sharpens iron.
That's right. That's there you go.
Yeah.
And commenters, texters, protect the team.
Yeah.
Encourage Paul and his bad German, actually Norwegian sounding, gay German bro sounding accent.
Swedish.
Come on now. Let's protect the team here.
Swedish, Finnish, Danish. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're all over the place.
It wasn't me or David that said y'all all look alike. Let's just remember that. We didn't do that.
No.
We stand out of white folks' business.
But you can. I don't mind.
No. But we didn't, though, right?
You didn't.
Right?
Am
I right?
They're winking. So there's some sarcasm there. Not appreciated. He's B. Scott. I'm Paul Gallant. We got David Hill behind the glass, 713-572-4610. We also saw Keelan Rutledge. We saw the first team offensive line. And from those, again, who study film, I ain't going to do that for the preseason especially.
Let you nerds study the film.
Some of the people, by the way, that are posting the film online, we know you're projecting to make it seem like you actually know what you're talking about. Some people, not all people, but some people. So just take it all with a grain of salt. The people that are posting film are trying to make you think that you should trust their takes a little bit more just by posting it, but they might not entirely know what they're talking about. Then that's a side rant. That doesn't matter. Keelan Rutledge looked good.
He did. He looked really good.
Pancake the dude.
And look, without studying the film, because I watched the game live, and he was somebody, and I even said this before the game started to somebody, one of our media compadres. I was like, man, the one thing I'm going to be keying in on is Keelan Rutledge and whoever's playing next to him. So, like, guard to guard, as boring as it might sound and as nerdy as it might sound, it's that important to this team. I want to see how those guys are not just performing but working together. And I'll be damned, Paul, if like the first or second play of the game, you don't get like a double team, a block in the run game, double team with Keelan Rutledge and Wyatt Teller. And I'm like, man, give me some of that. Give me some of that, because that's what they've been lacking. Guys who are just nasty in the run game, and you see it there. And then in the Marlon Klein highlight that we played, there's Andre Ware, who did a great job of breaking down obviously the color commentary of the pass protection there, right, and how good it was. And I thought that Keelan Rutledge held up well and held his own, better than held his own in the run game, was actually really good, and certainly held his own in the passing game and pass protection. So both elements of what he's going to be asked to do, he looked fairly natural out there for a guy that has not played center really at all, and certainly not in the NFL.
No fights, so that was a little disappointing.
Yeah. He might have got it out of his system. Like, once you break bad with Will Anderson Jr., what else is there left to do? Who on the Chargers is there worth crossing at that point?
That's a good
this
question.
Man then went toe-to-toe with Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson Jr. He didn't see no opponent.
If he fought Jim Harbaugh,
that would have.
Because Jim Harbaugh is the barking dog that's very small, but still thinks that he can win in a fight against an offensive lineman.
Yeah.
At age 60, whatever.
Oh, something tells me, too, that Jim Harbaugh either has grown man, old man strength.
Because of all that milk.
Or, like, I was making this joke with my girlfriend when we were in Chicago last week. We were trying to get on the train, and there were these kids right next to us. And I was like, if we got to fight these kids, they might be stronger than us, but we're at least 15 years older, and we're way meaner than them. And they don't want to fight the same way that we do. I feel like that could be an element of that with John Harbaugh. And Keelan Rutledge is a pretty nasty dude. But,
yeah.
But I would like to see that one. Would it be punching down if he fought McDaniel?
It would be punching down.
Can't fight McDaniel?
It would be punching down.
Yeah.
Yes.
The Harbaugh one would be interesting, though.
Mike McDaniel just trying too hard. We'll see what the Chargers
that's
do.
why I mentioned it. I know a lot of people would like to see a Keelan Rutledge type get his hands on Mike McDaniel for a couple minutes.
He's best friends with one of my favorite comedian podcasters, Dan Soder. I don't know if you know this.
I know Dan. Yeah, Dan Soder. That's Katie Nolan's husband,
correct?
or
yes,
fiance, or one of those.
Yeah, exactly. What a small world it is. And I want to like Mike McDonald because I like Dan Soder, and I would like Dan Soder to be my friend. You know, he's one of those guys in the industry who's done radio, and he's also funny. And I'm like, oh, he likes sports too.
Yeah,
I want to be friends with him.
Yeah, be my friend.
Be my friend,
my
Dan
friend,
Soder.
Dan.
So I'm not going to take cheap shots at Mike McDonald. He is Brandon Scott. I'm Paul Gallant. Brandon's got some takeaways from the preseason, which he watched a lot more closely than I do, that we're going to get to at some point over the course of the next hour. Coming up next, I think that one of the Astros' most up and down players over the last couple of years just stole the best nickname in baseball. What am I talking about? You'll find out on the flip side. He is Brandon Scott. I am Paul Gallant. It is B. Scott and Gallant on 95.7 The Fan. Stay put.
Texans 2026 preseason kicked off with a loss to the Chargers.
Mills gets the snap on 3rd and goal from the 5. Throws right side. Caught. Touchdown, Jared Wayne.
We're not going to show everything we're capable of in preseason. We'll save that for week 1 versus Buffalo, but we like what we have. We're excited to see how it keeps evolving.
Insider access, exclusive content, crystal clear FM quality. Your home of the Texans is 95.7 The Fan.
Think you know how the second half of baseball plays out? Put your predictions to work on Polymarket, the world's largest prediction market. An official partner of Major League Baseball. Who wins the division? Who's buying at the trade deadline? Who takes home the Cy Young? And who's still standing in October? Trade against other fans, not the house on Polymarket. From the trade deadline to the World Series, every game matters. Trade on Polymarket. Download the Polymarket app and use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you're unable to care for your newborn, there are safe options that protect you both. The Baby Moses Law allows you to legally surrender your unharmed infant at any hospital, fire station, or EMS station, anonymously, without fear of repercussions. The baby will immediately receive care. Call the Baby Moses hotline to talk through your options. No judgment, just help. Learn more at babymoseshotline.com. Sponsored by the Texas Department of Family and Protective Services.
QC Kinetics helps active people stay active. People like David Boardman, police officer, competitive athlete, and gym owner who trains hard almost every day.
My body's taken a lot of abuse over the years. I've had multiple knee surgeries on both of my knees. I could barely run a mile prior to going to QC Kinetics. Doctors have all told me, hey, you are going to need knee replacements.
But QC Kinetics gave David great news.
We're going to give you the opportunity to have not one, but 2 healthy knees, and we don't have to cut you open.
And after David's regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics?
Since I've gone to them, I run 20, 30 miles a week. I really wouldn't be able to do that if it wasn't for QC Kinetics.
From knee pain to Ironman training.
It's a no-brainer.
Now it's your turn. Call QC Kinetics to book your free consultation today.
Call QC Kinetics, 713-913-5285. That's 713-913-5285. 713-913-5285.
Mattress Mac here with baseball superstar Carlos Correa. Carlos, after your injury, recovery was crucial. Why did you choose the Max Decliner?
I seen your commercials. As soon as I got hurt, I knew who to call. I called you right away. I know you'll set me up with the right thing.
And what do you like about the Max Decliner?
I love that in the days that I was the most sore, I could recline back, put my foot up. Felt great. Recovery was awesome.
Rest, recovery, and rejuvenation like a superstar. Buy a Max Decliner. Delivery free today.
Hey, Mr. C, it's me. Well, I just picked up the ring. I actually went to Helzberg. Thanks for that recommendation. Kate's gonna love that hers is from the same jeweler you got Mrs. C's ring from. They were so helpful throughout the whole process. They even knew your family by name. And the ring looks great. Anyways, I just couldn't wait to let you guys know. Call me back and wish me luck.
Helzberg, designed with care and craft since 1915. Shop in store or at Helzberg.com.
Texas summers can go on, but with Ultimate Season Pass from TXU Energy, you get 50% off energy charges during peak summer and winter, plus more months of automatic savings.
50% off? That's cooler than sweet tea in a heat wave.
And it lasts longer.
Longer than my mom's quick goodbye at a barbecue?
Way longer. It's a top-rated plan with more than $450 in savings a year.
Finally, something in Texas that actually cools off.
Get Texas-sized savings for Texas-sized seasons with Ultimate Season Pass. TXU Energy. Energy for everything.
Visit TXU.com for more information. Rep number 10004.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website...
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, KIKK-FM, KILT-AM Houston, your home for the Texans. Houston sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, it's 95.7 The Fan Weekends.
B. Scott and Gallant with you. Brandon Scott, Paul Gallant, 713-572-4610 to call to text. We're on YouTube as well in crystal clear HD. Astros took down the Seattle Mariners last night, 10-7. It's really impressive a win. They were up 5-2. Brian Abreu blows it. They're down 7-5 in the 10th. Jose Altuve gets a clutch 2-out hit. Christian Walker hits the absolute bejesus out of a baseball.
Maybe baseball.
Hardest hit home run I think I've seen this year across the sport, B. Scott. And
you keep saying that. I'm going to go ahead and be the nerd to look up the numbers on the ball while you're talking.
Maybe that thwack that Yordan had against the Angels is comparable. I think that was an upper deck home run. And, bigger ballparks, the trajectory looks normal. In a ballpark like Dyken Park, if you really crush one to left field, it's going to hit that back wall pretty damn quickly. And that's what Walker did. We'll see if the Astros are able to keep it up against the Mariners, who have owned them, at least going into last night's game. For those who don't know, since the 2022 divisional series where the Astros swept the Mariners, the Stros were, going into last night, 15-32 against Seattle. And they were 1-7 against Seattle until last night's win. So hopefully they've gotten that Mariners monkey off of their back, Brandon.
Yeah. So real quick on the Christian Walker numbers. And this has to be wrong because I agree with you from watching that bomb. It felt like it had to have been the hardest hit ball maybe of an Astro all season at least or something. They're saying the distance was just 405.
Yeah,
405.
That's a bunch of liberal BS.
I was thinking fake news.
Yeah, I don't believe that. I don't
fake
believe that
news.
at all.
Fake news. What are you talking about?
That ball did not start to go down. And now I'm not going to go back and rewatch it to confirm it. In my opinion, when I saw that home run, that's all that matters. It's about what I feel. It's not about the facts. Feelings don't care about your facts. The ball was going up still when it hit that wall. Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
F your feelings. But it does have an exit velo of 108.2. Pretty good. Expected batted average. How is it not 1,000? It's 960 expected. These nerds and these stats.
It's the worst.
Check your work, folks. Check your work. But
excuse me, sir. What's his Klondorp?
It wasn't exactly 1,000.
It would not necessarily have gone over the Green Monster at Fenway Park.
Get out of here. It would have gone through the Green Monster at Fenway Park. What are you talking about? Come on now, be for real. But to your point, though, about the Astros, like it does feel like they're getting whatever boogeyman or monkey on the back that they might have had with this going on with the Seattle Mariners. It feels like this could have been that seminal moment where you can deaden that. They have the rest of the series to play. Seattle goes out and wins today, wins tomorrow. It's going to feel a little bit hollow. But in the moment, it felt like, you know what? We might have gotten past this. And not only did we get past the Seattle hurdle, but actually separated ourselves from the rest of the division. Because the only other two teams that are only kind of worth mentioning, and we could argue that ain't none of them worth mentioning if we're being real, but the only other teams that are arguably worth mentioning are Seattle and Texas. And as we talked about before, the Astros are the big brother against the Rangers.
It's just 4 in a row.
Exactly. So it's just that back and forth with Seattle, and I think the rest of this weekend is going to tell us a lot.
You take them out, you sweep them. The AL West will feel done, especially considering after that you have a very favorable close to August where you're playing the A's, you're playing the Angels. I forget the order. You have a series against the Yankees in the Bronx. That'll be tough. Playoff caliber, playoff vibes for a little bit. And then you wrap up the month against the New York Mets before a pretty tough September. I said going into the segment that I think an up-and-down Astro this year has stolen one of the best nicknames in baseball. This is not going to help me beat the allegations. And I want this to be clear that this is a take that I have because of a very close friend of mine, a woman, not my girlfriend, who is obsessed with this specific player. She loves Christian Walker. And she loves his ass.
Yes.
She talks to me about his ass.
Got a nice derriere, she says.
I mean, it's not...
Dump in the truck, she says.
He's got the big dumper that Cal Raleigh has relinquished with this ass, play on words, season that he has had.
I gotta say, I feel good, and not that there's anything wrong with it if you're the other way. He's got a good
ass.
But I feel good about the fact that I have not, at any moment, I've seen Christian Walker up close. I don't want to tell y'all how much of some of these athletes I've seen way more of them than I would actually prefer. And I ain't never noticed the man's ass. I think there's a reason for that, right? Because I just don't be looking at ass like that. Certainly not the male version, but an astute observation.
What about
by
Larry
her.
Fitzgerald?
Larry Fitzgerald had a big ass, all right, but that was different because that was just so obvious, and I think it was part of it, like he was running and it was the thighs kind of going. Christian Walker's not doing the running that Larry Fitzgerald was doing. You watching Larry Fitzgerald and those thighs go up to that ass, and you're like, man, what's going on with this guy? But yeah, no, that is hilarious. That is her observation of Christian Walker of all people.
Now I can't unsee it. Okay, this is not me. This is not me losing to the allegations. I'm just saying, now that it has been brought to my attention, I'm like, oh, he does have a big butt.
I'm trying to think of his stance. Does his stance accentuate
I don't know,
physique or something?
This is for the ladies, 713-572-4610. Do you like Christian Walker's badonkadunk, number one? And number two, is he now big dumper? Because Cal Raleigh stinks. Mariners catcher Cal Raleigh has one of the worst averages in the history of baseball this year among qualified hitters. Like, there's guys from 1908. I think there's a guy from the 1800s who is up on this list with him.
It does seem like there's not a good nickname for a dude with a big ass.
Yeah,
like
big dumper does make it sound like you pooped your pants.
Yeah, because I mean, all of the and all of the nicknames for women are objectifying and they're rude and they're insensitive and all of that.
Strong, powerful, independent women, girl bosses. We don't do that here.
But the names I feel like are better. Like big dumper, you don't feel like you can get a good nickname for your backside. It's got to be like something masculine, like big dumper. You know?
Yeah.
Dump truck, like it's got to be something masculine, even though we're talking about
man's ass.
Yeah. I wonder what it must, because I'm skinny. Obviously, I don't have nothing. I'm skin and bones. The heaviest thing on me is my hair. So like, I can't relate, but I'm just trying to imagine what that must be like for a dude.
I'm told
to be objectified that way.
The girlfriend objectifies my butt.
Well, I'm sure you like it.
I like when the girlfriend compliments my butt, and my girlfriend's got an amazing butt. So
yeah,
we are ass people. Suppose.
I could tell you, my girlfriend, it wasn't my ass that got her. I can promise you that, because she does not compliment it, and there is nothing to compliment.
Okay,
but fortunately, she loves me for me.
The way you said that for a second, I was like, is that just a flex? Was that the most subtle flex? You're like something else.
Maybe.
Good for you.
Yeah,
good for you.
Lead that to the imagination.
Yeah. He is Brandon Scott. I'm Paul Gallant, B. Scott, and Gallant. A texter from the 713 says the wife says she would eat a cheese plate off of Christian Walker's butt.
You could probably put this coffee mug on it and just sit it there if you got
like it's Kim Kardashian.
I can just imagine myself out there taking notes at pregame, like watching batting practice. I got a coffee in my hand. First Christian Walker's ass real quick so I can set my coffee down.
Oh, man, I can't get enough of this. Anyway, you want to chime in, you know how to do it. Big game tonight. Hayden Wesneski on the hill for the Astros. A guy who I think there's not strong, but definitely an argument to be made as Case Keenum is chucking it downfield, getting the Bears in the red zone. Let's go.
Case.
Go Cougs.
Let's go Case, baby. And go 80s babies. Like, this is like, we don't have many of these anymore.
One of us.
Telling you, like, guys born in the 80s still out there doing their thing.
Yeah.
Not a lot. I root for all of them now, even the ones that I dislike. I root for them now just because if they're born in the 80s.
I like that.
Yeah, I'm with
it. That was an ADD moment. I mean, yeah, I remember covering Case Keenum in college because it felt like he was in college for 12 years at our beloved Cougs University. But big night for Hayden Wesneski against a Mariners team that, of course, has really been struggling to hit. Honestly, B. Scott, when Wesneski came back, I thought to myself, Well, you get anything. Give me a guy who's got an ERA that's around, 4.5 that can get me through 5 innings.
Man, 4.5. The bar is the floor.
The bar is so low right now when it comes to the pitching staff for the Astros. But in 3 appearances this year, Wisniewski's got a 3.86 ERA. And in those 3 outings, he's pitched deep into games. 18 and 2/3 innings. I was not expecting that, especially coming back from injury. I was excited about him when the Astros got him just because it always feels like the Astros get the most out of a pitcher who's been trapped somewhere else.
That's a good point. Yeah.
But then, of course, like seemingly happens with every single one of their pitchers, and maybe this is another reason to continue looking into the return to play strategy. But it feels like every single Astros pitcher's elbow is going to snap at some point. Knock on wood, Hunter Brown. Wisniewski's back, and these first 3 starts, it's been surprising. And honestly, if the Astros want a chance at winning a playoff series, he's going to need to continue to do it.
Yeah, so it's funny that you put it that way about being excited about him when he got here because of what the Astros do with pitching. I feel like I felt that way at the same time, but just his overall body of work and resume did not have me all that excited. The Astros part notwithstanding, just like the player himself, the most exciting part about him for me was that he was a local kid. I was like, oh, come on home. We'll figure it out. But I wasn't like, hey, this is going to be a guy necessarily. And think about it. Back then, they still had all of their pitchers. Like Fromber was still on the team, right? Of course, you had Hunter Brown. So it didn't really feel like you needed him as badly and as urgently as you clearly do now.
Right, yeah.
And now I'm here to welcome him with open arms. I want to get a guy a big old hug if I see him.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, I've never been so glad to see you, Mr. Hayden Wisniewski, because we don't have nothing. And when you think about like his career, he's not like he is a back of the rotation starter, but a back of the rotation starter can easily be your third, or certainly a back of the rotation starter for you, but your third guy after what Hunter Brown and what he obviously gives you and what Peter Lambert has given you this year. So I'm glad to see him. I had very low expectations, little to no expectations for Hayden Wisniewski coming back. I'll be honest, he had been gone for long enough. Obviously, Tommy, you have surgery. He's been gone for 14 months. He was kind of out of sight, out of mind. So that's part of the reason why I wasn't expecting anything from him. But it has been what I would call a pleasant and welcome surprise to have at least some relief when it seems like everything else that they've tried has failed.
Yeah.
Like you bring in, like Hayden Wisniewski has an opportunity to be what the combination of Mike Burrows and Tatsuya Imai were supposed to be. Those were Dana Brown's key acquisitions of the offseason, and they have flamed out. So hopefully the shrapnel of the Kyle Tucker trade, and I hate to call him that, but that's really what he was, the marquee part of that trade, the centerpiece of that trade is Cam Smith. And, of course, Isaac Paredes had been an all-star at that point and has been really good for you since he's been here. So Hayden Wisniewski felt like the throw-in, and he might be the most important guy from the trade right here at this moment when we look at that rotation.
Right, because, look, Cam Smith's been awesome recently, and Isaac Paredes, you know what you're going to get from him, but you need a second or third starting pitcher. I know Ocho Texto is going to get mad at me for this. It's just tough. It's just tough for me to buy into Peter Lambert continuing to do it, but he did it last night. He did what he needed to do. 713-572-4610 to call into text. And shout out to Hayden Wisniewski, who is a Houston guy, went to Cy Fair High School up in Cypress. Also, our conversation a little bit earlier, inspired not by my own thoughts, which some consider sus. No, a friend of mine, a lady friend, believes that Christian Walker has a great ass and her head's buried in it. But a texter points out that Clowney has the best badonkadonk. There's a lot of power. There's a lot of power at the source with Jadeveon Clowney.
Yeah, you could see that. That actually makes sense. The football players kind of have a little bit of an advantage here, right? They do all the workouts, especially the linemen, right?
Yeah.
And the defensive linemen specifically, like edge rushers, are typically, and linebackers, those are typically good, stealth, healthy, backside type of guys. I think you kind of have to have a decent ass to play the position. Like, can you be light? Can you be light in the ass and play in the trenches?
No, you can't be like Chris Berman and play in the trenches. Poor Chris Berman. Those were unflattering pants that he was wearing the other day. Look up the viral video if you haven't
Untuck
seen
your
it.
shirt, man. So we don't know. Like it
was tough.
It's much cooler these days to walk around untucked than to have, your ass into your sternum.
No, you only tuck if you got something to show off. Only tuck
right.
if you got something to show off.
Exactly.
And you know what? I got something to show off.
Yeah, I ain't never seen me my shirt tucked unless I got a suit on.
Yeah. He is Brandon Scott. I'm Paul Gallant. 713-572-4610 to call it, to text it. On YouTube, R.A. Tacky says it's Skywalker. There's another nickname being given for Christian Walker after what he did last night, the absolute bleep missile of a home run. I'm not sure if we're allowed to say that word on the FM side of things because we're in the big leagues now, okay, guys?
Yeah,
we're in the big leagues.
Definitely got to be careful with the language.
Got to be careful, but I do like that nickname.
Yeah.
I like that nickname.
Skywalker's Seawalk is it though for me, man. Seawalk. I like Seawalk because Seawalk is an actual dance, right? It's the Crip Walk.
Oh,
and so the irony is what's working for me here.
Explaining it to white people. I like this.
You got the Crip Walk, and then you look at Christian Walker, who you know for a fact cannot Crip Walk, but I do kind of want somebody to teach him. And I would have loved it if after his bat flip, he Crip walked to first base.
That would have been hilarious.
Looking like that with that mustache and that bald white head. Come on, man. You got to appreciate the cultural irony there. Seawalk is it for me.
Okay. Well, you know what? I learned something new today, B. Scott. You might have to wait. Would I be able to get away with the Crip Walk?
I would advise you not to.
Or would I get shot?
I would advise you not to do it.
This man's getting shot.
Unless you hit a walk-off home run.
If I'm wearing blue, could I do it? Not if I'm wearing red. If I'm wearing red, that's it.
Yeah, right? But also you don't want to be somewhere where they wear red, wearing the blue doing it.
Oh,
right?
That's a good point.
So just kind of learn the politics of it all first.
Why can't we all love each other? 713-572-4610. That's how you call it. That's how you text it. On the table, big contract in the NFL, how it affects the Houston Texans. Also, if you got any preseason thoughts from what the Texans did in that loss to the Chargers on Thursday. Lots of encouraging signs, even though it was rather lopsided. That's all on the table. He's Brandon Scott. I'm Paul Gallant. It's B. Scott and Gallant on 95.7 The Fan.
95.7 The Fan has officially taken off, and you can't have a launch without a rocket.
Congrats to you guys. That's all.
from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, it's 95.7 The Fan Weekends.
He's Brandon Scott. I'm Paul Gallant. B. Scott and Gallant on 95.7 The Fan. Welcome aboard. It's our first week on the FM dial. It's great that we have weekend programming. We were talking in the last segment. I think that Christian Walker has taken the nickname of Big Dumper away from Cal Raleigh, especially after that home run that he hit last night. And he does have a massive donk. From the 713, a texter texts in, Christian Walker can't crip walk because his butt weighs him down.
Yeah, that might be an issue. That might be an issue.
We were talking about crip walking in the last segment. I did not understand why B. Scott likes the C-Walk nickname for Christian Walker. He explained it to me. Yeah. I was delighted by this explanation, my hokey white self. And then I asked, hey, could I crip walk? And our friend Chris Partee, who was on with Luke Morrow earlier this morning, texts in, you're going to get Paul in some drama out here trying to C-Walk. Just say no, Paul.
Yeah, no, it has to be a particular circumstance or situation. You can't just bust out the crip walk, right? Okay. But I think if you were at a party with non-gangsters, okay, so like if you're amongst Crips and Bloods, you certainly don't want a crip walk. But like at a party you're more likely to go to, which I would just assume there's not a lot of Crips and Bloods that are going to be there, and especially like a West Coast song comes on, like some Snoop comes on, and you start crip walking, you will be the most popular guy at the party because they're going to be like, where did this white dude learn how to crip walk?
Okay, I'm gonna practice this.
So yeah, no, I don't think you should do it in front of actual gangsters. Okay. Like if you see anybody that looks anything like Nipsey Hussle or Snoop Dogg or anybody like that, don't do it. But amongst the people that you would likely be around, I think you could get away with it.
Oh, well, here's the thing. I don't see color, okay? So
you better. I tell you one thing. If you go crip walk, that colorblind stuff not going to work. Y'all, hey, white folks, you can't be colorblind crip walking. Know your blues from your reds, okay? Start there. Get rid of that colorblind mentality, all right? See people. Know what's going on.
Brandon Scott, Paul Gallant with you. So the Astros won last night, 10-7. We'll see what they do tonight. I'm going to be at Dyken Park. I'm going to be in a cockroach suit. If you see me, say hi. I'm going to be there for my friends at Prize Picks. Looking forward to going to it. We've also got a Texans preseason game in the rearview mirror and training camp. There was practice today. We'll give you some updates on what happened at practice later in the show. But this was weirdly one of the biggest stories of the week, Brandon, where in a week where we had more of the stupid WNBA discourse that I don't want to get into, this was probably the second leading story, a story that I got not one but two push notifications for, neither of which I wanted from the ESPN app. The first of which, Jaden Daniels basically cutting ties with LSU because some random guy that is a player at LSU is taking his number. And then I got a push notification, and I'm sorry, this guy's name eludes me, until he's actually in the NFL. All of these guys, much like in the NCAA football video game from back in the day, they're all just numbers until they make it to the league for me. I love college football, but I'm like not so into it that I know the ins and outs of everything. But this guy, I got a push notification because he's not changing his number to accommodate Jaden Daniels. B. Scott, you had some thoughts on this.
Dude, this is the most ridiculous story, and it pains me because I liked, and notice how I said that in past tense, not on that by accident. Liked Jaden Daniels a lot. And full disclosure, I root for all the black quarterbacks, all of them. Like even when they're going up against the Texans, I want the Texans to win, but I want the black.
What about Russell Wilson?
All of them, all of them. Even Russell Wilson, he counts. He counts. So him too. Yes, I'm not gonna every single one of them now. Patrick Mahomes is the one where that's kind of like the line of demarcation because, like, what are we doing exactly? But root for all the black quarterbacks, everybody black. Want them to play well. I know some people are probably listening like, are we still doing that? Are we not past that? Well, if you grew up a certain way and in a certain era, yeah, you root for that. So, like, dude like that goes out there, wins the Heisman, does what he does his rookie year. I want him to succeed, but I didn't want him to be a D-bag. You don't want to. And I'm not saying that he is because I don't know him, but this is D-bag type of stuff.
If you don't know him and this is a story that gives you an impression of who he is, it's definitely a bad impression.
Well, here's the thing about him. He's kind of milquetoast. He's kind of boring. Like he was on that quarterback series that Netflix did. And I thought he was the least interesting quarterback of the ones that they profiled.
His mom was more interesting.
His mom is more interesting, okay? Like he's not that interesting or of a polarizing guy. He's just cold on the field, and I can respect it. And so I think because of that, he's kind of like at least relatively easy to root for because he's non-polarizing off the field and awesome on the field. And then this happens where you're like an otherwise clearly likable figure. Now you got a reason to dislike him. And like if you feel like you own a number, or especially in football, this isn't basketball where only 5 guys play at a time, only 12 guys are on the team at a time. There's 100 dudes on the team, right? And there's only but so many numbers to go around.
Some guys have 2 numbers, by the way.
And I thought this. I would love for LSU to give him the middle finger right back and have, I know you can only have like 2 guys, like one on each side of the ball. I wish they could have a game where just everybody go out there and we Jackie Robinson this thing and everybody wears 5. Like the whole team should wear 5. I know you can't do it. It's not practical. But I would love to see it because that's the type of petty and sarcasm I'm here for. Oh, you think you that cold? You think you that bad? Even if you are, you going to get litigious about it? You going to send a cease and desist letter? Like, who does that? Like, that is beyond uncool to me.
And it's one of those things that if you're coming off a year where you didn't play well, and sure, you're coming off of injury, if you're coming off a year like that, why would you want to give people more ammunition against you? You know who should be happy about this? CJ Stroud. All the crap that this guy's getting. I mean, shoot, that aggregate steal everybody's account on X. ML Football posted a picture of him where he's at a concert and he's just having a good time and somehow tried to find a spin to make Stroud look like an a-hole. Stroud walks into training camp and he's wearing clothes that are appropriate for it being 100 degrees outside. Everyone's clowning him for that. If you're coming off of a year where you're not looking so good like CJ Stroud is, you can't win. So imagine you do this, where you get mad about number 5. And to what you were saying a moment ago, some of these rosters are so big that there will be a guy on the defensive side of the ball and the offensive side of the ball in college who have the exact same number, which gets a little bit confusing. And number 2, this is the point I brought up. I'm a big fan of Kevin Falk. I've always liked a lot of LSU and what they do because growing up a Patriots fan, there were a couple of really good LSU players that played for the Patriots. Kevin Falk was number 1, and Jarvis Green. I always thought they had cool uniforms. Louisiana people are the most fun people in the United States of America, even if they're not necessarily good with their money. You know what I'm talking about. But Kevin Falk played at LSU for 4 years. Every single year he played there, he was good. He had, and still has, the LSU record for rushing yards. He had the SEC record for all-purpose yards. He played for all 4 years, and I know he didn't win a Heisman, and I know he wasn't a Heisman finalist, but a guy like that who was there for 4 years wearing number 3, to me, that's a guy who should have their number retired. They're not retiring numbers at LSU, and I get that he won a Heisman, but Jaden Daniels was there for 1 year as the Jaden Daniels we know him as. He had another year at LSU that wasn't so good, and he was at Arizona State before that. He's essentially a hired gun for the Tigers, and I don't think that necessarily deserves a retired number. And I would say the same thing about Joe Burrow to a degree, too. It's like 1 year, he won the Heisman, but are you an LSU guy, or were you a guy who used LSU?
Yeah, and that all of that is fair on top of the fact that retired numbers in football is such a rare thing. They have other ways to honor guys. They have Ring of Honors and Hall of Fames and things, whatever they call it. Like right here, they call it the Ring of Honor for the Texans. Like, I don't know if LSU has that exactly, but there are ways to honor guys and to honor legacies or whatever it is, legacy players without retiring their number. And this almost feels like a don't know ball type of situation. Like, do you not know how it works at places? It's rare and also inconvenient to retire numbers in football because there are but so many numbers and you need damn near all of them.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't know if this is a Jaden Daniels thing, if this is his mom, or if it's somebody that's working with his mom, but all of it is just off-putting. And now he's kind of earning that mama's boy reputation. Like, I thought it was a little bit overplayed in the beginning, and now I gotta digress a little bit. It feels like the helicopter mom or whatever it is, and whoever it is that's in Jaden Daniels' ear, I got a tough time thinking that he cares about this to the level that he would have a cease and desist and like all of this
and to order the replica trophy returned.
It's kind of insane.
Yeah. From the 281, B. Scott, this is his mother's doing. Jalen hates that she did this.
Yeah. And at some point, like, you're going to have that conversation about, I understand she's handling his business and she's his agent and everything, but mom, like, you're going to have to step back. And I think all of us, especially men, we got to do that with our moms. Like, it's because your mom wants to mother you forever. And it's like, Mom, I'm a grown man now. And in the case of Jaden Daniels, he's a grown, famous person, and his mama's over here helicoptering.
I wouldn't want my mom helicoptering because I wouldn't want my mom getting the shrapnel.
Yeah.
From just being next to someone who plays a position where if I have a bad day, people are going to be mad at me.
Yeah.
I'd almost want her out of the limelight.
And what about being injured last year and having a kind of a down year? I know he was still like good when he played, but didn't play enough. Why is bro not focusing on, I don't know, the Washington Commanders?
The Commanders have so many bad vibes once again. And, I've saw that coming a mile away. The Commanders last year, like obviously the Daniels injuries affected it, but like Laramie Tunsil bringing him in and all that, it's not going well.
All of that, yeah.
713 texts in, LSU should honor him by having that tiger bite his arm off. That's a little aggressive.
Yeah, no one got to do all that.
No one knows. I would just tell Jaden, like, hey man, dial it back.
Oh, but if I had any kind of say at LSU, every year for as long as Jaden Daniels pays attention, we would have at least no less than 2 guys wearing number 5.
Until that happens.
Every single year. And they got to be good. They got to be guys that he can see, right? Some like my best defensive back and my best wide receiver or whoever wants it, my best offensive player that wants 5. But we got to have 2 guys wearing 5 to let this dude know, hey, it's not going to be played like that.
He is Brandon Scott. I'm Paul Gallant. B. Scott and Gallant on 95.7 The Fan. 713-572-4610 to call in, to text in. Texans training camp is underway, and I'm curious about how the average Texan feels, the average Texans fan feels, when they hear something like this happens in practice. You'll find out on the other side. Stay put.
Of the new frequency.
Thank you guys for all the entertainment, not just you guys, but everybody. Looking forward.
Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, it's 95.7 The Fan Weekends.
He's Brandon Scott. I'm Paul Gallant. 95.7 The Fan. 713-572-4610 to call in to text in. Training camp practice development from about 20 minutes ago per my guy, DJ Bijani of ESPN.
Shout out, DJ. Doing good work out there.
My one-time flag football teammate who wasn't, I think, a good enough teammate to try to get me on the field, but that's neither here nor there.
I was going to say, I figured that y'all would wreck shop out there. You and DJ?
Bro, they wouldn't let me on the field.
You couldn't get on the field? What kind of team was this?
Well,
I was going to say,
I looked a little different.
Were there a lot of DJs?
I don't see color, but
they did.
I was yes, it was. It pissed me off. I was like, let me play.
Hey, they did see color and didn't see enough of it. They saw your color and was like, hey, buddy, where's the color?
Dude, it made me mad because I legitimately was better than some of them. But it's fine. It's fine. It's not either there.
It happens. It happens.
But Derek Stingley intercepted C.J. Stroud on a deep post to Justin Watson for DJ Bijani. Also, why are we throwing deep posts to Justin Watson? It's training camp, Paul. Does it matter?
They like him, man. I'm glad you actually brought it up because there is a Justin Watson fixation or fascination or pet project or a teacher's pet thing going on.
He does the little things that I would have done on that flag football field.
Yeah, well, that's great. That's great, but I don't know. Throw that to Tank Dell. Is his leg back attached to his hip?
I don't know.
The knee bone
we hope
to
so.
The whatever, like is
the thigh bone, right?
Are all the ACLs intact?
Are there any bullets still in there? Yeah, I mean,
I think it went through.
Good.
Yeah, I think he's good.
Poor Dell. I mean, he's been through a lot. Watson apparently good at special teams. Whatever. When you see that C.J. Stroud throws an interception, does it get you nervous? Does it get you worked up at all?
Yeah. No, so not necessarily because he threw the interception in training camp and it's just training camp.
To one of the best corners in the NFL, might I add.
It's just like too soon. You know how people say too soon? Well, it's still too soon, all right? He hasn't played a real football game since the last football game where he was throwing all of the interceptions. But I can say, Paul, as somebody that's been to a lot of these practices, C.J. Stroud, it seems like, throws a pick every practice. So that part of it specifically is not unique to this practice. He's been throwing them out there. But he's also, like if you watch the whole practice, also does look a lot more confident and a lot more in command, a lot more vocal. Like he's got the ear of the team, not that he didn't have it before, but you're sensing that there's a little bit more of that. And, of course, they talk it up as well. They're doing their PR spin of it all on top of that. And so, like, if you take it at face value, then you do have a more comfortable C.J. Stroud. And this is the point of, let us not forget, a lot of what you're trying to accomplish in training camp in the preseason is to work out those kinks. These are the times to make the mistakes, to sort of see what you can and can't get away with once the games really start to count. But is it a little too soon when you say C.J. Stroud interception? And do I think about Foxborough? Do I think about Pittsburgh?
Of course.
A little bit, yeah, a little bit.
It happens, fair or unfair, because he's going up against the best defense in the league at practice every single day, an incredible corner tandem, plus a pass rush that has been swarming. And let's just say that there are some questions still about the Texans' offensive line. It can't possibly be worse than last year, but how much better is it going to be? But when you see something like this happen, you can't help but be like, damn, is it going to happen again at the worst possible moment? Even if all of a sudden his presence is better in the pocket, even if all of a sudden he understands the offense ever, is this always going to be a ticking time bomb with Stroud where he has the one game where he pees his pants? And when you pee your pants, you're always the pee your pants guy, even if it only happened just once.
Yeah, and also, like, you can look back to his rookie year. So when we talk about what was so incredible about C.J. Stroud his rookie year, yeah, it's the pinpoint accuracy. Yeah, he coined the term ball placement specialist, and we had fun with that. But I think a big part of the rookie year was the fact that he was so good at taking care of the ball. And we've talked about this before. There were some close ones where he probably should have had way more interceptions than he did. But it did seem like for his age and where he was, being a rookie and all, that he was a pretty good decision maker, had a pretty good sense for where he could and could not or should and should not try to fit the football. And it seems like over time, over the next couple of years, more and more that started to loosen up a little bit. He's gotten a little bit more loose with the football.
Right.
Whether we're talking about interceptions or near interceptions, fumbles, or whatever the case may be, sacks that he shouldn't take, which I think he did a much better job of last year than he did in year 2.
Right.
But all of these things none of these things look as good as they did when he first got here. And that's the part that I would say is a little bit concerning, even if you are feeling better about how he's looking and feeling in this offense.
Frank Z on YouTube says Stroud only threw 8 interceptions last year. That is true. I think, though, you got to look at it from this perspective. Were there moments where he was careless? At some point, I got to renew my subscription to NFL Game Pass, but I got to go back and put together a montage of the throws that CJ Stroud has made as throwaways that were nearly intercepted somehow.
Yeah.
It's weird little moments like that where you just become concerned that it could happen again in the playoffs. And listen, you're always going to be able to find numbers to support the fact that Stroud's not a turnover machine. No one is saying he's Nathan Peterman. But when you have that game like you had against the Patriots, to what B. Scott's saying, there is a little bit of a recoil, instant shudder, instant PTSD flashback to that game, because really, if he doesn't make mistakes, aren't they in the Super Bowl?
Yeah. I think so. I think they beat a Broncos team that's starting Jarrett Stidham, and I don't even know if they ended that game with Jarrett Stidham, but however it worked, they didn't have their quarterback.
Yeah.
And they should have won that game. They should have been in that game and won it.
Gave the Patriots the game with that fumble he had.
Yeah. Now, it looks like Frank on the YouTube is just not here for holding Stroud accountable for what we saw in the playoffs. And if you're a Stroud fan, I'm not here to tell you not to be. He's the quarterback of your team, and go ahead and support the guy. But let's not pretend like two things can be true. Stroud was down weapons, and he had an unhealthy, incomplete offensive line, so he's at a disadvantage. And he's going against a really good team, the team that went to the Super Bowl, at their house, the weather on their side, right? Like, all of that was true, okay? And we can take that into context and not say that it's because of all that he threw those interceptions, right? Like, some of those decisions that he made to throw the ball and the placement of said ball, I think 3 of the 4 were all on him.
Right.
I think one of them might have got to, I feel like, I'm trying to think back, but only one of them I would have said, okay, I can live with it. But at least 3 were just poor decisions. I don't know if I can say piss poor on FM anymore, but they were poor decisions by CJ Stroud. It didn't have nothing to do with Nico Collins not being out there and Dalton Schultz not being out there. His first pass of the game was behind, I want to say, Xavier Hutchinson, right? Like, so he just was not sharp that day. It's okay to admit it. And I said it earlier in the show. I still like CJ Stroud as a quarterback. I still think he's good. There is no excusing or explaining away his performance, even if you playoff performance, that is, even if you take into the context that he was under less than ideal circumstances. That's just the reality of it. So these are things that you're hoping are one-offs or anomalies and don't become tendencies over time.
Kynan02 says, throw Stroud's first year league out. Check that. Stroud's first year, league defenses hadn't figured him out yet. I go back to 2024, the game against the Packers, and it feels like everything's been different since that moment in time. And then just look at Stroud's performances against top teams, and you've always wanted more. And I think that's part of it with him. It's not he stinks. It's I think he's capable of more than he's shown me for the last year and a half. And the mistakes in particular, especially when you are in a Patriots offense, I mean, the reason the Patriots always won was because they didn't screw up. And these are mistakes that are tough to figure out. And, also going back to what Frank said. Yeah, he was without Nico Collins against the Patriots, and he lost Dalton Schultz very early on in that game. But I think a lot of people keep on looking back at the end of that season, and they think to themselves, well, it was just a Patriots game. He stunk against the Steelers. The game against the Colts to wrap up the year didn't count.
Yeah.
the game against the Chargers, it started off amazing, and it just stopped.
Yeah. Yeah, those first couple of touchdowns that he got to the young rookie receivers were really good. They were really more so busted coverages as well. And then Jalen Noel being fast on top of that. But like you say, man, it was good in the very beginning and then not so much for the rest of it.
Against the Raiders, he threw for less than 200 yards. Not that that matters, but it was 5 yards an attempt, and he had everybody for that game. He played great against the Cardinals. Might have been his best game of the year. It's the Cardinals.
Yeah. Now here's where I will, and I'm not pushing back on the idea that C.J. Stroud wasn't great toward the end, but it did seem like by design he was being somewhat neutered. Now, maybe he needed to be.
Could be the offense.
Like maybe there was something that they understood or saw in him that we didn't understand or see in him, especially post-concussion and all of that. So I don't exactly know who to blame for it, but it seemed like by design, by the time we got to the end of the year, they weren't really trying to do a whole lot. They were playing keep away, ball possession, let's let the defense go out there and win us the game, which was like crappy to watch.
Yeah.
And then also, to me, when we have this Stroud conversation, did not reflect fondly on a quarterback who we know wants to be a bit of a gunslinger or aggressive and kind of stretch the ball downfield and all that kind of stuff. They just weren't doing enough of that.
He said early on in the year that the death by 1,000 cuts was taking some getting used to, and I respected his candor there. I thought it was big of him to be honest and saying, yeah, I'm working on it. And it seems like he has a much stronger relationship with Nick Caley than he did with Bobby Slowick. So from all accounts, he's doing all the right things this offseason, and he has had a pretty good training camp. But I think that the last quarter of that season, when he came back from the concussion, I would say the Cardinals game and maybe the Colts game, that's it. I mean, I thought he struggled against the Chiefs in moments too. And Chiefs have a good defense. So just things to keep in mind. I don't think it's fair to say it was all the one game. He wasn't bad last year. He did suffer that concussion, and I think it's very fair, as the Boss Cross says, he was off after that concussion, and maybe a year removed from all that, things are a little bit better. But to me, he's capable of more. I was so in on this guy in year one, and it's my frustration, my disappointment in him. It's like he's a straight A caliber student that's given me C pluses and B minuses.
I do feel like going into the season now, and something that we should all be able to agree on, is that we're out of excuses.
Yes.
We're out of excuses until we find another one or a new one emerges. We are out of excuses and ways to explain away whatever it is that we're seeing from the quarterback.
Totally agree.
They've addressed the offensive line. He's in year 2 of the system. We've heard all of this talk and even seen some of it when we're out there about how much more comfortable he is in the offense. The weapons should be they're a year older and developed. The Marlon Klein thing that we were talking about before, like if all of that stuff is coming together the way at least it looks like it is right now in training camp, now we're looking at you, Seven, and we're looking at you too, Nick Caley. I think both of those two guys kind of in tandem have a lot to prove going into this season.
He is Brandon Scott. I'm Paul Gallant. B. Scott and Gallant on 95.7 The Fan. We're in Crystal Clear FM. We're on YouTube right now as well. 713-572-4610 to call in and to text in. Is the biggest standout in game 1 of the preseason a camp crush or a serious weapon for 2026? We'll discuss that on the other side. And if Nick Caserio, without any of these guys having played a game, has once again pulled off an awesome draft class. Where does this rank in his draft classes? Even though we have nothing to judge these guys off of. Stick around. It's Paul Gallant and Brandon Scott on 95.7 The Fan Weekends.
Texans 2026. West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KIKK-FM, KILT-AM Houston. Your home for the Texans. Houston sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, it's 95.7 The Fan Weekends.
Here's Mills on the gun with Whittington to his left on 2nd and 2 from the Houston 33. I know you like this down and distance. Mills gets the snap, throws over the middle, and this is caught. Marlon Klein, the rookie tight end, into Charger territory at the 35-yard line. Big play to the second-round draft choice to get the party started.
Boy, excellent pass protection, and it starts there for this Texans offense. They hold up, and then it's the weakest part of the defense. Two high safeties. You split it with a tight end on a nice little skinny post in the middle of the field. And I tell you what, if it's thrown a half a second off, it may have been tipped away or intercepted. Perfectly timed by Davis Mills.
31-yard play.
Oh, you think you're ready for 13 personnel against the Houston Texans, yeah?
Well, you've been working on it.
May as well get into the Bundesliga. We are going to swarm all over you like the Blitzkrieg. Oh, hang on. Come on, German Klaus. Klaus Gallant, sit back. There's no German references allowed from back during that day in time, okay?
I love that you settled on Klaus.
Yeah, his name's Klaus.
Oh, I like
this. The character's name is going to be Klaus. It's a working project. We'll work on the accent. But I'm excited about Marlon Klein. The question that you asked before today's show, B. Scott Gallant with you on 95.7 The Fan, as I'm stumbling over myself, looking for the thing that I was going to toss to.
Yeah, but you did a good job with the accent, though. I think the accent has improved from
the
hour
last
1
time.
to hour 3. So shout out to you for that.
Marlon Klein. Is he just a camp crush, making a big catch in the preseason, or is he a serious weapon for the Texans?
Yeah, I think he's both. He's definitely a camp crush. There's no doubt about that. So we can start there. But is he just a camp crush, I think, is the question, or is he actually going to be somebody that can contribute? Paul, this guy's fast, man. This is a big old fast dude. Now, how much is this going to translate? Of course, it remains to be seen. We have not actually seen them play against real competition and real football players, certainly for not an extended period of time. But just based off of what we have, the limited information that we have from training camp, and of course the highlight we just played in the preseason game, this looks like a guy who is going to be able to separate and get open and perhaps be a factor in the middle of the field like he was there. Third down, potentially a red zone target. And again, just an explosive element to the offense that I feel like it was either lacking or at the very least we weren't entirely clear on or sure about where that was going to come from. I feel like he's given us an idea of at least an option for C.J. Stroud in terms of making some plays down the field.
I'm curious about what he would look like against the starting caliber defensive players out there. It would be really interesting to see how that goes if the speed that he showed on that one catch down the seam is there against the top defenders in the league. But we have seen it in bursts at training camp. And the other positive is, too, especially for an offensive line where there's lots of questions about it, even if they can't possibly be worse than they were last year, the Texans want to play big tight end sets more so that they can try to run the football. But if you got a guy at tight end who's not a very good blocker, and that was Cade Stover last year, it does put you in a bit of a bind. Klein has shown some blocking prowess.
Yeah.
And that's not something you often see from tight ends. I think being in that Michigan offense helps.
Yeah.
Very clearly a running offense in the days of number 9.
Yeah, well, or is it just 9? Can we even call him number 9? That is Jake McCarthy that we're referencing there. But when it comes to Marlon Klein, I think another element, when we talked about like the passing game and what he offers there, but I love that you just mentioned the run game because to me he has an opportunity. And look, I'm not trying to have too much dip on the chip here and overreact, but it does feel like Marlon Klein has the opportunity to be their most well-rounded tight end when we're talking about offering something in both the pass and the run game. Like Dalton Schultz is more of a pass-catching tight end. Foster Moreau, he can catch some passes here, but he's more of a run-blocking tight end. Brevin Jordan is really like a glorified slot guy who's just, listed as a tight end. Cade Stover, honestly, was more of a fullback than anything and wasn't even necessarily great at that. He has some moments, but we're reaching a point, and we talked about this, of Cade Stover fighting for his Texans life at this point, fighting for a roster spot. I feel like a lot of us, especially now with the ascension of Marlon Klein, are kind of giving up on the Cade Stover dream, whatever dream that might have been. So you look at that, so put Cade Stover to the side. Brevin Jordan, kind of a more of a one-dimensional type of tight end. Dalton Schultz gives you a little bit in the run game, but mostly a pass-catching tight end. I feel like Marlon Klein is somebody that they can line up and do multiple things with, no matter what the formation, no matter what the play. There's a spot for Marlon Klein on the field, I feel like.
Tough to not be excited about him right now after what we've seen from him at training camp. He's had some highlight caliber plays. He had that one-handed catch in traffic. He's had another couple of catches and runs where he's definitely got some speed. We'll see if he's actually a factor in the regular season. Is he a serious weapon or just a camp crush? B. Scott says both. B. Scott and Gallant, 95.7 The Fan. 713-572-4610 is how you call. It's how you text. Preseason game number 1 in the books. Chargers kicked the Texans' ass.
They did.
I made a joke on my podcast. I can't believe after the way that the Texans ended their season that they didn't play their starters against the Chargers. It's very stupid. It's part of a fake Speak for Your Pizza. It's one of those talking head TV shows. Check it out if you want a stupid laugh.
I like it, though. Where's their pride?
Where is their pride?
Where is their pride?
Don't you want to be the Baltimore Ravens and go undefeated in the preseason? No, that doesn't actually matter. But
everybody knows the Super Bowl run starts in the preseason,
right,
Paul.
Yeah.
Do we even football, bro?
Yeah.
Come on now.
I mean, classic John Harbaugh taking the wrong time of year seriously. Very overrated. It's going to be a disaster in New York, in my opinion. Just look at that speech.
I'm excited about that, actually.
Yeah, it'll be great to see the Giants continue to stink. Anyway, though, bringing it back, what were your biggest takeaways from this preseason game? We liked what we saw from Marlon Klein. Anything else?
It was the rookie class primarily. Like the rookie class, not just the drafted guys, but even some undrafted guys I thought stood out and have stood out throughout training camp.
Yes, I know what you're talking about.
So when you think about who they drafted, we talked about Marlon Klein. We talked earlier in the show about Keelan Rutledge, but we could even start there with this one. Like, that was the first thing and the main thing that I was keying in on because, let's be honest, it's a preseason game. By the time we get to the end of it, there's going to be little to nothing that you're really interested in watching. So what can you really focus on and take away, right?
Yeah.
And we found out before the game, and I was glad to find this out because it did mean that we would have something to watch, that the starting offensive line would be out there.
That was a very nice development at the beginning of the game. It was something to watch for because preseason football can be tough at times.
Exactly. And so that's where we start, right? And Keelan Rutledge is I feel like the main newcomer because he's got the most questions being a rookie and playing a position that he didn't play in college. But the offensive line overall was something to watch, and I thought that they held their own, right? Like I thought the starting offensive line looked fairly decent, and specifically Keelan Rutledge. I think I was telling you this either in a break or before the show, but I was watching from guard to guard and just trying to see, like, how is Keelan Rutledge performing and how does it look with the guys next to him? And I feel like that left side with, of course, Ariante Ursary in year 2, but specifically with Keelan Rutledge and Wyatt Teller, one of my big takeaways, non-rookie, was that Wyatt Teller already is a significant upgrade to me at left guard. And that's not saying that Wyatt Teller is going to be all pro, prime Wyatt Teller. Like, I don't know how much of his all pro form he's going to be able to capture, right? If he's going to be able to capture prime Wyatt Teller. But whatever version of this is of him that we have right now is so much better. And this could be an example of the bar being the floor, but it's so much better than any option that they've tried to try out there over the last few years that I feel good about that. And Keelan Rutledge, we've been singing his praises for a while now, but we finally got to see it in an actual real life game. And they look like a good little tandem over there on the left side. It was funny watching them have to run the ball to the right side because that's where they could seemed like the only place where they could really get nasty once they got Trent Brown in there with Ed Ingram.
Yeah.
And they kind of had a little combination. They throw in that extra offensive lineman with Blake Fisher out there just being in the way, and that kind of worked for them. Now, dare I say, they could run to the left side.
Okay.
They could run up the middle if they scheme it up right, and so that stood out to me, that even though this is not the greatest of competition, it looked a lot better. It looked convincing, right? So we can start with the offensive line, and then from there, just the rookie class overall. I feel like we were talking about this earlier. Could this be Nick Casario's best rookie class
Looking
so
good to
far?
this point. And it's, very, very high bar for that, given that he's had a Will Anderson, CJ Stroud class.
So I'm not going to go that far yet, because the Will Anderson, CJ Stroud class, we don't have to get cute about
Nico
this.
Collins in the third round.
I mean,
Stingley. There's some
come
really
on.
good players.
I think easily just the cojones that it took to go up and trade for Will Anderson alone is probably going to go down as Nick Casario's best move as a GM. We'll see how things play out.
Everyone was clowning him for it. I remember pushing back on it. I was like, how would you know? If he likes him, go get the guy you like.
Yeah, and at the time it was controversial. You weren't the only one. It was a controversial move at the time, and I think we can all sit here 3 years later and say, hey, you know what? That was a pretty good idea.
Yeah.
To go up and draft your quarterback, but then be aggressive, forget that first round pick the next year, and go get Will Anderson. So I still think that that's probably his best. Not probably. That is his best draft class. That is his best performance so far drafting. But this can come in as a close second, and we don't even have to compare it there. Like, if it can just be good enough to make this team better and address specifically their needs, I feel like they did that with the Keelan Rutledge pick and then this Marlon Klein thing that's developing. But let me get real quick to the undrafted guys.
Yeah.
Because that was what was really convincing to me, was watching Noah Whittington out there.
He's averaging 5 yards a carry with the first team offensive line in.
And I liked him in college, right? I liked him at Oregon. But when you hear undrafted, even if you remember the guy from college, you're like, well, it's an undrafted guy. I don't know, until he shows me. He's shown me enough, not to get too nerdy and nerd out about center of gravity and keeping your pad level low. I don't want to sound like Clint Stoerner over here, but he was doing that, man. Like, all of the things that you want to see from a running back, it felt like I was getting that from Noah Whittington. So I'm all of a sudden, I would say, a lot more confident in the running back depth than I was, let's say, a couple of weeks ago when I did a similar segment with Sean Pendergast in the mornings about the running back depth and the concerns that we had about it. I feel like that's a guy that should be no less than the number 3 running back on the team, and I feel pretty good about a David Montgomery, Woody Marks, Noah Whittington running back room. As
I'm still on the fence.
Yeah, look, it's not gonna like blow up your skirt or knock your socks off or anything, but I feel more comfortable with it now today than I did, let's say, Thursday morning. All right, so there was that, and then Colin Wright
has been crushing it, the cornerback.
He is. So this kind of ties into our conversation earlier too about Derek Stingley Jr. and Kamari Lassiter. What if it turns out, for as bad as this team has been with drafting offensive linemen, they have just found their secret sauce with defensive backs, and they can just keep churning out Kamari Lassiter's and Colin Wright.
They could draft anyone at defensive back, and I would trust him at this point. Jalen Smith has been getting lots of praise, and he's probably your number 3 guy. Kamari Ramsey, the other USC defensive back, had an interception and almost had 2, I think, in preseason game number 1. I mean, this draft class looks pretty good to this point. Keelan Rutledge, obviously, he's starting fights in camp. Caden McDonald, everyone loved that pick because he fell into your lap. Marlon Klein, the returns have been good to this point. I have heard some compliments for 4th-round pick Febechi Nwayawu. Wade Woodaz, also getting into fights with everybody at camp, and he's going to have opportunities with the linebacker group, EJ Speed getting hurt. Lewis Bond, the rookie receiver.
I didn't even get to Lewis Bond.
I mean, outside of Indiana linebacker Aiden Fisher, we have heard a good thing about just about every single Houston Texan in this year's draft class at training camp and now in the preseason. We saw it with Keelan Rutledge and Marlon Klein.
And Seth Payne is one that's been high on Aiden Fisher going back to earlier in camp or even in the offseason. He was somebody that Seth said to look out for. Now, I will say, if we want to be balanced here, that I thought, and I'm not concerned about it. I'm not saying these are busts or that I'm skeptical about the players, but I do think that fans probably wanted to see more, be more impressed with Cade McDonald in the game. And Wade,
tough when you're defensive tackle.
Exactly. And honestly, I would challenge people to watch a little bit more.
Because he's a space eater.
Well, he's not exactly. He's a space eater, and there's a couple of plays where that dude is already commanding double teams.
Yeah.
They're like, man, we need two dudes blocking this guy.
People don't understand the defensive tackle position. Seth Payne, obviously, he played it. But it is interesting hearing what people are expecting out of some defensive linemen. I think somebody said, he's going to have like 10 sacks this year. Relax. Like, that's just not what defensive tackles traditionally do unless they're Aaron Donald.
And that's not even a scouting report on the guy.
Yeah.
He's not a sack artist. He's a run-stuffing nose tackle.
Which you want because that was, at times, an issue for you last year. And you're hoping that he's going to clog some things up. And you got Tommy Togiai in the mix as well. And
I'm not worried
Logan
about
Hall.
the kid. Yeah. And I've talked to Matt Burke about him. Like, whenever I ask him, he's like, man, I expect the growth to be exponential once he gets some of the technical things down. Like, he is being asked to play different techniques in this defense than he was at Ohio State. So there's going to be that learning curve. But once he figures that out, like, it's just rip it and go. Like, it's just kind of snap the ball and get downhill. Like, there's not a whole lot to think about once he really gets comfortable.
When I saw his metrics after the Texans picked him, you know what my first thought was? Because this guy, one of my favorite players growing up, fell in the back of the first round. I don't know how he fell into my favorite team's lap. Also ended up playing for the Houston Texans.
Oh, Vince Wilfork.
He's got the exact same size as Vince Wilfork.
Yeah.
He's the exact same size. He's not that tall. He's wide. And Wilfork was always considering like what a round shaped man wasn't actually round. It was just he's just very compact and wide.
This guy's kind of like that.
And that's what McDonald's like. And I mean, that's what you're looking for out of a player like him. This draft class is looking good to this point again. We have not even played a regular season game. We have one preseason game under their belt, but things to be encouraged about when it comes to the Houston Texans. He is Brandon Scott. I am Paul Gallant. 713-572-4610 to call in, to text in. Hardest working man in sports media. Seth Payne running up and down the hallways here. Wonder what he's up to. We got David Hill taking your phone calls behind the glass. Again, that number, 713-572-4610. We're on YouTube as well. Did the Astros finally kill this really weird trend last night? We'll talk about it next. Stay put.
95.7 The Fan has officially taken off. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, it's 95.7 The Fan Weekends.
Christian Walker, a 3-run walk-off bomb. And what in the world happened in this 10th inning? 10-7, the Astros come from behind and take game one.
If you couldn't tell, that's the Seattle Mariners broadcast of last night's Christian Walker bomb.
It is. And he know what happened. Don't act like you don't know, Mr. Announcer. Sorry, I don't know the announcer's name.
Aaron Goldsmith.
Oh, I know Aaron Goldsmith. Hey, Aaron Goldsmith, don't act like you don't know what happened, Aaron. You saw what happened. Dalton Varsho, Jose Altuve, and Christian Walker happened, dog.
Mm-hmm.
That's what happened. And then there was also, I don't know if that was the same inning. They had an error as well at shortstop. They had a guy making his major league debut. But you saw what happened. The Astros happened, man. And Christian Walker, I didn't want to say this earlier, but I'll bring it up since we're toward the end of the show. Because Astros fans are going to get PTSD when I mention this, but it was Pujols-esque.
Ooh.
Like, when you think about home runs at that ballpark, no matter what the name of it was at the time, you think about, let's just be real, until Yordan Alvarez, thought about Pujols. This was a right-handed batter, and it felt like that. That's what it felt like. No shade to Jose Altuve, who punches it into the Crawford boxes routinely.
Did it against, of course, the famous one, Aroldis Chapman.
Yeah. That might be the one that we think of now. But before that, it was always the wrong guy hitting it. This, I feel like, was along those lines. Those were the vibes.
In a year where we have seen so many absolute destructions of baseball by Yordan Alvarez. Remember that big thwack he had against the Angels in the upper deck? That was the loudest wood on baseball violence we've heard in quite some time. That home run by Christian Walker was just so hard hit. And underrated perk of being in the American League West, the other announcers, the A's one, not the best, but the other announcers, whether it's Dave Ramsey, who used to be an Astros broadcaster with the Rangers, or it's Aaron Goldsmith, you can hear the disdain, the anger in their voice when the Astros take out a stick and beat you like they were beating those trash cans. Bam!
Yeah.
Bam! 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 And that's what happened in the 10th inning last night. Not going to lie, B. Scott, when they blew that 5-2 lead, and it's Brian Abreu doing it, and I'm like, oh, God, bad Brian Abreu's back. I was not feeling it, and I was in a chat with two of my buddies from Seattle, one of whom works at the radio station I used to work at, one of my longtime college buddies. The other one used to play tight end at Washington State. They're watching the game. They FaceTime me to talk trash. As soon as they FaceTime me, that's when the Astros started coming back.
Yeah.
And I got to see their depression come back.
Yeah.
Yeah, it might be nice up at the PNW weather-wise right now, but the summer special, what's it called? The Midsummer Classic, the America's Pastime, whatever. It's not bringing you any happiness in Seattle.
Yeah.
The misery, the gray, the rain, it's coming. It's coming. And the baseball team ain't saving you.
And I kind of want them to FaceTime you again today and tomorrow, just for good measure.
Well, they should. I will be dressed up as a cockroach at Dyken Park tonight. If you see somebody dressed up as a cockroach, it's me. Say hi.
I love this bit. I love this cockroach bit.
It's going to be hot walking into the park, though.
But I got to feel like your friends are probably intelligent enough to, if they believe in the karma of it all, they're not going to FaceTime you knowing what happened yesterday.
Probably not.
So that's probably not going to happen, but I wish we could psych them into doing it just to get the mojo right. But yeah, man, this is important, right? These are the teams that you're trying to separate from. You're already better than the Rangers. I think that feels pretty solidified at this point. But the Mariners, and I know they've been kind of on a skid lately. They've owned you. They had the better pitcher, if we're just being real about it. They had the better pitcher on the mound in George Kirby.
That's been the big problem. You can't hit against these Mariners pitchers.
And then they did so, right? And I'm glad you mentioned, and we mentioned before, Dalton Varsho.
Big hit.
That was what happened in that 10th inning, was some things that felt unlikely all happened. Jose Altuve down in the count, 2 strikes, down to his final out and the final strike with the final out, and goes and gets a ball that nobody not named Jose Altuve has any business offering at, pokes it out, and makes it happen for you. Dalton Varsho, who, if we're being real about it, has been a bit of a disappointment. And even the trade deadline before we get to his performance was anticlimactic because you didn't do it. The best thing that you did was get Dalton Varsho. And so, like, that was never going to do a lot for you. Then he comes in and he doesn't really do a lot in the short time that he's been here.
You go 2-4 right after the deadline. Yeah.
Finally, bro, you do something.
Mm-hmm.
So Dalton Varsho, who's been on a milk carton since he got here, Jose Altuve hitting the ball that nobody should offer at if they're not Jose Altuve.
And he's healthy, which is also a great sign. I mean, him playing last night was a nice surprise.
Yes, it was. Yeah, that's a good point.
Seeing him on that cart did not look good with that dude saying, I love you, bro. And Altuve's clearly creeped out. Watch that video if you haven't seen it. When Altuve got hurt against the Giants, he's on a golf cart, which is stuck in a hallway and doing the Austin Powers three-point turn. And this really... Let's call him overzealous Astros fans. Like, I love you, Altuve, bro. What's up, I wear your jersey? It looked bad. It looked like Altuve was done for the year.
Yeah, we were having conversations about how do you work out this infield?
It's like Nick Allen, and then you're like, why is Mauricio Dubon not here?
Can Carlos Correa rush his way back and you throw Paredes over there to second base? Like, we were having all of these sort of
what ifs.
Yeah, apocalyptic sort of conversations about second base and what do you do without Jose Altuve? And then he goes out there and does what he does. We mentioned Dalton Varsho, and I talked earlier about the second inning of how they taxed George Kirby. Like, everything about it was, like, I would say everything about it was refreshing. It was refreshing to see them perform well against a pitcher who is legitimately good, independently good, whether it's the Astros or not, and has been good against the Astros. Then it was also good to see Dalton Varsho show up, Jose Altuve be back, and in spite of Brian Abreu reverting back to earlier season Brian Abreu, Seawalk or Skywalker, if you prefer it, comes in and saves the day at the end.
I think he's Big Dumper.
Big Dumper.
He's taken Cal Raleigh's nickname, in case you didn't listen earlier in the show. This is not going to help me beat the allegations, but the man's got a huge ass.
Badonk-a-donk-donk.
A donk indeed.
To quote Missy Elliott, a badonk-a-donk-donk.
What song's that from?
If you're worth it, is it worth?
Oh yeah. Get the damn shift and then reverse it.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I ain't have it. Yeah.
I don't know the words.
The song is 20 years old. I was like, man, come on, man. I can't think of how it actually goes. And then Missy Elliott does that thing where the words aren't actual words.
Oh, she does
sometimes.
Okay. Listen, there's a lot of singers and rappers that are like that. I don't know what they're actually saying, and I just go with it. I just make the noises.
David, man,
like Creed.
I'm about to make I don't want to make this mistake.
Do it.
But one of the things that you can't understand that she's saying in the song, I'm pretty sure, is it's your turn to make the thing wet. But you can't understand that.
Your turn to get sweaty.
That sounds right. But that's what she's saying.
And it got over on the radio. And that's something else. Encouraging signs from the Astros last night.
Yes, very encouraging signs from the Astros.
Altuve gets 2 hits. Christian Walker is trending in the right direction. Dalton Varsho has a big moment. Cam Smith is still doing what you're expecting Cam Smith to do. He had a triple in this game.
You mentioned Jordan. Did I miss that?
Jordan broke his homerless streak. He had a homer. He owns the Mariners. He is their daddy. Reminded me of that home run he had against the Mariners in the ALDS. I thought I posted this to X. I couldn't find it because I remember I'm in a group chat with some Seattle fans. Check that. I was in a group chat with some coworkers who were in Seattle, and they were giving me a lot of bleep Houston in the chat, and I was getting a little mad about it, but I kept my mouth shut. As soon as Jordan hit that home run, I took a video, and I said, welcome to the real playoffs.
Yeah.
And I left it, and they all started yelling at me, and I realized as I was trying to do work on my phone, I was getting too distracted, so I left the group chat, making me look like a bitch in doing so.
Yeah, you can't leave the chat.
I know.
Just silent.
I couldn't figure out how to silent it.
You swipe left.
Dude, I was trying to. It was so
pause notifications.
It was a very.
Do not disturb.
It was a very unk moment for me. Like I was trying to do a stand-up after the game, and their chat kept on getting in the way of the camera and distracting me, and I was like, come on, Paul, please stop. I know.
We have reached unk status. So in case y'all don't know, Paul and I are around the same age. We have reached unk status, but when it comes to technology, we are not unks.
We're better than most, but I was bad in that spot, and it's a shame because I wanted to find that clip. I guess I didn't post it. I thought I posted it. I guess I
Oh,
didn't.
that is an
post it.
thing.
Yeah,
that is an thing that I do. I will think I posted and I didn't post
I
it.
asked Grok. I was like, "Can you find it?" And Grok could not find it for me. So I wanted to repost it. But Jordan's back to being the Mariners' daddy. Jerome Pena did have a hit at the very least. He's slumping. I mean, really, you look at the team going into tonight with Hayden Wesneski on the hill. You're looking for big work from him, following up on what Peter Lambert did and continues to do. Lambert's been such a find for the Astros this year. You're hoping Wesneski can keep it up. And I guess like right now, just given where they're at, the dude that you are hoping can shake out of a recent funk is Jeremy Pena.
Yeah, well,
so we'll see.
I believe you can trust the lineup, or at least the top end of the lineup. Let's just go the infielders and the DH.
Okay.
I feel fairly confident from Paredes to Pena to Altuve and Christian Walker, like what you're going to get from them, and obviously Jordan is Jordan. The outfielders still need to find some consistency and get in the mix. I feel like they've been better as of late.
But Taylor Trammell in cleanup last night, 3 Ks.
He's been pretty
He's been better recently, but fourth in the lineup. Relax.
And last night did not necessarily justify that logic at all.
It's against his old team. I mean, at least he didn't do the home run where it wasn't a home run.
Yeah,
that was tough.
My goodness, yeah. But those are all encouraging signs.
Yeah, for sure.
The big question for me, and this goes to your Hayden Wesneski point, is like, who's going to step up?
Yep.
Who's going to step up in that rotation outside of the guys who have already either stepped up or who you just are bankable as your ace, right? So that's Hunter Brown and that's Peter Lambert. Outside of that, and it'll be great to watch Hayden Wesneski tonight. It'll be great to watch whoever else they try as their mid to back end rotation guys. But it almost goes without saying, I'll say it anyway. Somebody's got to step up in that rotation for this to be a viable team in the postseason. I think they got all the right ingredients except that, right? They got the bullpen, Brian Abreu notwithstanding. I feel like they've got at least the top end of the lineup. Now, we already know that the outfield is kind of the weak spot and the back end of the lineup is kind of weak. But they've got enough in the lineup with the bullpen. It's just a question of, outside of those first two guys, who is going to step up?
We shall see. Hayden Wesneski, opportunity tonight against the Seattle Mariners. Build on that confidence because this Mariners team can't hit for whatever reason. They got the guys who should be able to hit. They're just not hitting this year. And because of that, Christian Walker, as B. Scott calls him Seawalk, is, in my opinion, big dumper. He has taken the crown. He has taken that ass dough. B. Scott and Gallant on 95.7 The Fan. 713-572-4610 to call, to text. If you have any final thoughts, we'll work them in. Plus, we're going to debut a new segment that might get us both fired. What? Stick around.
JJ Watt is a fan of the new frequency. West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. It's 95.7 The Fan Weekends.
B. Scott and Gallant. Brandon Scott. I'm Paul Gallant. 713-572-4610 to call in, to text in. Astros Mariners tonight at 6 o'clock. I will be there in a cockroach suit with a Jeremy Pena jersey outside of it.
I'm thinking about going just to see. Where are you going to sit?
I think my seats are in the 200 level.
I'll have my binoculars and everything, so I'm going to find you. If I don't actually come up to you and see you, I will find you from the press box just so I can get in a good laugh.
I will be disappointed if neither the Space City Home Network or whatever it is up in Seattle right now, I think it's a Root Sports.
Oh, they still have a Root?
I think
Those
so,
are still in the league? Okay.
Yeah.
Good for them.
If I'm not on one of those television broadcasts, I will be upset. And there's one of the reasons I'm doing this is because I want to remind people in Seattle, hey, what's up?
Yeah.
You're missing out on a real one. Missing out on a real one. You could have had this. You could have had all this.
Yeah, let them know. Let them know what they missing, Paul. So you got to go. And I don't have to tell you this, of course, but you got to go full Paul Gallant personality. Like, you can't just be a subtle cockroach.
No.
You got to be the cockroach that everybody in the house is chasing.
It's going to take a little bit of time, though, for me, for real, to get over the embarrassment of walking around, the eyes that'll be on me. It's going to take a little bit of time. And you know what is really good to help solve that? Is to go down the third base line to the El Tiempo. My girl Crystal.
There you go.
Running the show. She's like...
Oh, you've got to connect in the El Tiempo?
Well, when somebody is as good at getting people through a long-ass line, because these lines get long. It's a Saturday game. These lines are long. She gets people through real quick. But chip, chop, chip. Have your ID and your card ready. Okay? Have it out. Have it ready to go. Some of these people are like, oh, I don't know. It's margarita. You either get frozen or regular.
Yeah, what are we doing? Huh?
With salt on the rim or tahini on the rim. Have your card and credit card out, ready to go. Let's go.
Or nothing on the rim. Who?
Yeah.
They go up there and say, like, what are your specials?
Like,
what do you have?
Watermelon margarita.
Like, there's a little bit of that. No, just do the regular margarita and get through. But Crystal's the best. She's really nice. And also very, hey, let's get it going.
No nonsense.
She keeps the line moving. She is the kind of person that everyone at TSA should try to be.
Oh, I feel that.
She's efficient but friendly. And it's a great combination to have.
Yeah.
So shout out to Crystal one more time.
I'm with that.
And yeah, it's going to be weird being in line dressed up as a cockroach. Is Crystal not going to think I'm cool anymore?
Yeah, no. Help me out, Paul. I don't feel like you do shame very easily.
Oh, I believe me.
Or like it's got to be more specific. Like this, knowing that it's a bit, of course, and you're a radio vet. Like this to me would not be the shame thing for you. I don't know what it would be. Not that you're completely shameless, but like I feel like you could walk in there as a cockroach with like the swagger of The Rock.
I like it when somebody else is also in costume with me. And so it's going to take me a little bit of time to get over it. The reason I keep on talking about it on the air is I'm just trying to make sure that I don't chicken out.
Yeah, you're psyching yourself out right now. This is therapy.
It is a little
This is
therapeutic.
cathartic. I appreciate it. I appreciate being a part of this moment.
I'm going to tell you a story, and I'm so glad that cell phone cameras didn't exist back then. But back in 2008, me and my best friends from college, we all dressed up as the Spice Girls for one night at
That's
Halloween.
hilarious.
I was Ginger
Ooh,
Spice.
I was going to try to guess. I was like, is he going to be Posh or Baby Spice?
I didn't have a
Ginger.
choice. One of our lady friends gave me a dress, so I was dressed like a lady. I'm not being Royce White, I'm not grifting here. And
sure.
I had 2 tube socks upstairs, so I had some very janky looking bajongas, not to be confused with the badonkadonk.
Not to throw you off, but I have to ask. You know
Yeah.
I have to ask. Who was Scary Spice? Who was the one black Spice Girl? Because I can't assume that your crew had a black guy in it, or if y'all had a white person that had to do Scary Spice.
This is gonna drift in. I'm pretty sure that Scary Spice was my white friend from Atlanta.
Oh, that works.
Yeah,
that works.
And this
we'll allow it.
He can rap.
No, we'll allow it.
You know the rap that Pat McAfee put out where
I've heard about it. I did not watch it.
It's not great. And it says, like, there's a moment where it says Monopoly. And it made me think about my friend Nick, who for one of our Syracuse projects did a rap about Syracuse and also did a rap about Monopoly. He was very gifted as a rapper.
Okay, fair enough.
This is going to be very white, but me and my white friends would pass a doob around and freestyle rap amongst each other in college. It was not good.
I don't hate it though.
It was not good.
I don't hate it.
But anyway, let me land the plane here. We're all dressed up as the Spice Girls. I got into a frat party while dressed up as a Spice Girl. My friends did not get in, and I was pissed at them because I thought they ditched me. Here I was dressed as a woman. No one else is dressed in costume. I was like, do they think I look like a girl? Is that why I got in?
I gotta assume.
So I went up to the dorm afterwards, and I was mad at them. And I had a few to drink, so I'm yelling and I'm shouting. And I remember Nick comes down, and Nick is a bigger guy than me. Nick is like 6'3", like jacked, and no fat at all. And I'm like, oh, damn, now I'm going to have to throw down. So we start, like, punching the hell out of each other. It carries out into the hallway. We are rolling down a flight of stairs, me dressed as Ginger Spice, him still dressed as Scary Spice, beating the hell out of each other. And I was just trying to go for the rib shots. And he got my arm in one point, and he started bending it back. So I tapped out.
Yeah.
And I'm just so glad there were no cell phone cameras at the time, because I don't know if I would have been employable.
Getting your ass whooped while dressed as a Spice Girl is not the way to go.
It's not the way to go.
That is not the campaign that you want to
Especially if that other person is dressed up as a Spice Girl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you know what? That is spicier and more fun of a story than most of my memories of the Spice Girls.
Yeah,
like
one-hit wonder.
Yeah, I mean,
kind of. I mean, there's some other ones.
Yeah, they had a couple, but like they had like a very short run era. Yeah. No, I would take guys fighting dressed as Spice Girls over, let's say, the Spice Girls. Aside from like the obvious part that I would take. I mean the performance aspect of it.
The performance. They're strong, powerful, independent women. Okay.
Yes.
They were trailblazers. You know, girl bosses, if you will, the original pop girl bosses.
Yeah.
Well, this is going to lead us to the last segment of the show. And this maybe is our last segment ever at 95.7 The Fan.
Let's give it a shot.
I'm very comfortable with Brandon. Brandon, I hope you are very comfortable with me.
Indeed.
Brandon's somebody I have always wanted to do a show with, so I'm excited we've gotten to do this back-to-back weeks, and I hope this is going to be a regular thing on the weekends. I thought we were talking to each other after something that happened this week about, could we do a segment like this? I don't see color, but from what I understand, B. Scott's black.
Yeah.
I don't see color, but from what people tell me, I'm white.
Yeah.
How about we do a segment where it's ask a white guy, ask a black guy?
Yeah, I feel like this can bridge together. This could bring communities together.
Yeah.
This is not meant to be divisive.
It's a divisive time, but let's bring everybody together.
Let's all hold hands and sing Kumbaya.
Indeed.
Let's share cultures and appreciate each other.
Yeah.
Why not? And honestly, we need to know more about each other. I feel like that's where a lot of the resistance comes from. It's just not knowing, not being around enough. And sometimes we got to ask these questions just so we know.
But you're scared to ask the question.
Yeah.
And I feel like we're both in a place where we feel very comfortable asking each other about a lot of different things.
We can ask the questions, man. This is a safe space. We're family here.
Do you want to go first? Or should I go first?
Let's let you debut this.
Okay.
Because I feel like
throw me under the bus.
No, let's just put this out there. We got to be real about it because this is America. Black people be knowing more about white people than white people be knowing about black people.
That sounds right.
And honestly, it's just a numbers thing. We're more so forced to live in y'all's world than y'all are to live in ours.
Sorry.
So like I feel like I need to be the one to answer the questions first.
Okay. Here's my question. And this is one of those ones where, in classic white fashion, I'm so scared to step on toes that I also double checked to make sure I'm not the only person with this observation. If you're watching on YouTube, why is it that black people, when they're on the phone, hold it out in front of them like this and almost always are on speakerphone?
I have a very simple answer for this.
Get me.
Number one is shamelessness. We are just not here to make the rest of you guys come. We will have our conversation out in public, and I'll be honest too, as a black person, it even annoys me a little bit. I'm like, can you turn the volume down to put in some AirPods?
Put your headphones in.
Put some headphones in.
I'll take the speakerphone. Put the headphones in.
My son, 11 years old, notably black, all right, already has this condition. Already has this phone out in the open in front of him, and everybody can hear his conversation or whatever he's doing on the phone out in this condition. So there's one of the answers is shamelessness. The second answer is actually way more practical. That's where the speaker is. And I don't know.
I didn't know that until I thought about it today.
That's where the speaker is. And so it's funny, Paul, and this will bring us all together. All they're really doing is what we're doing right now. Speaking into the mic. They're just speaking into the mic. Now, do they all realize that it doesn't take directly speaking into the mic to get your message across, that you can just kind of have the phone loosely next to your mouth? You know what I mean? Or just in the vicinity? Do they know that? Maybe, maybe not. But they want to come across as crystal clear as we do now on 95.7 The Fan on the FM dial.
Okay.
So I think that's the answer.
Well, I appreciate you answering that question. That was ask a black person. Now it's time for ask a white person.
I've been dying to know this for a while now. And it didn't hit me until I noticed somebody else mention it on social media. But once they did, I kind of had this aha moment. Why is Venmo white people's choice of electronic transfers? Like, has anybody ever Venmo'd a brother? Because I know I haven't. Like, I feel like the cash back and forth, money back and forth, wire transfer back and forth apps that we use, that Zelle and Apple Pay bring us all together. But like, white folks love Venmo and the rest of us love Cash App. And I don't understand.
That's interesting.
How do we, like, I don't think I've ever Cashed App a white person, and I don't think I've ever Venmo'd a black person.
I think it's in the same way where you get shamed if you don't have an iPhone for having green text.
Yes.
I think this is one of those ones where everyone has just accepted that because it's the word that we use as a verb to talk about paying someone. I think that's why we're all hook, line, and sinker for it. In the same way you would say, hey, I Googled this, you would say, oh, yeah, I'll Venmo you later. So I think that's where it comes from. To be perfectly honest, I was just unaware at first of the existence of Cash App until I heard podcasters start promoting it.
Because you ain't sharing money with black people, which you're not obligated to do, but you're not transferring money to brothers.
You know what's funny, though? My girlfriend, who is white, as pasty as me, though she does spray tan, she Zells.
So that's the thing. Zelle and Apple Pay bring us together. I've decided this. Zelle and Apple Pay bring our cultures together. Venmo and Cash App segregate us. And I want us all to get on the same page.
Let's get on the same page.
Let's all get on the same page because we can't share money because we don't have the same app. Now we got to download a different app that we don't use.
The funny thing is, it's not that hard to download the different app to use it theoretically for other people. But I will admit, when somebody asks me to Zelle them or to Cash App them, I am a little annoyed.
Yeah.
Just a little bit. Not like really annoyed. I'm just like, oh.
Because you're a pasty white guy who Venmos.
Yeah.
And we do not. But and to your point about it could be a verb, you can verb them all up. Y'all just decided to verb up Venmo. Because when I Zelle a black person, I just say I'm a Zelle you. I just did it with the lady that did my son's locks this morning.
Yeah.
Zelder. Cash App my daughter last night. Apple paid a friend that she needed some help getting her son some school clothes or something like that, and I helped her out. Sent by Apple Pay. Never ever did it come up. You got Venmo? Because man. Nah.
Wait, so they just assumed you didn't have it?
Because they didn't have it. These are all black people that I'm talking about.
Okay, got it.
And we were all raised by black people, and just none of us have it. We don't have it.
That's an interesting
Text
one.
in now, 713-572-4610. If you are black, do you Venmo?
People are agreeing with you on the text line.
It is an odd thing that I have not really been able to figure out.
From the 281, Cash App was once thought of as the app for illicit transactions.
Well, there is something to that.
I mean, but
point taken. But regular people use it, But that Point taken. Texture. Point taken. But there's still Zelle. There's still Apple Pay.
You're right.
You know? But then the other side of it is like, why am I so averse to Venmo?
Yeah, it is funny.
Like, what's wrong with me? I feel like I got pretty good relationships with you and all the rest of the white people that work up here. We're pretty good. We got pretty good relationships. But, man, if y'all need some money, y'all going to have to get on this Zelle or this Cash App, dog.
I'll do it for you, babe. I'll do it for you.
You'll Cash App for me?
Oh, yeah, I'll Cash App for you.
Hey, as a sign of solidarity right now, all of you white folks that use Venmo that don't have Cash App, go ahead and download it.
They're not giving us a commission.
All of my brothers and sisters out there who don't Venmo, let's go ahead and download that app so we can all share money together.
Bridging the racial divide. He is Brandon Scott. I'm Paul Gallant. We're going to come up with a different name for this segment, but we definitely want your suggestions. At Gallant says, at Brandon K. Scott. Please, for next week, assuming that we're back on again together, please give us ideas for this, because this could be, I think, a very fun, awesome segment that we do every Saturday. This was a lot of fun, Brandon. As always, I love working with you. Shout out to David Hill behind the glass. My first time with that man working as producer. He has done a fantastic job today. I am merely Paul Gallant. I will be at Dyken Park tonight. Say hi if you see me. You will not be able to miss the man in the cockroach suit wearing a Jeremy Pena jersey.
Yes.
So long, farewell, go Stros, and have yourself a wonderful rest of your weekend. More 95.7 The Fan. Caught myself. Tomorrow at 10, I'll be on with Chris Partee. Make sure you tune in for that. Have a great weekend, everybody. Peace!
Texans 2026 preseason kicked off with a loss to the Chargers.
Mills gets the snap on 3rd and goal from the 5. Throws right side. Caught.